Would the members of the Budget Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If we can have everybody take their seats. Thank you. Yes, it is. this thing here. We got to. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody to Budget Committee meeting number 29 for January 12, 2017. And I'd like to call this meeting of the Budget Committee to order. I'd like to welcome all the members, of course, the Budget Committee. We've been out and about the city for the last week and a half, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to be together. So welcome, committee members. But of course, I'd like to welcome any other members of council who will be coming and any members of the public and the media. As usual, I'd like to remind you that you can watch us on YouTube at torontoCityCouncil.live or follow the meeting on your computer or tablet or phone at toronto.ca/council. Today is our first wrap-up meeting where we're going to start to put together all the pieces that we've been gathering over the last number of months into a concise budget that will be going from here to executive and then over to council on February 15th and 16th. Before we begin, I want to know if are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, just want to remind the members that if you have any motions or briefing note requests, if you can get them into the clerk so we can deal with them at the end of the meeting. We're going to be vote just to let everybody know what's happening. So we have 2 meetings left. This is what's called the first wrap-up, then the second wrap-up. It's one long meeting. It's not 2 separate meetings. So what we're going to be doing today is we'll be listening to a lot of or asking questions on a lot of the briefing notes. We're pulling a lot of information together. We'll be tabling any motions today. I'm not expecting there will be a couple of motions I'll be tabling. We are not making any decisions on any motions today. We will be making a few decisions on some briefing note requests. I have a couple of briefing note requests, and if you have a few extra briefing note requests, we'll make decisions on that. But there'll be no decisions made other than that today. Those will be tabled and brought to the next meeting on the 24th. What will be happening this morning is Josie Levita is going to, as she's done every year brilliantly, will be taking us through, and these are your green sheets that you have in front of you, and green and blue. So there's green and blue sheets. She's going to be taking us through all of these, and what most of them are the briefing note requests that have come in. We'll be asking questions on all of these briefing note requests. There are a couple of reports that have also come to us. We'll be asking questions on those, and then at the end of that, there'll be an opportunity for councillors to ask questions, and these are your last opportunity to ask questions on the overall budget. We'll be doing it as we have done in years past on Cluster A, Cluster B, and the 3 clusters. So that will be your last opportunity to ask questions. At that point, we'll adjourn, and then we will continue the meeting on the 24th. Councillor Carroll, do you have a question?
Just quick, Josie's going to walk us through first, then we go back to the briefing notes that have already been delivered, the ones...
No, she's actually, so part of the green sheets, these are the briefing notes, so she's actually going to take us through all the briefing notes, operating and capital, and then there are a couple of reports that have come before. She'll take us through. Everything here is on your green sheet. We're going to be following.
So where do I looked at those, where do I wedge in if there is... As a result of the work the last couple of days, if there's a division that's not highlighted, because right now the proposal is as is, but we want to ask questions to see if we need a briefing note.
That would be at
the
end where we have an opportunity to ask questions on. So if that division you're interested in is in cluster A, you'll have an opportunity.
At the end of a cluster? We'll sort of pause at the end of a cluster?
Yeah, or through that process. So I'll ask, are there any questions on cluster A as an example?
Yeah, so that we can...
At that point, you'll be able to ask
So then
questions
those
on
staff
those
can hit the
individual
road.
divisions
Okay.
based on that.
Got
Councillor
it.
Davis? Yes. So Josie's going to take us through, well, she's going to start with the blue, which is capital. I'm going to do the blue sheets. She's going to go through the green sheets. After that, then there will be an opportunity to ask questions on overall cluster A, cluster B, etc. There will be, I'm assuming, there's a couple motions we have to on some of the reports. We'll be asking requests for, we'll be moving and making decisions on some briefing note requests if there's any more for the final wrap-up. Okay? Great. On that, if we can just make sure everybody the tone stays reasonable so we can work our way through this process, and I'll pass it over to Josie.
Thank you, Chair Crawford. So good morning, everyone. We're going to start with the blue sheets, which is capital. And as the Chair indicated, we're going to go through first any briefing notes that are before you, as well as then the reports that are before you, and try to explain what's there. And then if there are any, then from there we will move to the green sheets, and then go through the green sheets, and then from there questions for each of the clusters on operating your capital. Okay? All right, so starting with the blue sheets, the front page just gives you the financial implications of a report that's before you, and we'll talk a bit about that in a moment. The next set of pages just identifies what was before committee at its previous meetings that have been deferred to this meeting. So the operative page for folks to start on is page 6 of the blue sheets. 6. So you have one capital briefing note. It's actually number 1. It was distributed early on in the process on the 16th of December, and it just lays out the state of good repair backlog based on the investments that are included in this 10-year capital plan. I think the operative piece here is that we have $13.6 billion in this 10-year capital plan, or 52% devoted to state of good repair projects, and as a result, over the 10-year period, our backlog as a percentage of our total asset value will decrease from 9.6% to 6.5%. So this is just here as a consolidated version of all the components that we have talked about in each of the set of the budget notes, and it's here for your information and can be received. So if there are no questions on state of good repair backlog, then we can move on.
I believe any committee members have questions? If not, Councillor Davis has questions.
I just wondered if you could explain the state of good repair backlog with the Gardner. I know there's a chart without the Gardner.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start if anyone else wants to pipe in afterwards, but essentially what we've shown you is the backlog based on the revised estimates of the Gardner project as the report indicated to you. And so when you take that out on the assumption that the project's being completed, then what we see is the residual backlog for the city with the Gardner project being, the state of good repair work being addressed through that project.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. My chair's a little bit low and I'm a little bit short. So what we have shown you is the impact of proceeding with the Gardner project. So the state of good repair backlog initially is shown, shows the city's backlog as a result of the estimates, the revised estimates from the project that was included in the report that was before council. With the completion of that project, we then show you what the backlog will result in by having completed that work. So that's why we wanted to show it to you, because it was a fairly significant amount of money, and it actually had changed the profiling of our state of good repair backlog from our estimates last year. So this reflects now the new value of that state of good repair project, and with the funding in place and the work getting done, it adjusts our backlog accordingly.
So as a percentage of the backlog addressed, which divisions are still needing the most attention? Because each year we've kind of addressed certain divisions' backlog. I think PF&R was last year, and facilities still needs to be addressed. Is that the area that still has the greatest backlog?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, there are 2 or 3 key areas, one being our facilities management area, so our corporate buildings in particular, and specifically our AOTA compliance requirements are still necessary, and so we're seeing a need there, as well as some of our fire stations and other buildings that facilities management has carriage over. Another area, of course, is the Toronto Public Library sites. And in fact, in this capital plan, we were able to try to eke a bit of money out, about 20 million or so, to try to help that along, and will continue to be a priority for us.
So the other huge capital pressure is between now and 2025 will be meeting the AODA physical plant requirements. Could you just explain to us, that's not considered a state of good repair, it's just, where are we capturing the, how many million is it, 200 million? It was something,
It's $200 million through Mr. Budget Chief, and $8 million is in the budget, so $192 million is not funded.
192 million for AODA.
AODA is not.
Compliance is in the unfunded,
Yes, it is.
unmet needs.
Yes. Unfunded, unmet.
Why would you not build it into the 25-year capital, or the 10-year capital plan?
So we presented two scenarios in the capital budget. We have $3.6 billion more added to the capital budget. It got quickly eaten up by the Gardner, our share of PTIF, and some other more immediate pressures. Then we provided a scenario 2 to the capital budget, where with either with a combination of tolling and additional capital levies, we could accommodate an additional $5 billion and change, and then that would accommodate things that aren't in that first scenario, like AODA, more library investments, and
The capital plan freed up debt of 30, how much was it? Additional
3.3 billion.
$3.3 billion.
3.3 billion. And you're saying that it went to the Gardner instead of
Well,
going to the AODA?
half of that is the Gardner and our share of PTIF, which was $430 million, something like that.
But we must meet our
Yes,
AODA requirements.
I
so-
understand that. It's going to
Why would-
require more money.
But why wouldn't we start this year?
We have started this year with $8 million, but that's the only part we do have.
Last question,
Okay.
Councillor. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, okay, Josie, you can continue.
Okay, so I would ask the committee receive that briefing note for information, and then I'll just walk you through the reports associated with the capital plan that are before the committee, all of which will be deferred for final consideration to our final wrap-up meeting on the 24th. So the first four on the bottom of page 6 and all of page 7 are transmittals from our accountability officers recommending their respective capital budgets and plans in 3 of them, and in each of those 3 cases for the, it's 2, the lobbyist registrar and the ombudsman, what's in the 10-year capital plan is consistent with what's been recommended or requested by the accountability officers, so they're good to go. The bottom half of page 7 is the transmittal from the Toronto Police Service identifying their request for their 10-year capital plan. So they were asking for funds. What they've identified here is the debt values. What we have built into the 10-year capital plan is actually lower than what's been requested. On the right-hand side, bottom page of 7, it identifies why that's the case. So there was a value of $6 million that's not been recommended for the parking facility at this time, and that's been reduced, as well as costs that had been identified as state of good repair that are ineligible. And so as a result, our recommended amount is actually lower. And then we added $2.5 million to their plan to implement digital photography equipment for the implementation of the alternate penalty system program that council's approved. Moving to public health, page 8, the request there is slightly different from what the Board of Health had asked for, and that's only because we've included some additional carry-forward funding and accounted for some in-year budget adjustments. So essentially, I think that it's fine. Page 9, TTC, again, the Commission has asked for their 10-year capital plan, and what we have built into our 10-year capital plan is consistent with what the Commission has requested. and includes a 10-year capital plan for their regular program of $6.8 billion, as well as the final funding for TYSSE of $344 million, and the Scarborough Subway extension of $3.365 billion. The next report that's before you on capital is from the city manager, and it's our participatory budgeting pilot outcome report. So this has been year 2 of a 3-year pilot, and we've had this pilot working in 3 neighborhoods, Ward 25, Ward 12, and across all of Ward 33. The sum of that effort, that process, are a series of projects that total $545,000 across all 3 wards, to be funded from 2 different reserve funds, the Parkland Acquisition Reserve Fund and the Public Realm Reserve Fund. So we would need to adjust the capital plan to include these as a result of the outcome of that particular, as part of year 2 of this pilot. So that's taking you through page 10 and into 11, and it identifies all the projects that the community has identified. Yeah, okay. Page 11, page 11 is a report that's come to us from the Chief Corporate Officer, Transform TO Short-Term Strategy Financial Estimates. As a result of City Council's last meeting, it has referred this report to the Budget Committee for consideration as part of the budget process. This report actually has 2 components, an operating component that we'll talk about with the green notes, and a capital component. What's been recommended here is that this report be received for information. There are a series of capital strategies that are more long-term. 2 scenarios have been identified, a low and a high, that are outlined on page 12. That still needs some work and range between 320 to 866 million, but requires a fair amount of consultation for implementation, particularly with the community, as well as other orders of government. But we do have 5 million currently in the 10-year capital plan to begin this work. The final report that's before you on page 13 is from the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority and the Chief Financial Officer, recommending that City Council endorse its portion of a new project, which is a total of $70 million, but being funded from its member municipalities. The city's portion is $38.6 million as a result of the way it's cost shared, and the way that we've identified its funding is that we would be reallocating funds from within the 10-year capital plan to pay for our portion of it, for which the TRCA will borrow in advance, and then the stream of funding will pay that back over 33 years. So, Mr. Chair, that's it for capital. So if people have questions on any
I
of those.
do believe we have some questions. Committee members first for questions. Again, it's your opportunity for.
I'm not able to find one of these reports. The last report that you mentioned, the Transform TO Short-Term Strategies Report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in these capital
Is it
notes,
listed in operating only?
no, there, if you look, it's Budget Committee Agenda
Yep.
Item BU 29-1V. The reference is in the left-hand column,
Okay.
okay? So this is the capital component of that report. We did split it up between the 2 sides of the report.
Okay. Then,
BU 29.1V. Okay? So it's in the Budget Committee agenda, and the references to each of the report item numbers are in the left-hand column.
Do you have any other
are
questions?
none of these reports online yet?
Yeah, they're online.
Because I'm on the city's budget 2017 webpage, and this particular briefing note isn't in there.
Right. So
The agenda page, but not the public budget page.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, budget briefing notes are on the budget website, but reports are on the clerk's site.
Well, because I'm on a screen here that says budget, like briefing notes for citizen services B, and there's like 3 or 4.
We're only using one iPad. Probably need 2 or 3 iPads in front of you.
This is just, but it says briefing notes, so I'm just assuming that our briefing notes don't translate into the briefing notes that we have available on our budget.
It's a report.
Bingo. Gotcha.
Okay.
I gotcha. Thank you. Thank you very much. So on the, now I wasted a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll start
Time.
you over.
It's all right. So when do we expect the report to come back that will actually tell us which of these we should go ahead with and which we shouldn't?
Sorry, so with respect to the Transform TO?
Yes, sorry.
So none of those initiatives are in the budget for 2017. We are doing a report and coming up with a plan, and that would start in 2018, but of course, it would all be subject to funding. So none of this has been accommodated in the 2017. We are doing a report, and then subject to funding approval, it would be 2018 and beyond.
Now, have we evaluated whether or not we're going to miss an opportunity to access provincial funds as a result of us not taking action on these now rather than later?
We've addressed that in the operating portion of the plan, but yeah, we agree that it's critical right now to deal with the province. And I think when you look at the capital dollars that are required or that are stated in the report, these are community-wide dollars, and they would include monies from the province, the private sector, building owners, homeowners. So that's community-wide, but it's important for us now to deal with the province, and we are doing elements of that as we speak.
Now, are there pieces of the Transform TO short-term strategy that we could implement immediately?
We did include $5 million of recoverable debt in the capital program for the short term, and we will be able to get that into projects in 2017. And bear in mind that this is incremental, so we have a 2017 capital and operating budget that's before committee. That's the base budget, which includes elements of these. So what's before you is basically incremental to the 2017 base budget.
So there are several items here that have sort of small projected capital outlays, but massive net benefits. Why wouldn't we choose to capitalize on this and move ahead right away?
I think that we've tried to prioritize in the short-term report which ones we believe we can do first.
But the short-term report won't be moving ahead until 2018.
I think that depends on how the committee and council moves forward on it.
Great, thank you very much. It certainly does.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Other committee members have questions? Councillor Carroll?
I, only because I'm now demonstrating for myself how difficult it is to get to the answer to this. For the folks from the other half subcommittee, the reason we're zeroing in on this is we took a lot of deputations about it yesterday. There's a great deal of misunderstanding, or the day before yesterday, in the City Hall session. So there's a lot of misunderstanding and different expectations. And for a citizen to find this report is quite complex because it's not in briefing note format. So it's not appearing easily on the budget page. So they're going looking and not understanding that piece of it because this report needed to be written. This report was due. So I think what I will ask is if just a one-sheeter could be created that then ends up on the budget page with briefing notes titled Transform TO, then by the time we've got the voluminous report, but if you're paperless, and most of the citizens who care about this are, it's very hard to find. You really have to hunt and peck in the agenda. It's not even linked. You have to scroll A, B, C, D all the way to V, and then it's there, not even in link. So if we could make a one-sheet just explaining where to find all the detail. I'm going to move a motion for a briefing note. I just am speaking to it now because I want to make it clear I'm not asking for the world in it, just to where to find out more about Transform TO and a one-sheeter operating here, capital later, et cetera, just so that it shows up on the City of Toronto 2017 budget page. Yeah,
No, that'll,
thanks. I'll draft that motion. Yeah.
thanks, Councillor. Any other committee members? Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, just with respect to the TRCA's construction of a new administrative office building, it says here that Toronto staff reviewed the business case analysis and figured that it would be the most cost-effective way. Is there a report to that? Is it available to the Budget Committee?
Sorry, the report
An analysis,
is-
I mean.
The report is BU 20, similar to what we were just talking about, Transform Ontario. A separate report was required for that item. It is item BU 29.1W.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to outside councillors now for questions. Councillor Doucette had questions.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify on page 9, the Parkland Acquisition Reserve Fund. You said it was being used for something. What was that? Sorry.
So through you, Mr. Chair, City Council approved a 3-year pilot program for participatory budgeting, and at the time that it did so, it identified up to $250,000 annually for each of the wards that are participating, and identified as well what might be the appropriate funding sources for that. So the report that's before committee is the culmination of round 2 of this pilot. And so we have $545,000 in total, which is the sum of all the community projects that have been voted on. And the appropriate funding sources split up into 2 components, from the Parkland Acquisition Reserve Fund and $185 from the Public Realm Reserve Fund. So when we look at what kinds of projects the community has identified to have included as part of their round 2 of work to be done in that community, we have to look at what's the appropriate funding source. And so it's, as a result of what's been, the conclusion of that results in $545,000 worth of projects that are eligible and should be funded from Parkland Acquisition Reserve.
So this is I hate to use the correct word. This is what this reserve fund would normally be used for?
Yes, so this is in keeping with the purposes of the reserve. You can see on page 10 a bit more detailed breakdown of how the reserve is being used.
So it is being used in parks, basically, not necessarily to purchase parks, but to renovate parks.
That's right. The list of projects are all identified on page 10 and 11.
Right. Is this account, again, I guess I'm a bit confused. Is this a reserve normally used to purchase more parkland versus enhance parkland we have?
So as part of the, Janie, I don't know if you want to take this, but essentially we have 2 components to the Parkland Acquisition Reserve, one for acquiring and one for developing. And this is part of the upgrades or improvements to.
Okay, all right, just confirming. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis had questions, but I don't see Councillor Davis. Oh, there she is.
I had 2 questions about the same thing. I'm still not understanding. So Parkland acquisition funds were not used for this? Or they were?
They are.
The title of the reserve funds is the Parkland Acquisition, and on page 10, it's broken out, and it states that the North District Local Development
Right.
Reserve Fund is used for X number of dollars, followed by the East District Local Development, which are the appropriate accounts to be used for
One more year.
the improvements of
3 years,
park-type
how that works.
assets.
And they're gonna report
On page 10?
Yes.
I don't see that on page 10. Oh, North District Local Development
Then
Reserve.
follow down, and it says the East
And
District.
then that says Parkland Acquisition.
So there's the title of, the generic title, then the specific titles. So the
So
appropriate.
what's the difference between a Local Development Reserve Fund and the Parkland Acquisition Fund? Because I've been told unequivocally you cannot use parkland acquisition funds for playground improvements.
Let me, through the chair, just to clarify, so the generic term, the generic name is the Parkland Acquisition Fund, but through our processes, those funds are then subdivided into various categories. So based on the council-approved criteria, 50% is towards parkland acquisition, 50% is towards parkland development. So there is a portion of those funds that are allowed to be used around development. There is also a portion of those funds that are specifically reserved just for acquisition.
So the South District also has funds that could be used for playground improvements?
That's correct. And we have been using those funds for some of those uses.
I'll talk to you later. But to,
In a nice way.
but and finally, so this money is being drawn one time out of reserves for participatory budgeting, and I guess I just would, is this money that's going to be built in as a permanent funding stream for the future, or are these three picked special neighborhoods the only ones going to get money, or is it going to be expanded, or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the report that council approved was a 3-year pilot in these 3 neighborhoods for the 3-year period.
And we're going to
the end-
expand it.
At the end of the 3-year pilot, the end of the 3-year
Sorry,
At the end of the 3-year pilot, staff will do an evaluation and bring forward recommendations on how to proceed, based on the results of the 3 years in those 3 wards.
So there may be ongoing funds in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerry, you had a question, quick question.
I just want to be clear, is it not true that council adopted once just before the election, and then again after the election, and in each budget year has adopted, as part of our budget process, that they want to do a 3-year pilot on participatory budgeting, and that these are the reserves they want the funds to come from to demonstrate the process? But
that's
council as a whole has adopted this, have they not?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions,
On a point of order, are we asking questions just on the briefing notes and the additional information, and then councillors on the capital? But what about questions on capital in general rather than specific to the briefing notes? Because I've got some about capital for health, for instance, that seems to be like it's still outlined on the sheet, but it says defer to final wrap up.
yeah, so what we have done in the past is that's the opportunity at the end to ask overall questions would be that opportunity to.
So, but for capital, do you want it at the end of when we're doing the blue sheets, or at the end after we do these 2 rounds?
We could probably do the end of the blue sheets.
It's whatever you want. I'm either or, but okay,
We can do it at the end of the blue sheets if
Okay.
that would help.
great, thank you.
Well, there we are. I think we're at that point then. So, so what we'll do now is, are there any overall capital? I mean, these are the questions on the briefing notes and a few reports, but are there any overall questions on capital? And I'll just say overall capital, and we'll see how it goes from there. I assume there's not a lot, but that'll give you the ability to ask your questions, Councillor Lake.
Okay, thank you. My questions are with respect to the letter from Public Health. Who do we have from Public? Oh, hello. They're about the 5 business technology programs that are being deferred. I can find it. It's on page 22. I'm just wondering, were they, just wondering what the nature of those programs were.
Yeah, those are things that we've identified in terms of a wish list, but they're not as priority as the other things that are in the budget.
But who would those, like, they're community collaborations, right? And who would they be serving?
I think these are IT systems to allow us to communicate with community groups electronically, which we cannot do at this point, other than through email, of course.
And so are these all the community groups that public health works with? Are there specific groups?
I don't think, I mean, it would be our partners, but it would be providing a portal that would provide two-way secure communication and document sharing with our partner agencies.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the phone health care inquiries, so can you explain what's happened with those? They were transferred back to Toronto Public Health from 311.
Right.
And now what's going on with them?
The reason for that was we found that over 80% of the calls taken by 311 had to be transferred to public health because of privacy, health privacy. And in fact, there was a privacy impact assessment done showing that. So it was just an extra step providing poor customer service. So now the calls go directly to public health other than after hours, which is still taken by 311.
And does the TPH do that call center work in-house?
That's correct. We have always had a call center, but before that, the calls went through 311 and then through to our call center, which is not great customer service.
And TPH will continue to do it with their staff?
That is correct.
Okay. TPH achieved a 0.4 reduction in the, you know what, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Any overall questions on capital? Great, seeing none, we're done the blue sheets. On to the green sheets.
Okay. Now we're going to move to operating. I think what we'll do is, as we're going through each of the briefing notes, we'll stop if there are questions, one by one, and then we'll receive those. We'll go through each of the reports, if there are questions, one by one, because there are many more reports, and then the final questions of the clusters.
Yep.
Okay? All right, so the green sheets now, page 2 just highlights from some of the reports that are before you, some of the financial implications summarized for you, but really so that's there for your information as we go through those. The first series of pages all the way up to and including pages 3 to 23 just identifies what you had asked for and what will be before us. So the operative page to start this discussion is page 24. Sorry, bottom page 23. So we're on page 23, halfway down. It says Budget Committee, January 12th. Requested reports and briefing notes. Okay. So the first item, unfortunately, didn't come through the kind of numbering system of the briefing note, budget briefing note process we have. It is background information that is on the agenda, but it's a briefing note on the equity and economic impacts of the 2017 budget. If you may recall that when the budget directions report went to City Council, there were a series of recommendations that were made, what you'll see starting with number 1 in that left column and continuing on to the next page, essentially asking the city to start looking at the equity and economic impacts of the budget. So there was a briefing note provided which summarizes some of the impacts of the service changes that are included in this budget. We had reviewers from the community who actually looked at those. And this was organized through the Poverty Reduction Strategy Office. So not sure if people have had a chance to look at it because it's hard to find If you look in the agenda, in the background information that has all the attachments of the analyst notes, it's buried in there, unfortunately. No, unfortunately, it's not, because it was not submitted as a budget briefing note, but it is on the agenda material for the clerk. Okay. So what I would suggest to the committee is that we defer consideration of that to the next meeting. We'll bring that back as a budget briefing note piece and get that redistributed for folks, okay? Yeah. Okay.
So any questions, just want so we're going to defer that for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one, which is briefing, operating budget briefing note number 1, which is just a corporate one. We've done this annually, where we've consolidated all the contributions to and withdrawals from reserve funds that are built into both the operating budget and the capital budget and plan, and we show everyone what the state of the reserves are as a result of the decisions that are before you in both the operating and the capital budget, and identifying year-end balances and reconciling that against the decisions included in the budget. So there's a summary here on the top of page 25 that identifies the balances as a result of decisions in our program-specific reserve funds and in our corporate reserve funds, and the total value that's projected if the decisions of committee stand with what's been submitted in the preliminary budgets.
Any questions on briefing note number 1? Councillor Layton?
It's going to take me a while because it's not in the two packages here, but it's back on the website. So is it possible that we just talk through the next one and then ask questions about this?
You want to come, like to come back to this one?
My apologies. It's been a long morning already, and I'm struggling with where everything is actually located here, and it came yesterday.
Again, there's a number of them, and I appreciate there's a bit of patience and need to be required here. So why don't we just leave that? We'll come back to that and we'll work with you. Hopefully, there's not a lot of those, but
No. So through you, Mr. Chair, all the briefing notes that we're about to go through are all on the budget website as well as on the clerk's website
okay.
under budget briefing notes, and were distributed in hard copy to all the members.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is budget.
Well, we're gonna come back to that. Now, listen, and understand, we're not gonna be doing that on all of them, because if we do that, then we'll just keep recycling. So we'll do this one here. All of these briefing notes are everywhere where they should be, so I understand some of them have to get to them, but if we keep deferring these, we'll never get to them. So I'll do this one, but we need to start moving through and asking questions on them, and then we'll come back to just briefing note number 1. Okay. Let's
Okay.
Go to number 2. We'll come back to
We'll go to number 2. So another corporate briefing note that we supply annually is what are the 2017 gapping levels that have been incorporated into each of the operating budgets. That was distributed December 15th, and it's briefing note number 2. And what it's telling you overall as a city is that cumulatively, the operating budget includes gapping target savings of a sum of $163 million compared to what we had in 2016 of $131.9 million, and the average gapping rate for 17 has increased to 3.1 from 2.6 in 16. So what that is saying is that the budgets have been reduced by a value to account for both known and unknown gapping, that are targets that are set out, and we, as part of our budget directions, we ask staff to maintain the gapping level from the prior year. However, as part of budget preparation, some divisions and agencies may very well increase or request that it be increased or decreased based on their particular circumstances, and this is the result of those deliberations and what's before you.
Questions on this briefing note? So we're on briefing note number 2, that is on page 25 on gapping. There are questions on that. We'll begin with committee members first. Seeing no questions from committee members, we'll go to outside. Councillor Davis.
So is there a way to identify planned versus unplanned gapping so that we can understand what is natural churn and what is a budget device, which is really what gapping is? It's a way to,
Through you, Mr. Budget Chief. So every division has its own budget gapping. That budget, the budgeted gapping. That budgeted gapping is supposed to be a proxy for natural churn. And we do show what the gapping is for each division.
it says planned and unplanned.
Right, so the planned part
Yes.
is that natural churn and the part that is budgeted for each division. The unplanned would vary from year to year, though, and you would
And what is unplanned? Isn't that
higher than expected
unplanned?
turnover, delays in hiring. There's a number of business reasons and contributions to why there would be higher than planned budgeted gapping. The planned part is what we budget for. The unplanned is what then gets
So
reported.
unplanned is not keeping vacant spaces, holding them. It's planned gapping, holding vacant spaces, positions.
So, every division has a different way of dealing with their budgeted gapping. Smaller divisions tend to keep, smaller divisions that don't have a lot of turnover will tend to keep certain positions permanently vacant to meet their gapping target.
Well, this is,
Larger divisions, please let me finish. Larger divisions, as I've said before in the past, that have a lot of turnover tend not to hold specific positions permanently vacant.
this is an issue we've been struggling with since the day I arrived. And there's an understanding of natural attrition, and maybe that's at different rates if you have a female-dominated workforce, like in public health and recreation and other areas where there is more turnover. There is probably a different natural vacancy that comes from trying to fill positions. Then there's the vacancy that seems to arise from not being able to fill positions because of delays in the process, in HR. We always hear it's HR's problem. And then there is spaces or positions that were kept vacant and are used to kind of trade all the time. And we need to understand the differences between them. And I thought FPARS, how is FPARS going to sort these differences out so that we really understand our staffing issues?
Do you want me to?
Tell me how we're going to address these different things, because using gapping as a budget tool, I think, is a false way of finding budget savings, that we ought to be just identifying only the natural churn and vacancies that are as a result of just turnover, maybe at different rates. But using vacancies as a way to keep a budget below target is, I think,
Your
wrong.
question, Councillor?
Yes, so the question is, how are we going to address this differently than we have? And how does FPARS help us to delete vacant positions that really are always planned somehow to be vacant?
I try? Okay. So through you, Mr. Chair, gapping really was always intended to be acknowledging that the time from which a position becomes vacant to the time the position becomes filled
Yes.
has a gap.
I understand that piece.
And that there are savings, there's spending that is reduced as a result. And so most of what you're seeing in here represents that. In fact, probably most divisions use it as a financial target that they assign across the system to meet. In some small divisions, as the CFO said, there may be holding a position vacant to help them achieve that target, because that's their strategy. So what we have done, if you may let me finish, what we have done is try to assure ourselves that the gapping rates that are built into the budget are sustained based on their regular churn piece. And then there are some circumstances where you'll see in this budget where there has been some one-time gapping measures taken in as base budget adjustments or efficiency savings in anticipation of other things about to happen in the future. So if there's a review going on, they may hold positions vacant. What we have done through the FPARS project is we have actually regularized and normalized what complement management is, defined what positions are, so that everyone is kind of working with the same set of information.
Assumptions about positions.
And so we have that system now in place. And in fact, we will be coming forward in the new year with vacancy reports that we've never had before that actually identify what's a true vacant position from what's being held to offset other things.
Will you be able
Thank you,
to
thank
show
you.
us?
Councillor, thank you. We have a lot of work to do. I know this is an important issue, but we need to continue moving. Next, do we have any other questions on this? We've already gone to outside counsel. I'm trying to, again, we've done a little bit back and forth, but I have to be a little strict as we're moving through this. I'll entertain, so to be clear with the councillors on the committee, we do councillors on the committee first and outside. What's happening is I'm noticing a lot of councillors, oh, I have another question based on other questions. We can't continue doing that or we're going to be here for a long time. So I'll entertain it this time, but... Oh, you reserve, okay, but I just want to make sure, there's a lot of information here, so we do inside committee councillors first and outside councillors, and jumping back and forth is I've entertained it a few times, but we can't continue that, so we finished number 2. Okay, why don't we jump back to number 1 then, so at least we can get that done. So Councillor Layton has a question on number,
Thank you.
Briefing note number 1. Okay.
Thank you for entertaining that. My apologies. I'm also have the rest of the briefing notes that were brought today, trying to get into the get in here now from our offices. So on the reserve funds, you list on page 4. You list five things reserve funds should be used for. Right? There's 5 things. Can you just don't explain them? Just read them off.
Can be used for anticipated liabilities, aligning cash flow estimates and revenue expenses that are subject to cyclical fluctuations. Those are stabilization reserves. Extraordinary large purchases that are occurring on a one-time basis, and I need to set money aside for those. Self-financing or ongoing activities like building services, planning, and acts of an endowment where people give us specific monies set aside for a very specific purpose.
To your knowledge, are we proposing to spend reserve funds on anything else in the proposed budget except for those 5 things?
I mean, I'd have to go look at each individual, but I think you can.
I think you're probably safe to say that's a yes.
Yes. Yes.
I did have here, could you tell me where? But that may take a little bit over
That would take a
3.5
lot.
minutes.
Yes.
Can we go over some of the more major reserves here? The tax stabilization reserve. The target balance is 1% of the tax levy, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
$40 million?
Sorry, we have a number of stabilization reserves. The top of page 5 is the total of all of them.
Tax rate.
So the tax
Oh,
stabilization
the tax
reserve.
one just itself, yes.
So the target is 1% of the tax levy, 40 million.
40 million.
Where will we be in the projected end of 2016?
What page is that, sorry? Josie?
4, bottom of page 4.
Bottom of page 4, projected balance end of 16 is 16 million or less than half.
So we're at less than half that what we should be targeting for. Is there a plan in the proposed 2017 budget? Do we get it back to the equivalent that we want it to?
No, there's no contributions to.
No contribution?
No budgeted contributions. So where reserves are underfunded, that's what we do at year end with the surplus. And our surplus policy is 25% of the surplus goes to unfunded or underfunded liabilities and reserves. So given the size of the surplus, I would make a determination about which ones need to be topped off and how much.
So the overall stabilization reserve group of funds, our target would be 600 million?
Yes, So, yes, so that's on the top of page 5, and they make up things like our OW stabilization, our tax stabilization, we have a number of them.
And our projected balance at the end of 2016 of that reserve?
157 million.
So quite a bit lower than, is there any chance our estimated under budgeting would bring in the 450 million to top that one off?
No, not in 1 year, absolutely.
No, the capital finance reserve, 800 million is the target. Is it right that we're projecting 200 million?
That's correct.
Is there any chance that $600 million is going to come anytime soon to refill the reserve to our projected?
So 75% of the surplus is used or sent to the capital financing reserve, but no, you're not going to.
No.
You're not
Employment Benefits Reserve Fund, 430 is the target, 240 is where we'll be at the end of 2014. Are we pulling on that reserve in the proposed 2017 budget?
So their funds go in and out of the reserve. We're on a pay-as-you-go basis for employment benefits, and we have in the last few years set aside $5 to $10 million a year, the surplus, to top that one off. But yes, we're not going to reach the target anytime soon.
And will we be at a net decrease in that reserve?
Sorry, year over year?
This year to next year?
I don't have the balance.
Are we drawing more than we're putting in?
No, I think we're on a par.
Okay. The Child Stabilization Reserve, how many more years can we function in our current climate?
I believe that one would go to zero in 2 years, 2019? 2019, yes.
So, and we had a plan to phase out, to switch over from reserve to our tax-supported budget. What happened to that plan?
I'll let Elaine answer that.
That's your last question.
Because of fiscal constraints, we were unable to make the transfer of resources from the reserve to the base budget over the last 2016 and projected for 2017.
Thank you, Councillor. And that was the last. Councillor Davis, you had questions?
So I wonder if you could remind me, in fact, the Child Care Expansion Reserve, which is the title of it, expansion, we rely on it this year for $2.7 million in the budget, operating budget?
That's correct.
And this year, we were supposed to add an additional $2 million from the tax-supported budget. And next year, what was next year as part of the 5-year plan?
I'm just getting that, Councillor.
I actually have it here.
I believe it was 2.5.
I think it's more than that. So the 5-year plan, yes, so it was 2.5 next year, 3.4 the following year, and 3.5 the following year. So if that 5-year scenario, we fail to put in the $2 million next year, what's our plan for next year, Mr. CFO? Are we going to put in
Again, these are resource allocation issues determined by council and priorities set by council. In the face of the guidelines that we were given, we were not able to meet that. What 2017 will bring will depend on ultimately the guidelines that council give us.
Okay, so the childcare budget relies on that base budget. The other program that relies, or reserve, the other budget that relies on reserve funds, I think, is the Child Care Expansion Reserve, the National Child Benefit, and there's a third reserve, and that is the ARC program. Is that correct? The program we run for after-school programs relies on reserves as well?
It does rely on reserves, but not the Child Care Expansion Reserve.
Which does it rely
It's the
on?
National Child Reserve and the Social Services, the Social Services Reserve.
The Social Services Reserve. Okay, and how much do we rely on the ARC program every year to draw from those two reserves?
It is 1.3 million from the National Child Benefit.
And so those two programs, and so the ARC program, it was intended in that 5-year, it was included in that 5-year stabilization plan as well, wasn't it?
Yes, there are 10 ARC programs There are 10 art programs that are fully funded by the National Child Benefit Reserve, and those 10 were to be transferred to the tax base to reduce dependence on the reserve over the 5-year period.
Can you provide us the names of those 10 programs?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm happy to bring them forward.
And when will so the ARC programs are not sustainably funded. Mr. CFO, what other operating budgets are supported by one-time draws from these reserves?
So those are summarized, actually, I do have them in front of me. I think we have I believe it's $5 million this year of one-time expenditures that are funded as part of our bridging strategies for city divisions from reserves.
I didn't see that in this briefing note.
I do have.
Plus agencies.
Then the agencies, sorry, yes, the agencies have, TTC, for example, has 14 million, 14.4 million. So
And the
total-
library.
And then there's some in the library. And I had them here, because I was looking at them just a few minutes ago, and now I can't find them.
So what is our plan for making sure that all of these ongoing operating expenses can be made sustainable and built into the operating budget? Do we have a plan for that?
So we have identified certain the short answer would be no. We have
No.
bridging strategies,
Right.
and we have clearly identified when the city manager and I did our presentation that those bridging strategies, of which reserves make a part of that, will form, in total, $100 million pressure
I know the
in
100
2018.
million, but from reserves specifically, what was the total again? I don't see it in the briefing note.
I just found it. So city divisions, $4.8 million from reserves, and other boards and agencies, $2.9 million, and then the TTC, $14.4 million.
4.8, 2.9, and 14.4.
0.4.
Okay, I can add that up.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, on to briefing note number 3.
So through you, Mr. Chair, briefing note number 3, again, is another corporate briefing note that we provide annually, which sets out all the changes to existing user fees and new user fees that are in the 2017 budget. So that's all been summarized for you, and with information regarding the change in rate and percentage year over year, as well as an understanding of, what's being adjusted in each of the budgets.
Briefing note number 3. Councillor Layton has a question.
Thank you very much. And this is for Toronto Fire. Is Toronto Fire here? Here? Whoop. Whoop. Oh, there you are. Hey, guys. My question is about your fire inspection fees for family fireworks. I know this seems kind of strange, but family fireworks, what is that?
Through the chair, there are multiple, fireworks are regulated by the federal government, and the fire code with the fire code delegates the jurisdiction of that down to the municipalities, but we are required to enforce both the fire code requirements for fireworks and the federal regulations. So there are two types of fireworks that our staff are commonly called out to inspect and make sure sites are approved and licenses are proper. And those are the family types of fireworks, and then there are the theatrical fireworks, for example, at movie sets. So we have a number of different fees through the chair, councillor, on those types of inspections. So if, for example, we are called out to inspect a private wedding, for example, where they've requested a special occasions permit, that would be one type of fee. Another type of fee would be if a movie theater is setting off theatrical fireworks, or there's a concert, for example. We are often down at the Rogers Centre doing inspections. That is a separate type. So there are multiple types of inspections for these types of activities.
So the special occasion permit to the just discharge of family fireworks, that would be families having a wedding.
Through the chair, that is correct, yes. And these fees, Councillor, as have been directed by Councillor, are full cost recovery. So if you were to have a wedding in the backyard and you wanted permission for special occasions permit to discharge fireworks, we would have staff attend. We would look at the surrounding property, so forth and so on, and then if it met the criteria, you would receive a one-time permission to do the fireworks.
So if, is this included on special, like on Canada Day weekend, or does a family require a permit if they're going to just launch some fireworks in their backyard for Canada Day?
Through the chair, the fireworks bylaw specifies in Toronto that Canada Day and Victoria Day, they do not need special permission, but outside of that time, they would need special permission.
Okay. So if someone wanted to on any day but those 2 days have fireworks in their backyard, they'd need one of these permits?
Through the chair, that is correct.
No. The permit in 2016 was how much?
Through the chair, if I'm going to pull that up right now. I don't have that number right in front of me.
$27 sound about right?
Sure.
And the proposed permit, the proposed permit is $175. So that's a 48% increase, roughly. 548.1%.
Yeah, through the chair. Through the chair, that sounds correct. Again, I can verify that. But with your indulgence, the fees, Councillor, have not been looked at in a number of years. And there have been a number of regulatory and legislative changes, both through the province and both through the fireworks specific regulations through the federal government. And as directed by Executive Committee and Council, looking at full cost recovery of staff time, we did a reassessment over this year, and that is why there are a number of those types of fees that now reflect full cost recovery, both for staff time, but also because of the additional burden that has been placed on staff with the regulatory and legislative changes that have come down through the Fire Protection and Prevention Act.
Okay, fair enough. Parks and Rec. The fees for children's camps are going out quite significantly. Can we explain why the above inflationary increase?
Through the chair, so the camp fees themselves, the full-day program fees, are going up by the cost of inflation, which is 2.6%. We are doing an increase in the extended care fees for camp by $1 an hour, and that's the fee for after camp.
So for parents who, like, what's after camp?
So after camp would be from 3:30 to 5:30.
So most
It's
parents,
different at each camp, but yeah.
but most parents that require after school care would also require after camp care?
Not all. I think in the summer, our registration for camps is substantially higher than registration for the after-school care. So on the stats, the rate would affect approximately 20,000 paid registrations. And the rate, and keep in mind, they pay by the hour, so they aren't all using all of the hours. On average, the increase of $1 per hour would be $4 or $5 per week for each registration.
Thanks, Councillor. That's 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Councillor Carroll.
Well, just mostly transpo questions, but I'll just the quick parks question. Well, we understand the need to increase the rates. Is there some indexing going on that takes into account welcome policy users? A low-income
Through the
working
chair,
mom,
so-
for instance, uses her entire welcome policy allowance to facilitate the month that the childcare is closed through a camp and after school. Are they still going to be able to fit that all into a welcome policy allowance?
Through the chair, so the welcome policy allowance, which goes up by inflation this year per child, is now $524, I think. I'll double check
Right,
that.
but they're using the after-school care too, if
They
that's.
can use that $524, they can use that however they wish to use it, and it's an inflationary increase to welcome policy. So it's $514 this year, and then, is that, no, that's last year.
So, but what I'm getting at is, did someone look at, here's what we pay out in welcome policy, and if we have a mom using subsidized childcare for kid 1, kid 2, or even more, if they've got to use our camp system to facilitate the month that the childcare is closed, can they do it with Welcome?
Well, through the chair, it all depends on what other programs they've registered in. So,
Yeah,
you know,
that's true.
they may be using a childcare subsidy during the year, so they're not using any of their Welcome Policy to access that
Exactly.
program. They would then be eligible for Welcome Policy, $526 in 2017. And they would, you know, I would say in most cases have enough available within the Welcome Policy to cover those fees.
In most cases. And we're looking at the map to make sure that roughly that scenario exists in each of the service
Correct.
districts.
So, I mean, and we can monitor, you know, this year whether our registration in this, in the after-school piece of the program is impacted by this. We're not anticipating that it will be, but we'd be happy to keep track of any comments we hear from people and keep that in mind.
That's why I'm asking. I don't want to move a motion if that monitoring is going on anyway.
We'll make a commitment to do that.
Okay, great. Quick transpo questions, and they are in this, the big user fee briefing notes. They are, Mr. Chair, the questions we were getting in the deputations the other night from the film sector about permit fees. I think you probably already know. Oh, hello. Haven't seen you for a long time. You probably already heard that the film sector showed up. I understand from the briefing note that what's contemplated wouldn't happen till 2018 anyway. Councillor Fletcher is the chair of the film board, and she sent us a communication, but the increase in their fees would not happen to them in 2017?
Through the chair, my understanding is that in 2017, there would be some rollout of those fees, and then in 2018, the full package would roll out.
So if we are to include those fees prior to the necessary report and consultation, are we not making a policy change in the middle of our budget process?
So do you want to answer that? I mean, through the chair, my understanding is that the action is to direct us to do the consultation so we can establish those fees, the target of those fees.
So if we vote to do this, are we voting, yes, we will charge this fee? Or will will the door have closed on saying, no, don't do it? Don't hit the industry?
Through the
You
chair.
can answer that?
Yeah, through the chair. What's included in the budget is a provisional revenue for 2017 based on the fee coming back, I believe, in March for consideration of the fee itself.
So council adopting this budget will not have closed the door on saying no if the impact is demonstrated to be too negative on a sector that employs 30,000 of our residents?
So through you, Mr. Budget Chief, so technically, no, they would not have closed the door.
Okay.
But then if council then does, after the consultation, decide not to impose a fee, then we will have a $2 million budget shortfall if this budget gets approved.
So we'd be better off taking that 2 million out of this budget so you're not counting on it. Okay, I think we know what our actions might be in final meeting. There are some other user fees for things like utility companies and such. My answer here is if we're increasing the fees and the fee structure there, will all of the actions in the service be the same, or as a result of doing this, will we get a little bit of improvement on, you know, if you have a subdivision and you get a call to say our entire neighborhood is covered with spray paint. It takes us a long time to find out why and what is coming and why these locates are being spray painted all over the place. Are we going to get some form of enhanced ability and enhanced service as a result of collecting extra fees from these utility companies?
Last question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are two components of that. One is the introduction of an admin fee to cover the costs of the staff efforts for inspection and so forth. We are taking additional efforts to accelerate the utility cut repair process so we could clear out the backlog, and we've made some organizational changes and some process changes.
Technological changes, perhaps?
Yes, we're looking at that as well. We are looking at a consultant study to identify all the improvements we can make to accelerate the repairs and address our backlog.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nunziata is next.
Questions. To MOS, just a question. On the, if you can tell me, in the budget, are you including the revenue from the licensing of the apartment buildings? And that motion that was passed at council, is that part of this budget as well, as far as adding more staffing?
So through you, Mr. Budget Chair, the 2017 budget submission includes an allocation of about 1.15 million net off the base that reflects the anticipated revenue in 2017 as a result of regulating the multi-residential apartment building process or system. We do have a report that's being generated to be presented to Budget Committee for the January 24 meeting on this issue.
Oh, okay, so that'll be coming forward.
It will.
Transportation services, we're implementing a user fee for vehicle collisions on the on our roads. Debris cleanup. So, and that part of the report that the cost will be recovered from insurance companies. So, can you tell me how would that work, and how would we get that money from the insurance companies? I mean, that's going to be pretty difficult to do. Are we going to be billing them, or how is the process going to work? Is there anybody here? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've done a review of the other municipalities to determine the processes and the magnitude of the recovery that they currently collect. It is through the insurance companies. We will work with the Toronto Police to get the information. We'll work with the insurance companies to recover some of the costs. And we've estimated, and this is just for major collisions on expressways and arterial roads where we're required to do some major cleanup after the collisions. But it is through the insurance companies.
So, have we had any dialogue with the insurance companies? Are the insurance rates going up if that happens, or I really don't know what impact it will have?
We haven't had any discussions on that specifically about what effect it would have on the rates. We're just trying to recover the costs that our operations staff currently expend as a result of the major collisions.
So you've had discussions with the insurance?
We've had some preliminary discussions through the other municipalities and how they the processes they've implemented to recover the costs through the insurance companies.
If I may add, so I do have some specific experience in other municipalities where I've worked where we have done this. The insurance companies do pay. This is becoming an increasingly more common practice, particularly in GTA municipalities.
But in those municipalities, have the insurance rates gone up?
Insurance rates on automobile policies are experience rated, and it depends on the specific driving record of the driver. So if a driver gets in a crash, takes out one of our poles, we charge the insurance companies, and yes, that person will experience a premium increase because he damaged his car and damaged some public property.
So what have we done in the past then? Who's paid for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
For example, on your point, is if somebody hits a hydro pole or hits one of our lights and standards, who's been paying for that?
That's the purpose of the fee. We haven't been recovering the costs of that.
So
we
the
have
city?
absorbing it through our own budgets.
Oh, so the city has been absorbing that.
That's correct.
Do you know what the cost of that's been in the past?
The costs, we know per incident, it's about $1,000 per incident. And not every incident requires us to clean up.
Right.
About 10% of the incidents do require our efforts.
Okay. To fire services, have you increased the fees at all for the false smoke alarms?
Through the chair, those are increased as part of the bylaw for the cost of living expenses every year. That's been built in. They have not. So they've been done through the chair every year. The fees, increase in fees you've seen on the other ones have not been. So answer to your question, Councillor, is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell has a question.
Thank you. My question's for the CFO. What direction were the various departments given in regard to making an assessment of what the rate of inflation will be? Because the The various rates that have been applied are all over the board. Legal, 1.3, Parks, 2.3, Office of the Treasurer, 1.5, IT, Public Health and Municipal Licensing, 2, Transportation Services, 2.5.
So generally, it will hover around the 2%, but as I've said in the past, each division has its own kinds of cost pressures because the divisions have very different businesses across the city. Childcare faces a certain set of cost pressures that are different than healthcare and waste management and roads. So each division looks at its own cost pressures and determines what the inflationary increase is.
So I get that, but I am skeptical as to whether or not the level of expertise resides in every department to make an assessment about what the rate of inflation is going to be in the upcoming year.
So through you, Mr.
No, but each division knows its cost structure and knows the cost pressures and knows what contract inflationary increases it may have, what's its salary inflationary increases are, and makes that determination.
Because the
Josie can add some
okay.
more.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we actually have a briefing note here, which is a few pages on briefing note number 4, where we've identified all the inflationary factors that have been established and issued out to all the divisions for their use. The process there on the base budget generally is we say, okay, we're going to apply inflationary increases to fixed costs like utilities, gasoline, and then the divisions identify any other necessary amounts for other fixed costs like contract escalation. When it comes to user fees, they use that list of inflationary increases that we have done the research on to calculate their basket of goods for the user fee increase. And there's actually a calculator that is given to them to balance out the combination and weight the amounts to get at that, to derive that value. So there is assistance that we provide for every division to calculate what their unique inflationary increase ought to be.
So, okay, so that's a good answer, but I guess as a counselor, I'm wondering why we make a global assessment for the rate of property tax increase based on the overall rate of inflation, and why would we not, for simplicity's sake, do the same thing for all of the city agencies and departments?
Primarily 2 reasons. The tax policy guideline is set by council, and council can use whatever benchmark it wants to in terms of what it feels from a policy perspective taxes should or should not increase by. And as I said, because of the unique complexities and businesses of each division, it would not make sense to have a global one. So for example, as Josie said, we will give people the guideline or the inflation impact in our estimates for things like utilities, gasoline, water, natural gas, electricity. If you're a heavy consumer of those products, then you're going to have a much more different inflationary pressure than if you were a division where 90-95% of your costs were salary driven. It's just not. It's just not practical to have one inflation and apply it across 44 very different divisions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We're going to go outside councillors. Councillor Davis has questions on.
So what I don't understand, if I've added correctly, there's $7.132 million in new user fees in transportation, and there are going to be reports in the spring. Why would you not have brought forward your policy reports consistent with the user fee policy, which says these user fees have to come forward for explanation and decision-making prior to going into the budget? Why did that not happen?
Take a crack at that. Through you, Mr. Chair, our budget target of a 2.6% reduction and our percentage or amount of our services that are contracted out impacted our ability to meet that 2.6% without looking at sort of a broad range of revenue increases to offset. And so many of those came forward when we were looking to find where we could assess that capacity, and they came forward kind of late in the game, as I understand it.
So what we're stuck with is $7 million that has to be backed out of the budget if council, when they consider your policy decision, when we consider the policy, like this whole, we should not be here talking about how this insurance thing is going to work and the accidents on the floor of the budget committee. So how are we going to deal with $7 million and backing it out of the budget if we decide not to go in that direction? Maybe I should ask that of finance.
So through you, Mr. Budget Chief, this has been a very, very difficult budget process. We entered it with some $730 million of pressures. We were given a very clear guideline by council, and it took time. And yes, some of these proposals were developed later in the budget process.
Just asking, if there's $7 million have to be backed out of the budget mid-year, then what are we going to do?
I don't believe that all of the transportation user fee increases
There's 4
were
of
new
them
and
that are
follow
new.
that category. It's not the entire 7 million.
Okay.
Yeah, through you.
I just making a point that this is not the way to do it. It's not according to our policy. And it's a frustrating exercise when you're predetermining a policy decision. I have some questions for PFNR, and I just want to follow up on Councillor Carroll's questions. With the additional $1 a day or $1 an hour charge at the end of the day, if it was a full-time working parent who relies on welcome policy and uses the summer camp as childcare and uses the extended day, will there still be sufficient funding in their allocation to be able to achieve the number of programs, including introductory programs, which have gone up 12%, to be able to use the same number of programs or registering the same number of programs that they have this year?
Through the chair, we believe that, you know, the allocation and welcome policy, which is now up to $526 per year per child, is an adequate amount to support those programs.
Have you modeled it?
Over the last few years, we have not reached the cap, which means that the full allocation of welcome policy has not been spent, which means that all of the people that are using it are not using the full capacity. So we are reporting back in the spring with a review of the welcome policy changes and the community centers where there are no programs, and we can do a more detailed analysis around the usage. But it's our understanding that there is room and that we will
Would you
be able to
model a family that, and do that for us?
For that
Somebody
report?
who's using a summer camp with that additional rate charge at the end of the day, which is...
Yeah, happy to undertake that.
Okay. There's also a special events to set up and take down charge in here that applies to nonprofit and commercial groups. What is that for? Because I know all of us who have any events, special events in parks that are, you know, community-driven, is there a new charge? It was $526 for a charge.
Councillor, we're just going to, if we can take that offline, we'll look at that information.
And finally, if I could, why are childcare fees not included in the user fees charge? And how much are the user fees for childcare going up in our direct? I don't think they're going up at all.
Last question.
There was a 3-year user fee increase in childcare. So
Yes,
those are 2 questions.
There was a 3-year increase approved for our childcare that expired last year. We did not include an increase this year because of changes in the way we're funding childcare. The new funding model went into place on January 1st. So we're reviewing that to determine the impact on our directly operated. We believe that the fees we're currently charging still operate on a full cost recovery basis, and our intent would be to report later in the year if we anticipate an increase required next year.
But why aren't they in the user fee list of
That's your last
charges?
question. Thank you. Okay, Joseph, any other questions? Seeing none?
So
Joseph?
they're governed by the provincial legislation, so they're not part of this fee.
That's not...
Okay, I think we're done that briefing note, Josie.
Move on. So we have a few more that are corporate in nature, but are part of later issuance. So we're going to jump now to briefing note number 24. which was a request at the last meeting asking for a review of the various granting programs, which used to be part of the consolidated grants, showing increases and decreases as they pertain to inflation. So briefing note 24 outlines that and provides a summary of the inflationary increases that have been provided or funded by the city over the 2011 to 2017 period.
Questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, this is hard because this briefing note takes the programs that at one point we had them all on one page, and there was a policy to everyone got an inflationary increase. Then we decentralized them, and now it would appear that and it shows up in the numbers here, we're now we have different goals for different departments, and it's showing up in the granting envelopes. I ask, have we looked at whether or not it's keeping pace with what our council priorities and community needs? We listen to homelessness deputations for 12 hours. The bulk of our deputations are about homelessness, but it would appear that that's one area that's got inflation or nothing for quite some time now. Have we looked at equity in this program in a consolidated way in a long time?
Through the chair, following on the council decision in 2012 to disband the consolidated grants budget, so historically all of the programs were in one city budget, and council considered them as a consolidated grants budget. Following on the 2012 decision to decentralize the budget into different divisions, no, we have not had that corporate oversight review of what was the consolidated grants program.
So we have an arts program, and that's great. We have a health program, and the province became more of a partner in that, and that's great. But we haven't just done the match up with our goals and needs, and would we be able, could we do that in a centralized look, or would we have to ask each of the divisions to do their look and make their case?
We would need to do it division by division, then perhaps some kind of corporate exercise to bring it together. Part of the rationale for the decentralization was that we use grants as a program policy tool in relation to specific sets of objectives. And that although they were always administered in a decentralized way, the decision was to have the budgets follow the administration.
Right. So last question on this one, Mr. Chair. This briefing note has a long section that makes the case for us all in one place on what would be the impact. The not recommended taking 2.6% off each of these envelopes. There's a really good case for every single component. So that is likely not going to be used as our balancing strategy. But we couldn't really ask you to achieve equity or do that review now. If we did that review and said that we needed it in order to make decisions for our 2018 budget proposals, would it be possible to do that review in the business year of 2017?
Absolutely, that is work that staff could undertake to do for 2018.
Okay, so I'm going to start working on a motion that I would present to final budget council. I guess it's not really a wrap-up motion because it applies to 2018. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor McConnell?
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chief. So my question, I think I actually asked for this briefing note, and thank you always to staff because they turn around these briefing notes really, really quickly. But I just wanted to know, as I'm looking at this briefing note, I'm seeing shelter housing and support as having no inflationary cost increases since 2000 and I think 13 or somewhere around there. Is that correct?
One of the, I'll speak to the broad issue, and then the general manager can speak to the specific issue. One of the challenges with the presentation of the table at the end of the briefing note is that it is providing the net funding.
Yes.
In many of these programs, including shelter support and housing, there is significant federal and provincial
Right.
flow-through funds used in grants programs, similarly in public health.
Okay,
The grants programs are cost-shared with the province now, so you don't actually get that view from this chart.
fine. So that's an explanation. I don't need any, that's fine. The other piece is then, the one that I really asked this for was about the community services grants. We've in the past obviously said we've got to get back to dealing with inflation because those are the real costs of the programs that we're asking them to deliver. And most of those are, I would think, would be inflation on their operating costs, including their labor costs. And so what would be the amount of money if we were to have done what we usually do or what we had decided we were going to do, which is to include the inflationary cost on that first community services grant? Do you know what that amount of money is?
Just a little over 400,000 would be similar to the 2016 figure.
Is that, yes, about that?
You have
I can get that exact number offline, that's just fine, and that's good enough for me, ballpark is fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, we're on to the next briefing note, which I believe is 26. Josie?
Sorry, Councillor, we're just trying to get the other piece of information in. Okay, so we are now on briefing note number 26, which is another citywide ask. And this came to us with a request that we identify the impacts by division of the Toronto Police Services alternative deliveries as outlined in the preliminary budget notes, and how City of Toronto divisions would be meeting these pressures in their budget. So the response that we've outlined essentially provides a bit of history on this issue, starting with the fact that we have already been here once on the lifeguard and the crossing guard programs. In 2012, as part of core service view, it was identified as non-core. Their decision was to move it over to the city. It was funded in non-program, and while we did an evaluation, in 2015, it was determined that based on the current form of delivery, it would actually cost the city more, so it was, council made a decision to send that back. Since then, the Transformation Task Force has again identified it as non-core. It had initially, as part of the budget, been proposed that it be transferred to the city in July 2017, but a motion at the board subsequently determined that that be deferred till July 2018. So there is no pressure on the budgets for the 17 budget process. And in the interim, city staff from financial planning, city manager's office, parks, transportation will be working with police services staff to identify any other opportunities for alternative service delivery in time for the 18 budget.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to the next.
So page 28, corporate briefing note request that has not made its way to committee yet. We are still waiting for information, but we are collecting information citywide on progression pay for non-union employees. So we are still waiting for a few agencies to provide us with information, and we anticipate this will be before you at your final wrap-up meeting on the 24th. So this is the only briefing note request that did make this round. So page 29, briefing note number 4, as I had referred to previously, we've identified the economic factors or inflationary increases that were part of budget preparation that folks used either for their base budget or as part of calculating their user fees, and the list has been supplied in that briefing note.
I'm sorry, questions? I'm looking at inside councilors or committee councilors. See- Okay, Councillor Perks, did you have questions?
Just racing to catch up here, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other councillors who have questions in the interim?
No, I've got it. I just.
Okay, Councillor Perks, you have questions?
Yes, I'm sorry. This isn't quite what I had expected, but I do thank the staff for doing it. What I was trying to get to, because this budget is so heavily weighted in favor of user fees rather than property taxes, I was trying to get a sense for different program areas, what the overall inflationary factors are. So for example, in Parks and Rec, if I understood it correctly, the inflation, when you put all these bits together, the inflationary factor used for calculating user fees is higher than the general inflationary rate for the City of Toronto. Is that?
That's correct, and we had that conversation as part of the user fee briefing note just previously. But essentially, what I explained to committee was that they use this list here on page 3 of this briefing note as the basis on which they calculate their inputs into the cost of their service to determine what their basket of goods cost to reflect the user fee increase. So we actually provide them with a calculator that looks at how they weight the value of each of these costs into there to do that. So, for example, if 50% or 60% of your service costs are salaries, they'll take the COLA increase as part of that, and it's weighted as 60% versus the other non-labor costs to come at and derive that. The user fee briefing note actually identifies by user fee what the inflationary increase percentage is. So it's there if it needs another consolidation, but essentially by program, it will be unique based on the basket of goods for the service that's being.
Right, and I apologize. I had thought this is where we would be dealing with that issue, so I apologize for having missed the appropriate conversation. So in general, though, the cost to the public of a particular service has nothing to do with how they're doing against inflation, and only what the internal cost of the service is. So there's no fairness aspect built into those user fees. Rather, it's just what our internal calculation is.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think the principle that we use with user fees is that user fees for the recovery of service is that it be direct and full cost, unless council determines that there is a policy objective to subsidize it in somehow. So the basis on which that the fee increase is done is based on the full cost of that service being provided and its component parts.
Right. So if my concern,
They are unique, sorry.
if my concern, or rather council's concern, were to recognize that there are certain social goods in providing public services to people with low incomes, we would have to change the policy whereby we try to recover full cost for those programs and instead shift some of that burden into the tax-supported budget.
So through you, Mr. Chair,
If I may, so through you, the user fee policy that we have already acknowledges that. So in things like cultural fees, transit fares, recreation programs, we do not cover full cost. Others, a determination has been made, we will recover full cost, building fees, planning application.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to understand. Given that people who use recreation programs, we establish those recreation programs and subsidize them because we recognize that it skews lower income in terms of who uses those services. What I'm trying to understand is why the recreation fees there and in the TTC, where you can make a similar observation, why those user fees are rising higher than inflation given city policy.
So through you, Mr. Chair, with the user fee policy that council approved, there was a series of recommendations asking that we needed to go through a full review, a full costing for every division. There is still work underway in this regard, particularly in Parks, Forestry, Recreation. There's a plan in place that over the next 3 years we're coming forward with Recreation and Forestry and Parks separately to have the discussion what ought to be the right level of subsidy. At the moment, what Council's approved is roughly about 33%, and so the inflationary increase is about maintaining that level. So it's not full cost recovery. So they're right now.
No, I'm not quibbling about the full cost recovery issue. What I'm concerned about is, given that the city has a variety of policy in place to provide services to lower income people for various public goods, why is it that the cost of people consuming those services is rising faster than inflation? TTC, many of our recreation programs, when our main revenue thing is tied specifically to
Last
inflation.
question.
It's probably not a question for you, it's just something that I've noted isn't working for Torontonians in this budget.
Councillor Davis.
This is for transportation and staff. I don't know that, John. It talks about contracts and inflation in contracts, and I know I've asked for this before. Is there a way that we could get summaries of increased costs within contracts in some way so we understand it better? You last said, John, that one of the reasons you were late or you couldn't achieve the 2.6 was because of the increased costs of contracts. Can you tell us, can you provide us information about the increased costs, inflationary costs in contracted services?
I don't have the exact figures right now through you, Mr. Chair, but each contract has an inflation built into the contracts. But
Right. So you must know for each contract what that inflation is.
we would be able to, but we have hundreds and hundreds of contracts.
Right.
But we can give you some information on what those increases are. But I think the comment that the general manager was making is that the contracts are fixed and we have very little flexibility to adjust the cost of those without exposing ourselves to liability or claims by the contractors for changing the terms and conditions.
No, I understand that. And I've seen many contracts that have these complex formulas that say, you know, cost of living plus whatever. Some of them are just 3%. So there's this fixed 3% increase in every single contract, and yet it's not, we don't get a sense of where the increased costs are arising from contracts. So you and Toronto Water are the biggest in terms of capital. So so how much is in the operating? Now all of a sudden I'm thinking out loud here. Most of the construction is in the capital budget, but you must have some in the operating budget as well.
That's correct, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have in our maintenance contracts and our winter maintenance contracts, our grass cutting and street sweeping contracts, all an adjustment for.
So could you provide us with some summaries of those contract inflation costs?
Yes, Councillor, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you. And the other, on the economic, no, that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Josie.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the final sort of citywide or corporate briefing note is briefing note number 5, which summarizes all the position changes that are included in the 2017 budget. Overall, what you have before you is a staff complement that is actually going down by a net decrease of 425.9 positions over last year. And in the right-hand column there, it provides a summary as what are the key drivers of that, essentially from the base. We are adding positions just temporary to deliver capital projects. We will be reducing positions by almost 218 due to efficiency savings and so on, and adding based on some recommended or included new and enhanced service priorities. What the table there shows you is the total number of the city's complement for both permanent and temporary positions, as well as whether they are dedicated to service delivery or capital project delivery.
Questions? Councillor Layton.
Perhaps it's more of an observation as well. We're really getting out of the bar business at the East York Curling Club. Do we really think that's a good idea? It's a curling club in East York. Do we actually think that that's a positive move? I'm actually saying I think we should maintain our investment as we'll be divesting our bar responsibilities at the East York Curling Club. Do I read this correctly? This is a serious
chair.
revenue concern.
Just to clarify, the club, the East York Curling Club itself is now operating the bar at the curling club.
Well, what revenue
in
do we
fact
stand to
continue to be
lose as a
alcohol.
result? All this talk about bringing in new revenue, and we're giving up a perfectly good stream of revenue behind the bar at the East York Curling Club.
Thank you, Councillor. That's Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Question, Mr. Budget Chief. So I don't know where to ask it. I'm assuming that the purple paper that had to do with shelter housing and support and that was requested, that we'll be dealing with that at a different time. Is that correct?
So we have, so what I haven't suggested this yet, but we're looking, there's
Sure, it's a
number 8
separate-
and 15.
No, it's,
And I don't know if this one has,
Set.
we're looking at probably at 12 or after lunch. If there are any questions in camera, we
Sure.
would come back at 1:30 for any questions in camera.
That's fine, and I'll hold my questions until then. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Davis?
I'm glad that Councillor Layton pointed that out. So does that mean we're losing, does that mean we're losing staff at the curling club? It says that there are temporary positions being, can't believe it.
Through the chair, this has been an ongoing negotiation with the East York Curling Club around who's doing what in the building. So
No, it says a reduction of positions.
it's the part-time staff. There used to be part-time staff that were bartending at the East York Curling Club.
That was done years ago.
It's now been taken over by the club, and they're doing the operation, and
Councillor,
Okay.
like, I appreciate, the concerns, but we have a lot of work we need to do today. Okay. Councillor Doucette?
For parks, in this report, are we including, to be honest, haven't had a chance to read all of this, I'm hoping you can help me. Is this including cuts to staff who go into our parks right now on weekends and evenings, which was implemented this year, and we're cutting it now, even though it makes sense? Is that
through the chair, are you referencing a specific?
I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to read every item under
That's
parks.
correct. There is I'm not sure which chart you're looking at, but there is within this budget, one of the service improvements from last year has been reversed in this budget, which includes some additional weekend and evening maintenance in parks.
And is that part of these 192.5 positions under Parks, Forestry and Rec?
That's correct. That would be part of the change from one year to the next.
You can ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we done that one?
okay, so that ends the corporate briefing notes. We're now at the bottom of page 29, and we will start with program-specific briefing notes. So the first one is briefing note number 6 for Children's Services. You will see at the bottom of page 29 through to page 31, there were 5 various requests for information, all of which has been provided in this briefing note. I can either respond or summarize quickly each of the elements, or we can have the general manager walk you through it.
Okay, we're on the bottom of page 29. Children's Services, briefing note number 6. Committee members, questions, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'm going to actually let Councillor Davis do most of the heavy lifting on this one, because I'll admit that I don't quite understand all of this, despite actually having a child in childcare, but I'm new to this. So the occupancy grant that was worked out is set to 1999 numbers,
It actually was adjusted, so it's set to 2006 numbers.
2006 numbers. But the assumption is if we open it up, they will set it to the actuals. The ones they're currently using is the occupancy grants.
Yes, we suspect that they'll move somewhere between where they are now, where they were in 2006 and the $11.06 per square foot that they charge currently.
Okay, so essentially the payment, regardless of who it comes from, the city or the parent, will be moving from $6.50 to
yes.
11 something.
$11.06 at the maximum.
Okay. So, the subsidized parents won't see any of that increase because the city will increase the amount of subsidy that they're getting, correct?
That's correct. The subsidy formula dictates the maximum amount a parent should pay for childcare. The city picks up the difference, so that would fall into the city's portion.
So how much do we expect the cost increase to the subsidy portion of our ledger to increase as a result of this? Have we done that calculation?
Yes, it actually results in a savings, Councillor. So the numbers that you see, there's a 6-month saving of $1.13 million, and that assumes in a worst-case scenario that the square footage charge would go up to the $11.06. So that has been taken into consideration.
So by how much does that increase the amount that we're paying in the fee subsidy?
We'll calculate that for you right now. It would.
Because presumably, we've included that in an increase in the subsidy that was required.
We absolutely have.
I think we would like to know that particular number. It's fine, that number has been taken off the 1 point whatever million, though.
We're calculating it right now, so I'll get
Okay.
it for you.
So in fact, the cost savings from the occupancy permits may be higher, but we're taking out the amount that we'd be paying back to them anyhow.
Yes, the per diem payments will increase by $3.5 million, but we will save $1.3 million.
Sorry.
So the overall, we have to increase the per diems by $3.5 million across the parents whose children attend childcare in schools. But we still, taking that into consideration, we still generate a net savings for the city's net operating budget of $1.13 million.
So.
2017.
But how much of that is, how much does the increase to the subsidies account for?
It's $3.5 million. So the total budget is about $6 million. We've assumed that a chunk of that will move over to fee subsidies, per diems, which is, so 3.5 will move over, and we will end up with a 1.13 net savings for 6 months. So 2.4 million over a year.
So right now, it costs us $6 million.
Yeah,
When we
5.7
cancel it,
actually.
It'll still cost 3.5 million,
It will, yes.
and we're going to save 1.13.
We're actually going to save 2.2 on the year. We're assuming a 6-month saving for 2017. So the other numbers you used are annual numbers, so just to be consistent, the annual savings would be 2.2 million.
What's the total amount that we'll be putting on parents?
It's $1.35 a day, which comes out to $360 a year.
And what's the global amount, the across the city?
The global amount is 5.4 million. Well, no, you have to take off this. In 2018.
So that's the full year dollars. So to get 2.2 million in savings, we're going to charge parents 5.4 million, and this actually only costs us 6 million in total.
No,
right?
sorry, I'm doing math in my head, Councillor.
That's okay.
Not doing it very well. That is correct. It's $5.4 million is the annual impact on parents across the system.
Okay, so the cost of the $6 million that we start with, the cost at the end to the city and parents combined will be 7.65.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It costs $6 million now, the occupancy fee.
Yeah.
In 2018, should we take this route, if you add together the cost to parents and the cost to the city, or the savings?
Yes.
The cost to the city and the parents will be $9 million.
That's correct. The cost will go up. That's the downside of this. We're going from $6.50 to $11.06 a square foot.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll is next. then Campbell.
So I have to say procedurally, Mr. Chair, some of my questions, I feel awkward asking them in public because there's a negotiation case here because as it says in the briefing note, talking to the ministry about this. The board is talking to the ministry, and there's a business case piece of this I feel uncomfortable about, but that's just my procedural thing.
Council, if there are questions that you're hesitant to ask in public, we probably will be going in private by the sounds of it. That may be an opportunity there to ask those questions.
Well, it's very clear that we're talking about a thing that we are talking to the province about and that they are going to report on later in 2017. So what we are talking about here and doing impacts the outcome of that. Is that, perhaps we could ask the general manager to comment on that. Is that the case, or shall I shoot Luke, the air is full of pigeons? What shall I do?
What the province is doing is provincially wide. They're looking at the education funding formula and will be bringing forward regulations this year or next in terms of how that may be amended. With support of council, we've submitted a letter suggesting that that funding formula as it relates to occupancy be expanded to include childcare. So it would be a provincial-wide regulation.
So I want to ask questions about what it means when you ask a ministry to do a thing, but then you act on it financially prior to getting the resulting regulation.
Then you can ask. I don't think that's a private, confidential.
Okay. So we've asked for a thing, and the resulting changes are coming later in 2017, but we are going ahead and sort of forcing the hand by making this cut now. Is that generally a successful strategy?
Councillor, the province was undertaking this review regardless of the city's position as part of the new Early Years Act.
That's correct.
So in terms of achieving our council target of minus 2.5%, this is one of those reductions that we can make that has less of an impact on the city than cutting cost, on the system than cutting cost-shared dollars.
Right, but the request we've made that in their recommendations, the province address this through a change in their way of addressing occupancy for childcares and schools. We don't know the result yet. We don't know that the offset we're hoping will come. We don't know if it's coming.
No, we don't, but if it does come, then the the funding that we have, that the city's paying through per diems, will result in an efficiency for us, as well as the increased cost to parents if the province agrees to amend the formula, as a number of municipalities have requested, not just the City of Toronto.
Right. So can I ask, this is a sort of a follow-on from all of the calculations and impact questions that Councillor Layton asked you. Do we track, as the Toronto Community Housing Corporation does for its board members, do we track the degree to which the viability of our facilities relies on the full fee paying parents versus the subsidized parents? The same way TCHC tracks the needed ratio of market value tenants. Do we track our needed ratio of full fee paying parents?
We do track very carefully through our annual budget process with the purchase of service sector, the financial viability of operators. It varies dramatically across the city. In some areas, a centre may only have 2 or 3 subsidized children. In other areas, they may be all subsidized. But it's something we watch very closely, especially when we reach our subsidy ceiling.
Right, but that's what I'm getting at. So center by center, it's different, and that's natural because each neighborhood is different. But do we have a global amount that we need X number of full fee paying parents in the system? Or the whole system becomes difficult for us to maintain?
In general, 60% of the system is full fee paying parents. It's very difficult to make that argument, though, because in some areas of the city, it's not practical to have any full fee paying parents. So it really does vary geographically across the municipality.
That's correct, but if that global number is 60%, is it 60% because it just is, or does it need to be? And if we end up with the already highest fees in Canada, adding another $360 a year per child to each family, and God help you if you have two, if we're adding these amounts on, and the base case starts to look like I'm out, I'm going to get a nanny, and that 60% becomes 51%, do we have a problem?
Yes, the demand study that we brought forward a month ago certainly underlined that we do have a very serious problem in affordability, where 75% of families do find it unaffordable. And I think the makeup of subsidy to unsubsidized children in the system would change dramatically if there were more subsidies available.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Campbell next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is our provincially mandated role in the delivery of childcare?
We're mandated to be the service system manager, which essentially means we manage the subsidy system, we manage quality assurance, we manage special need resources, family support programs, service system planning for all of those programs, including Indigenous communities, French language communities.
And what is the role of Toronto Public Health when it comes to the delivery of childcare?
Toronto Public Health is one of the inspectors, essentially. There's certain standards with respect to the setup of rooms, the presence of sinks, toilets, how food is tended to. That it's their traditional role in ensuring health and safety in the physical plant.
And so when we go into childcare centers, do we also review some of those quality assurance criteria?
Where public health is involved, we defer to public health in that. We do have a validated quality assessment tool, the only one in Canada, and that really is looking at interactions, the relationship between the children and the staff.
Is that, sorry, is that the AQI?
That's correct.
So so this is the only one in all of Canada, so we do this AQI procedure.
It's the only validated tool in Canada. Most municipalities do have a quality assessment tool. A number of municipalities have adopted ours, and more are coming on behind us. It's a very efficient tool. Other tools that are used generally require the validators to be in the room for 3 to 4 hours. Ours is about an hour and a half. So it's really looking at the environment and ensuring that it's a productive, positive environment that will generate the right outcomes for the children and families.
How often are those visits? You said an hour and a half.
An hour and a half per room. Each centre is visited once a year, and the ratings are posted online. It's a piece of our website that is used heavily by parents in selecting centres.
So we heard public deputations that said that there was a duplication of oversight and review by Toronto Public Health and by Children's Services, that and the province, that we were checking, as were Toronto Public Health, checking registration, checking hand washing, programming philosophies, and food preparation. Can you comment on that?
I do not believe there's an overlap, Councillor. We work closely with the province. The provincial licensing branch does go in annually and inspects also, but it's focused on the physical plant and what the centre is, how the centre is set up. They do require a program statement. We go in and look more at how the centre is addressing it, is meeting its program statement and meeting its objectives. And health, I would say public health, but I'm looking at Barbara, inspects childcare the same way that it inspects other institutions across the city.
How often does Toronto Public Health go into the daycare centers, childcare centers?
We are mandated to go in once a year for food safety and infection prevention and control. We might go in if there's an outbreak or a case of TB or something, but other than that, it's once a year.
Okay, so back to Children's Services, we have, just looking at the table 2 on the Toronto Early Learning Childcare Centers, there's 52 of them. How many of those are in schools?
10.
Just 10?
Yes.
Just 10.
The majority of our centres we try to put in Toronto community housing.
Okay. And why did the total, I mean, I get the shift occurred when all-day kindergarten came in, but why is there an overall decline in the number of spaces?
Simply because if you convert a room from a kindergarten or school-age room to an infant and toddler room, the provincial regulations require less children. So an infant room would have 10 children, whereas a school-age room could have up to 15 or 30, depending on the ratios you use.
Okay, and then I guess pretty much the last question I have. So we not only oversee, of course, and run these ones, but we oversee all of the licensed not-for-profit childcare centers in Toronto?
We oversee all of the licensed, not-for-profit and commercial sectors that we have a purchase of service agreement with in Toronto, or that we provide base funding to. There are a few that are not, we don't purchase the service, but because of various provincial programs, we do provide a general operating grant.
Okay, thank you for the answers.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So through the public deputations, we came to understand from some childcare operators that indeed there is a lot of duplicated red tape between the province, public health, and children's services. And so you're saying these operators were saying that it's costing them a lot of money, which is going ultimately to the end user in all these repeated or duplication of administration. You're saying that doesn't exist? Because that would be in stark contrast to what the operators told us exists.
I will not argue with you, Councillor. There are a couple of operators in the city. Of the over 700 that we work with, will say that, and it's a very small number. After we go out and do our quality assessment, each year we do a survey of the operator to determine how they're feeling, if they think it's added value, if it's benefiting them, and 85% have resoundingly said that it has. There are no costs to the operators for being a part of the quality assurance. This is simply making sure that the care that is being provided to young children is of the appropriate nature, it's resulting in the appropriate outcomes. We work closely with the province, and our reviews are quite different. Again, the province focuses on physical plant with a requirement for a program statement. They do very little in terms of looking at the quality of care. And I frankly get very concerned when I hear operators pushing back on why we would be going in to measure the quality of care, because these are young, vulnerable children. And we're a world leader in this area. It's something we should be very proud of.
Yeah, no, I don't think they challenged the quality of care. I think where they were coming from was that they're having to provide the same information to different agencies, governments, organizations over and over. So we'll continue to I guess, research that, but I just wanted to get your opinion on whether you believe that it existed or not.
I think there's probably some paperwork that all three entities are required to look at, but by and large, we have very different mandates and objectives, and we work very closely together to ensure that we are aligned.
All right, great, thank you.
Councillor Perks?
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the briefing note, Table 1, which tracks the percentage contribution from the city, the province, and parents. I want to make sure I'm reading this right. Over the last 6 years, the percentage contribution from the city has fallen from 21.3% to 17.7%,
That's correct.
and the provincial share has climbed.
That's correct.
To the city manager, I'm trying to make sure I recall this correctly. When you presented your long-term financial plan, some members of the executive committee were arguing that we had to push back because the province was downloading. And if I recall, you made the comment that they're not interested in giving contributions to programs that are cost-shared anymore, because whenever they give us a contribution, we don't actually put that money into that program, but if I recall your words, we use it to cut property taxes. Is my memory correct there?
In general,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can we have your microphone on, please? He's not on mic. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You're not on microphone. I don't know what's wrong. I wonder if there's a metaphor there. Come on, just come to a microphone. Come to a microphone. Come to a microphone.
Councillor Carroll had earlier referred to me as soft-voiced. And I took that to be an ironic comment. However, with respect, that's not a fully accurate characterization. The point I have made consistently, though, is that the province has made and has created a fair amount of space in the city budget over a period of time through its uploads. Those uploads have been concentrated on services that are colloquially known as Cluster A services, and that has obviously gone. That incremental resource has obviously been used for other budgetary purposes. Some combination of holding the line on property taxes, and of course some increases in the level and the relative cost of services associated with clusters, particularly with Cluster B.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. If I could, back to the General Manager of Children's Services, there's in this Table 1, the trend line isn't extended to show what this year's budget would achieve in terms of that percentage. Broadly speaking, would it be going up or down? City's contribution as
Well,
a
it's
percent?
going down slightly.
It's going down.
We don't yet know our provincial allocation as of yet, so it's hard for me to compare. We've assumed a 1.5% increase from the province, but we will not get the actual number till the end of the month.
But your assumption is the city's
Well, we've
percentage
reduced our budget
contributions-
by 2.6%.
Right. So just to be absolutely clear about it, the city for the last 6 years on a percentage basis has been contributing less every year to childcare, and that trend will continue in this year's budget unless there are changes.
Well, I see a jump.
I'm reading the table correct.
Yes, overall, it has been decreasing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, next, hold on just a sec. Next is, Councillor Davis is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perks, for that. That takes those questions off my list. But I would add as well, the parent contributions have gone up as well. Is that not the case? In the last 2 years, we've adjusted on a permanent basis in the budget, in the base budget, for increased contributions from parents.
Yes, but that's related to those subsidized families. It simply means that the income makeup of the clientele has changed.
I agree, but we're relying more on parent fees.
We are, yes.
Yes. So the province is giving us more, parents are giving us more, and we are contributing less. That would be fair summary of the sharing between the three contributors to childcare.
As a percentage of the overall budget, yes, we are.
And on a gross basis, too.
Yes.
I know. Okay. Councillor Carroll asked some interesting questions, and I hadn't contemplated it this way. The current percentage, there's another report coming where it shows that historically, the percentage of spaces in the system that are subsidized versus full fee are 60 full fee, 40% subsidies. Is that correct?
That's a general average, yes.
Right, and it's slipped down now to 37%, so that there are more, it relies now more on full fee parents?
That's correct.
And Councillor Carroll asked, do we need 60% in order to make the system viable? Is it not the case that every single childcare centre submits a budget that we expect of them that demonstrates a budget that has 98% enrollment to capacity? In other words, we assume that they will be full, virtually.
It's not quite that way, Councillor. It's very hard to explain. We do ask the operator to estimate what their vacancies are for the year, and we expect them to be within 98% of that estimate.
Right. So we expect them to be full. Their budgets and the per diem rate they're paid are based on being full, and if they're not full, they're losing money. Is that right?
Again, it's 98% of what they project to be their vacancies, but yes, if they exceed what they've projected as vacancies, they will have a revenue issue.
And so there were many centres this year, because the subsidies are being spread thinner and wider because the number of spaces have, you know what? I will leave that for that report, because I'll get a chance to highlight that report. But the other thing I wanted to ask about was,
capital expansion. So you have in here that our capital plan over 10 years projects a 2,000 new licensed spaces. How many subsidies are projected to be added to support those new licensed spaces?
At this point, Councillor, we haven't projected any, but as you know, we
Okay.
will be coming back with a growth strategy.
So at this point, there are 0 subsidies allocated for the new childcare centres in the 10-year plan. Over the next 5 years, how many new spaces are projected?
Over the next 5 years, we have, oh, sorry, I'm just checking that.
It's 2,000.
Thank you.
2026, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, and over the next 2 years,
Over the next
I'll just say, I know what it is. It's 530 new spaces over the next 2 years. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So if we were to assume 50% of those are subsidized, which is in fact what we need for viability, how many new subsidies would be required?
Over the next 2 years, we would need approximately 265 subsidies. Over the next 5 years, we would need approximately 1,000 subsidies.
So 265 over the next 2 years. How much did we commit to put in the budget for this year in terms of new spaces when we approved last year's budget?
There was to be an additional 75 spaces added this year.
And that's not in the budget?
No, it's not in the budget.
Right. So if we added the 75 that were supposed to be in the budget and 265 that probably we need for the next 2 years, what would that? We're looking at probably needing about 350 subsidies just going forward to support a viable childcare.
Yes.
Yes. And if we were to make the rest of the system viable, to restore the percentage of subsidies to full fee, how many spaces would we need?
Last question.
To get to the 40%, it would be about 1,635.
Thank you.
It's 5,000.
I think maybe
Next is,
I answered a different question than you were asking.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor McConnell's next.
Thank you very much.
Again, these are questions on the briefing notes, just to make sure. Okay.
Yes, on table 1.
Yep.
On table 1, are those just the subsidy only? So when I'm looking at the parental contributions, is this table just about the subsidized parents?
Yes, it is. We wouldn't have information on the full fee paying parents.
But would we not know how much we're bringing? We would only know in our own system how much is coming in from the full fee pay.
We could go through the budgets that we have from the purchase of service sector and determine how much revenue is coming from full fee paying parents, but that wouldn't appear in our budget in any way.
Right, I understand that now. Yeah, so maybe in the future it'd be useful just to put subsidy, because it did confuse me, but that's okay. So when this briefing note really, there's 2 questions that I have. The first one, I'm just going to ask both at the same time. The first one is the Ministry of Education has taken on the role of childcare, but has not taken on the role, but now continues to charge the city for renting their spaces, which makes no sense to me, and obviously makes no sense to you either. And hopefully that will be corrected, am I right, sometime in 2017.
That's what we're hoping.
Yes. In that eventuality, let's talk about that eventuality and hope that they do the right thing. I have in my area, I'll just name them, I have 5 childcares within walking distance. Each one of them has a very different occupancy rate. I have Lord Dufferin, which has a different one from Nelson Mandela, which is now a new program. Central Neighborhood House, which is a nonprofit in a community hub. Regent Park, which is in a new children's hub, and One Cole, which is a direct from the city, as is, I think, the Regent Street one as well. So each one of those has a different amount of money that it costs, both for subsidized parents, although they pay one amount, I understand that, and a different amount for parents of fee paying. So if you go to one, it costs you more than if it go to another. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, because each operator sets their own fees.
So if, in fact, we recover, as we hope, the occupancy fee from school age or from school-located daycares, why would we not use that money to offset the costs of the occupancy fees of other daycares so that we get to a system that is more fair for children and for parents?
That would have to be a direction from council. It's insufficient dollars to cover the whole system, but it would really be a council policy decision.
But it would make a huge difference in the cost of childcare, isn't that correct?
It would reduce it, Councillor. I don't think, given the magnitude of the affordability issue, I don't think it would be a significant improvement.
But does it seem fair that parents who take their children to Nelson Mandela or to Lord Dufferin don't have to pay those occupancy fees, whereas other parents have to?
Absolutely. That is an equity issue which is one of the reasons for our recommendation.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. The second, I don't think I had another question, but if you don't mind, I'll just turn my page. Right, and so in schools, just so I'm clear, in schools, there are 15,000 fee-paying parents, 15,003, and 10,000 subsidized spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and how many people, and you did say this, how many people did you say were still approved for subsidies, but not able to get in, versus how many spaces if we'd had enough money for the subsidies? What's the difference in those numbers?
I think you're asking the wait list for fee subsidies, and it's just over 18,000.
Yes, no, I'm not asking, I am asking that question, but we do have spaces for some of those 18,000, but we don't have money for their subsidies.
Oh, yes, there are vacancies in the system right now, and the vacancies are about 4,000. I can't divide that between centres and schools and not in schools, but we could certainly get that information for you.
So we still have 4,000 spaces that are available, but not the subsidies to provide the space. Is that right?
That's right. However, we are placing right now, we're placing infants and toddlers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Josie, we're on to the next briefing note.
Right.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, I didn't see Councillor Doucette there. Okay, Councillor Doucette has a question.
Sorry about that. So am I correct that we actually do give subsidies to non-subsidized parents through a grant, through the general operating grant, to help cap their fees to help that still be affordable? That might be a weird way of getting to you.
It doesn't cap their fees, but yes, when childcare moved to the Ministry of Education and also through our last service plan at Council, there was an agreement that we needed to try to address access and affordability being for all families. There's a general operating grant that we provide which reduces the overall cost for childcare operators, which in turn reduces fees for parents.
Is there any way to make this more equitable then, to, instead of taking money out, sort of put money in another area, so we're balancing out the I call them private daycares versus the school daycares?
It's very difficult to make the occupancy totally equitable across the city because the rental structures vary so dramatically. But the new general operating grant, which Council approved a year ago, does try to direct funding to infant, toddler, and preschool programs, which are the most costly. So it does enable programs that had never previously gotten general operating grants to receive those funds so that they can now reduce fees like others.
So there's no way of even helping parents who aren't in subsidy to at least keep cost of daycare still affordable?
Well, the general operating grant is intended to do that. It reduces the cost for all parents because it brings down the operating cost of the overall centre.
Is there any way to improve that grant to help?
The primary way of improving it is putting more money into the general operating grant.
But we are cutting that this year?
No, we're not cutting it.
Okay.
It's actually
That's good
increased by
news.
$6 million. So there's $48 million going into a general operating grant, and the remainder of the funding goes into childcare fee subsidies.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, on to the next. I believe briefing note number 7.
Okay, number 6 is a request for more
Sorry,
detail.
6. Oh, 7. We're on 7 now, are we?
Right.
Okay.
So page 31, on page 31, briefing request note number 7. Requested information, detailed information on the proposed closure of the Capri Child Care Center, including providing reasons for the recommendations, renos that would be required, potential locations for relocation, and generally the situation in the neighborhood around licensed child care. The briefing note that's before you provides a series of factors that were considered in making the recommendation, including the poor physical plant, the state of good repair backlog, and the low enrollment.
Thank you. Questions on this briefing note? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm perhaps answering the questions just to give people time to get to the briefing note, since this is where we will be talking about Capri that I know they wanted to ask questions about. So the briefing note points out that this one is not so much a budget rationalization as Children's Services is already working on a number of operational and health and safety issues. Is that in essence the case here?
That's true, and we knew that we did have some centres that in the long term were not viable for a number of reasons, and given the pressure for 2017, we did a review of each site in order to determine if there were any that we should think about rolling out, closing before the end of 2017.
Okay, so in informal review, which is now a number of months away, in 2016, when we were having our little team of two thing, we asked what was going to be done family by family to help people relocate, because this is in a fairly high needs area. So what's the progress on that front?
We will be working with families individually to ensure that all of them have alternative care where they would like it in their neighbourhood. There is some new childcare spaces coming into the ward next year, which will help. We haven't started moving families yet. In likelihood, generally, they will probably want to move May and June, but we are there. We're there. We have our caseworkers ready to work one-on-one and help them receive alternative care as soon as they're ready to do that.
So I'm still here, that all still sounds future tense, but is there, pending council's approval, is there work going on with neighboring centers such that if they know of a child aging out of the center, they're maybe holding back, knowing that you will need some spaces?
There is work going on with the neighbouring centres. We've also talked to some centres about expanding certain age groups. In terms of the timing of the rollout, it's really driven by the parents as long as we achieve the July 1st. And often, especially with the older children, it tends to tie with the school year. But the caseworkers are well briefed and prepared to work one-on-one with families.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Davis.
How much did we put into the Child Care Capital Reserve last year as a result of the sustainability plan? Was it
21 million, I believe. 21 million.
And the cost to make the renovations in this TCHC building to continue to operate and address the security issues is how much?
We don't believe the security issues can ever be addressed, given the nature of the physical plant, but to address other issues within the centre, it would be 1.3 million. The issue about the office and other components of the centre being outside of the centre and in the public area of the building cannot be resolved.
Why? What do you mean you're concerned about a childcare centre in a TCHC building is a security issue?
No, it's simply, we're required to control access and egress to the centre. There's the second office for the supervisor, the kitchen, the staff washroom is not in the centre, it's outside of the centre, so staff are constantly entering and exiting the centre, and it's impacting their ability to supervise. Ideally, we would all be in one location.
The kitchen, the office,
the washroom.
So there is no physical plant changes that could ensure that this childcare center continues to operate in this high-needs neighborhood in a TCHC building.
We can do improvements within the rooms, but I have to say, Councillor, we've also had enrollment issues with this centre. It's It's licensed for 36 children. Currently, we're down to 24. 8 of those are kindergarten children that should be getting care in their schools.
And
we think by moving those children to other centres, we can improve the stability of other not-for-profit centres in the community.
Is the problem that so there is no all-day kindergarten program in the neighboring school?
But we are working with the Ministry of Education and the TDSB to try to make sure those programs come online. Again, as I said, no child will be left without care.
I know we are very good at relocating children, but this is a child care facility in a TCHC building, which is I'm sorry that I'm animated about this, but this is continuing to happen where Children's Services withdraws and closes programs, gives notice to parents before the elected officials know anything about it, and no decisions come here. And this is like the 5th time in the last 5 years where there are closures. So I don't understand. Have the parents been told their center's closing?
The parents have been told that it's recommended pending council approval. Councillor, we've only closed 2 centres, I believe, in the past 5 years.
Elaine,
or 3, actually.
Yeah, there's more. Anyway, is it not the provincial policy that as all-day kindergarten expands, that the existing spaces, and I know this is not a school-based program, that they would be converted to expand to the younger age groups? And isn't that our mandate? Why would we not provide sufficient subsidies and to provide the adequate capital investment to keep this high-needs childcare centre open and functioning?
Again, Councillor, there has been enrolment policies. There's issues with the playground in terms of its usability through the course of the year. We think there are better alternatives, and it is a small centre. I think a larger centre with a broader age range would be more viable. The wait list for childcare in this ward is focused on infants and school-aged children, and this centre does not serve either of those.
And so where are you planning to build a new childcare centre?
There is a new investment going into that community through the capital plan. We would be looking at the existing not-for-profit and new spaces going in.
In that neighborhood?
If we need to, we would expand other not-for-profit programs.
In that neighborhood? In that TCHC neighborhood?
In the ward, and a few of them are in close proximity to the existing centre.
Thank you, Councillor.
I apologize if I was too harsh. It's just extremely frustrating to see this happen time after time.
Thank you.
It happened in my ward last year.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next.
All right, so we're moving off of Children's Services and into long-term care. Page 32, there are 2 briefing notes. There was one request asking for information on the service impacts of 2 service adjustments that have been identified in the 2017 budget for long-term care. I'd like to draw your attention that one of them is confidential and will be dealt with at 1:30. That's number 9 or number 8.
Again, if there are questions on it, so if there are questions, yes.
Sorry.
We're on briefing note number 8.
Right, sorry, confidential one is number 9, and it refers to the first one, which is the business case Form ID 10934. The other, though, is before you as briefing note number 8, which is business case Form ID 11142, otherwise identified in the notes as reduction in mandatory education budget. So we can talk about that one now.
Mr. Chair?
No, number
Josie, I think
8 is confidential.
8 is confidential.
9 is not.
Oh,
9 is
sorry.
not.
Okay, my mistake.
Okay. Questions, committee members first? Seeing none? If we have questions on them, yes, we'll be in private after lunch. Councillor Perks?
So I'm reading the note here, and actually the note makes a different claim about the service impact than the overall sheet does, and says there will be a minor impact, whereas the sheet says that will not result in a direct impact, but whatever. So if I understand this correctly, we're reducing the amount of time that people get in training to meet mandatory training requirements. Was that reduction the result of a review of the training program and finding that it was too long? Was there something wrong with the training program that was identified?
Through the chair, no, this wasn't a result of a direct review of our education program. This was in response to council's request for a 2.6% reduction. So where we came into identifying not a direct impact is to service levels is that we will be serving the same number of clients, residents in our homes and community programs. And what we are doing is employing different methodologies around teaching, shortening our education sessions, and finding means and ways of delivering education that differs. One of the primary ways will be through the city's e-learning system.
Okay, so has there been an evaluation done on the efficacy of the current training program ever? Are people tested? Is there an evaluation?
Again, through the chair, yes, we do an ongoing evaluation of our education program. And just last year, 2016, we developed a comprehensive learning strategy in anticipation of these continuing budget pressures. And we do test individuals' knowledge when they are provided with this mandatory education. Mandatory education is both provincially legislated, and from time to time the city will identify mandatory education. And because we provide 24/7 healthcare services to individuals, and we have requirements under the legislation to have our staff positions always filled.
Yes, I understand. That's explained in the note. Okay. So in the evaluation of the current training protocol, were you finding problems with it?
As it currently exists, no, it was meeting our needs, both for mandatory, and we were able to do some professional development as well.
And the new system you're moving toward, is it a system that some other long-term care facilities use? Did you find it from somewhere, or are you just creating it de novo?
Through the chair, this is methodologies that are used in other long-term care homes. We have found, though, the quality of education is richer when you can take a group of staff and have a kind of a format where the questions can be asked, because when it is e-learning, it does not always facilitate a question and answer period. So it will meet the needs of our education, but it is not necessarily our preferred approach.
Okay, so if I can, in summary then, from what I've heard you say, the program you have now works well. You feel that the program you're going to move to won't work as well, and you're doing it strictly for budgetary reasons. Those are three things I believe I heard you say.
Generally, yes. However, it was always our plan to employ the use of the e-learning system because it does provide us with additional avenues. This does put some pressure on our staffing because during these short intervals, and basically a half an hour interval is the most we can pull a person from the unit. There will be some indirect pressures as a result of it.
So, this is news to me. So I'm working away, I get pulled out the middle of my busy workday and told now for half an hour I have to concentrate on an e-learning program and then go back to work. That's how it's going to work?
Correct. Similar to people taking breaks. So at the time they would take a break, we would maybe add some time. We have to find different ways and means of delivering the education, that half an hour break.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
So when we pull these people out, you've made the statement that however, you're going to ensure that residents continue to receive good care. What are you going to do to accommodate for the withdrawal with not providing replacement staff when people are removed for training?
How are you going to accommodate the loss of staff during these times?
The way in which we are dealing with continuing pressures year over year is we are looking at introducing new technology in our healthcare record system, which should take some pressure off. We have been reviewing work routines for staff. So we are constantly reviewing and improving how we do things. So again, we are meeting standards, and in fact, we have done well within the city to exceed those standards.
If this goes into effect on the date it's supposed to, you're talking about new technologies and other improvements, but what will you do to ensure the same level of supervision and care without replacing people when this goes into effect?
Through the chair, in effect, it is the same principle that we employ now when staff take breaks, that there is always going to be some kind of a flow of staff in and out. It's not ideal, but I did want to just underscore that we will continue to meet the legislative standards, the staffing standards, and we will continue to provide safe care. Yes, it does impact overall on our quality, but it is minor.
Would you say staffing in long-term care facilities is adequate even as it is, considering the increased frailty and complex needs that have grown and grown and grown in our long-term care facilities? Excuse me, Councillor Nunziata, I'm not talking.
Through the chair, no, it is a matter of public record that there has been numerous requests made of the province to review, and there has been a commitment from the minister in light of even yesterday's announcements around increased regulatory enforcement, that there is a commitment by the province to look at staffing levels, knowing that it is very, very tight in long-term care.
So can you tell me how many total number of hours in a week, a month, a year, something, how many total number of hours will be taken out of providing direct supervision and care in order to achieve this savings?
I'd be doing math in my head, similar to the General Manager of Children's Services, but it would translate into, in actual, because again, remember, it's 365 days, 24/7.
Hours.
So it would translate into less than a minute overall.
Oh, that's not,
In hours of service is what I'm saying.
I'm asking total number of hours.
And
That would be for non-replacement of staff. This is based on not replacing staff. And so therefore, there's a certain number of hours of staff time that this equates to.
I would
Total
need
number
to
of
take a few moments to calculate, but I could give you a number on that. If you're looking for a global number of...
$686,000, how many hours of staff time is that?
Sorry, 100? The overall reduction is $686,000,
Right.
$100,000. So I could do a quick measurement on that, but I just don't have it on the top of my head.
Okay.
What I figure I was giving you, Councillor, was the measure on a per hours of care per resident, but you're looking for a total number, and I can...
Total number of hours of staff time taken out.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. It's almost 12:30. I just want to clarify, are there questions, in-camera questions on this briefing note number 8 or briefing note number 15? Those are the two matters before us. If there are, we would come in camera at 1:30. If not, we'll just continue. I think the only two briefing notes are 8 and 15. That's it. Okay, you had 15? Okay, so we'll be coming back. So when we do come back after lunch at 1:30, we'll be going in camera for briefing note number 15, I believe. in cluster B. Okay, we're break for 1 hour.
It should be in the budget, but
So
I'm not
the
2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Check, 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 check.
Would the members of the Budget Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Call the meeting to order. I have a motion to, we're going to be going into private, so I have a motion I have to move. That the Budget Committee recess its public meeting to meet in closed session to consider BU 29.1 2017 capital operating budgets, budget briefing notes number 8 and number 15, as they pertain to personal matters about the identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations and employee negotiations. Well, it was a hard one to get through. Anyway, I did. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. continue. Okay, we're all ready to continue. I can have everybody grab their seats. So we are picking up, I believe, on page 32, briefing, no, sorry, 33, briefing note number 10. Okay, can I, hold on a second. Can I have everybody please take their seats? Councillor Campbell, we need everybody to take their seats, please. We need to get going. Councillor Layton, we need everybody's attention here. Councillor, okay, Josie, why don't you
Yes,
continue?
okay, we're back on public
Okay.
agenda.
Oh, can we please have everybody calm down? All the councillors, thank you. We want to get going.
Okay.
Okay, Josie, go ahead.
Okay.
We're in public now, we're good.
Okay, so we're in public now. We're on page 33 of the green sheets, councillors, budget committee members. And we're now moving into Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. So operating budget briefing note number 10 on page 33 comes to us as a request from the committee to provide information on the welcome policy, rate of usage by percent and dollar amount, and to provide some information about how it's been promoted. And I would just like to add at this point that there was an earlier question this morning about the rate of inflationary increase in user fees and what we could do about the vulnerable. And the welcome policy is actually a response to that because it is a different form of financial subsidy to how address those that are not able to pay those fees. So I guess the key points is that the welcome policy budget in 2017 is almost $9 million. It's going up by 2.3% as well, much like the fees. Staff have identified that the proposed subsidy for 17 is $526 per year for children and youth, and the rate for seniors and adults is $244. It represents about 19% of the city's total registration. And finally, the briefing note itself provides an appendix and lists all the locations where the welcome policy subsidies are used in excess of $50,000, which staff consider that threshold to be a significant value. So that information is before you.
Thank you, Josie. Just before we get to questions, I want to welcome the Brown Public School Grade 4 and 5 French Immersion from Ward 22. Welcome, students. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm getting back to the briefing note. I was reading ahead before lunch, but I'm finding my way back to briefing note number 10, the welcome policy. Here it is. So similar to my question about CPIP early, we've made certain adjustments over the last few years, but when was the last time we really did a policy check-in about whether or not it's supposed to be doing what it's doing?
Through the chair, we did a major policy change on this about 4 years ago when we went from, if people remember, a program-based entitlement to a dollar-based entitlement. And we will be checking back in on that change when we report back on community centers where programs are free in the spring. So it's a full review of both together.
And that will come when?
In the spring.
Oh, in the spring of 2017?
Yep, we're working on it now.
Okay, so if council wanted to enhance its direction, we could do it. Do we have measures now? I checked, I was asking in the context of the user fee guide, and I checked with my staff over the holiday. And so my question, I guess my question is, are you okay with this? I'll flag for you that I am not. But currently the choice for the low-income working mom is this. She can either exhaust her welcome policy on ARC programs and then go to only free camps in the summer, or she can have latchkey kids and exhaust her welcome policy on summer camps that are fee summer camps. That's possibly not the service that council wants to provide. So would we have an opportunity to really look at what is the policy and what are we trying to achieve in your review in 2017?
Through the chair, we can certainly work in some of those statistics. When we moved to this policy change to the fee-based or the dollar-based entitlement versus the program-based entitlement, we did a lot of work on looking at how many programs each participant was actually using and what the median averages were around participation. And we can certainly include that in the report back that we're doing, so you can get an idea of how many participants are reaching that $520 maximum, or how many are below it, to see whether it's meeting the need.
So if I can just ask one follow-up question there, Mr. Chair. I would like to see I would like to see some comment on the scenario that I just described, because what I'm trying to get at is, if we're measuring what they're using it for now, we're not going to gather any data on what they can't use it for. Because what I just described to you is a scenario where it can never be used for recreation. If they're using it to replace childcare because our childcare is unaffordable, they're never using it for the types of things that kids in more affluent neighborhoods who can pay fees are able to do: swimming, basketball, etc.
So we can include as much information as the data provides us in that context in the report back.
Surveying, anything like that?
There can be some surveys that we can do, sure. We can compare, pre-usage to this usage now. I should note that the welcome policy and the amounts in the welcome policy were never intended to replace both childcare subsidies and recreation access. So, if the expectation is that $524 can, or $26 can play both those roles, that's not the intention of that program. So we'll keep that in the context of the report back that we're doing in the spring and make sure that there's at least some analysis done in that reference.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Campbell?
Further to the welcome policy, is there a report coming that explains the cost to the city of the free programs, and is it 39 community centers, or is it 43?
Through the chair, that's the report I was just referencing with Councillor Carroll. That is the report that we're bringing back in the spring that will include both an analysis of the welcome policy and the 39 community centers with no fees.
Sorry, okay, so it's 39, and how long is this list here of the centers? I could quickly add it up, I don't know if you know the number.
So just to clarify through the chair, the welcome policy is available to be used at any community center where there are fees. So there's no limitations on where it can be used. So this list here, keeping in mind that we have, over 130 city-owned community centers.
130, is that?
And only less than 40 of them being free. We also have a number of schools that we use and such. So, the number of locations that can be used for the welcome policy is, in well excess of 150 probably.
Right, okay. Obviously, that's not necessary in those centers where we're providing universally free programming.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And in those centers, there's no fee for any of the classes or anything at all. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are certain programs that we don't have fees as a matter of course, universally across the city. So as an example, children and youth drop-in programs have no fees anywhere. Leisure swim drop-in has no fees anywhere in the city. Our outdoor skating program and our outdoor pools programs have no fees either. So with the exception of those, all of the other community centers would have fees attached to those programs.
Now, you would have, if another column was to be added here, you could add in the total number of registrants at these community centers, at these recreation centers.
Certainly, we can add that.
And has any kind of an analysis been done to ascertain whether or not these numbers are unusually low and could be brought higher through some sort of public awareness? In other words, let's say you have Birchmount. I don't know Birchmount. Let's say it's in a generally low socioeconomic neighborhood. Fight North, sorry. And yet there's only 2,100 applicants. Maybe the number that would be, more reasonable to, if there was some sort of outreach program might be 4,000. Do you do any kind of analysis like that?
I'm not sure how to answer the question around analysis. We certainly do outreach right across the city around the availability of welcome policy. It's well publicized on our website. We do a lot of work with Toronto Employment and Social Services around making sure clients who qualify for the program are aware of it as well. So there's a lot of work that we do that way to ensure that people are aware of the program. I would have to really dive deep to see if that is specifically connected. I would guess, Councillor, that the high registration use of welcome policy in these areas is specifically related to socioeconomic instances in and around these communities.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No other question? Oh, I tried. Councillor Nunziata.
I just have one question. So the list that we have on Appendix A, a lot of them are schools, correct?
It would be any location where we're offering programs, and we offer a number of recreation programs in schools.
Yeah, in schools. So just a question, where we have the programming in schools, do we pay an occupancy fee?
We would for the Toronto District School Board schools. We'd either have those fees covered through the exclusive or shared use agreement we have with them, or we would pay actual permit fees for the use of those rooms.
But some of the schools where there are pools and we do have the programming, we maintain, we pay a fee to the school board, we maintain the pools, and then as well as the students from the school use the facility as well. So does the school board contribute at all to
Not to any of these
some of the
programs, no.
occupancy fees?
No.
So we pay 100% of that, but yet they use our pools as well, right?
Well, specific to the school pools, we pay 100% of the operating costs in the pools that we are operating, and they use the pools during the day, and we use them in the evenings and on weekends, and in the summer.
Right, okay. Just wanted to make that point when we talked about daycare.
Councillor Layton.
We switched over from credit value to dollar value when?
Oh, through the chair, I believe it was in 2012 or 2013. I'd have to double check, but it was in and around then.
And have we impacted, have we analyzed how many people, like how that changed usage, the number of programs that were being accessed, the amount of time that was being
Right.
accessed? Do we have anything to suggest that this was has had a positive impact on the number of people or the amount of programming that they're accessing?
Through the chair, we know that the number of registrations, it's not in the briefing note, but, and we do have some data on it that we'll be reporting out on in the spring with a full review of everything. We do know that the number of programs that people were accessing actually increased. I can't give you a specific number. I'm just thinking back to the data that I saw. As a result of the dollar-based maximum, it freed up the flexibility around the types of programs that people could register and freed up the amount of choice that they had around those registrations as well.
Thank you. And the that will be reported on in the fall and with more detail.
That's right.
The have we, because I think one of the things we wanted to get at here, the question was actually about jurisdiction, but it's fine by community center. Have we turned anybody away because we have maxed out our welcome policy funds for a season?
Through the chair, we haven't in many years. Several years back, 2010, 2011, we were meeting the caps around the welcome policy, and we're turning some people away. Since then, we've done a number of different things. We've increased the number of community centers with no fees at all, which has taken a great deal of pressure away from the welcome policy. And within the budget that you see before you for 2017 and for 2016, we've been able to meet the demand within the budget that's been allocated.
So can you tell me then how many people have maxed out their, how many people are maxing out their credit or becoming close to the point that they wouldn't be able to sign up for another course? Because
and apologies, I don't have that information in front of me. That would take some work on a data sort of basis to look at. We can certainly consider that to report out when we report out in the spring, but it would be a fairly a time-consuming report to get an answer to that for that quickly.
Can you make sure when you do that that you don't, or sorry, can you make sure? Would you please consider when you're doing that report to say take a range of anyone getting within 90%?
Sure.
Or
yeah.
80%? Because once you get, like if you're $2 shy
Yep.
and you can't find another program that's $2, then.
Yeah, we'll certainly do that.
Then the Pan Am facility.
Oh, we're not there yet, but that's fine.
Sorry, I'm going to sort of bridge the two here because the Pan Am Sports Center is number 4 on the list, with the fourth maximum, the fourth highest percentage of welcome policy registrants, and what looks like the, let's call it the fifth highest, sixth highest amount of money used. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct from the list. At the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre, which is a fee-based program, there's a fairly high usage of welcome policy in that.
Where is that?
It's at Mornell Court in Scarborough.
Are there any other facilities that are free and close jurisdiction to it, in like in a reasonable amount of travel time? What would be the closest?
Thinking, West Hill Collegiate Institute.
And that's a priority center?
No, it is a TDSB school that we use.
Oh, okay. So, but it's not, it doesn't have free programming. It's just. another
It
one.
doesn't, no, but it's on this list as well, a little bit further down.
And the, we're in a later report recommending a decrease in the amount of staff to support programming at that center, correct?
Well, the decrease that we're recommending is really, it's a volume adjustment based on what we've been delivering for the last 2 years. So we're not actually reducing the programs, we're just adjusting it to meet the actual delivery that we've actually been doing. There's no actual reduction happening.
I think one important aspect of this may be how many of those 2,068 people are reaching the maximum of their allowable under the welcome policy at the Pan Am facility, and perhaps that's contributing, but we'll get to that later.
Right, I would also just for consideration that, people on the welcome policy, using the welcome policy can register at any community center, so they may not just be using one, they may be using a variety.
Yeah, last question, thank you. Okay, that's it for that item. Oh, Deputy Mayor McConnell.
One simple question. My understanding is that because you had a 0.4 million left on the table, that you're absolutely satisfied that the amount of money that is on the table will serve all of the needs for next year of anybody living in poverty. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're very satisfied with the budget that it will meet the need that we see before us.
I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to briefing note number 11.
Okay, so briefing note number 11 is response to the request for a list of programs and geographic areas with significant wait list and the strategies to provide programming to address those needs. So that is before you. Essentially, the wait lists, the note suggests that the wait lists have grown from 115,000 to 189,000 clients, or 64% over the past 3 years. And of that, 86% are children and 14% are adults. But there are multiple wait lists, and as a result, there are no caps to the wait lists, and it could be somewhat overinflated. But the staff are here to talk about that.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Nunziata.
Sorry, just the one for Etobicoke York, which is quite high. That includes the community center,
The new community center?
the one that we've been delayed 2 years?
It wouldn't,
The York community?
no, it's 2015, how he's pointing out. It's a 2015,
Oh,
we're still summarizing 2016 year end, so these are 2015
so
young
that's
numbers.
going to be, that will include the Etobicoke York one, and so that number would be much higher, correct?
Available spaces would be higher, and I would assume there would also be some additional waitlisted clients as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. On the swimming, the waitlist clients for swimming, that's pretty high. 61,000 are waitlisted? But that's for multiple programs.
It's for multiple programs, that's correct, through the chair, multiple programs at a number of different facilities. And also, I mean, the chart that we have doesn't show it, but, pools that are larger, that have a larger offering of programs, obviously have larger wait lists, just because of the amount of programs that they can offer. And we also find that, especially in swimming, there's some very specific hours and times that people are available, that quite literally, we just don't have enough space to expand programs in those very, very popular times, such as right after school or Saturday mornings.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. On to the next. Josie?
So briefing note number 12, response to the request for providing any client use surveys that have been performed in the last 2 years to review and evaluate service quality. So the staff have provided an overview with an appendix of what surveys have been conducted and generally the response to those.
Questions? Seeing none. Next.
Okay, number 13, request for details on the TPAS communications outreach and promotion of programming and recreation services in the surrounding neighborhoods, taking into consideration the details as well of the adjustments that are being made to that program.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. What strategies have we taken to try to increase the uptake of programs? This is a new facility. First, when was it completed?
It's a new facility through the chair. It was completed prior to the 2015 Pan Am Games. It opened for one session, and then it was closed for the better part of 9 months, and then reopened again in September.
Of 2000.
Following, of 2015. So this is actually the first full year of operation that we've been in the building.
So the first full year of operation, would we not want to get another year's worth of data to find out what's going to be the appropriate level of service before we remove
Right.
it?
You know, these programs, if there is a demand and a need for additional programs, they're fee-based programs. The actual instructional piece of it is cost recovery. So we can remain quite nimble in our ability to respond if there's a demand for additional programs. We also work, you know, collaboratively in the building with the University of Toronto Scarborough folks, as well as the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre, Inc., around how to maximize all the use within the building.
So by giving up this programming, are we losing our opportunity to gain back time that otherwise could be taken by PASC and?
No, not at all. We're guaranteed 31%, a blended 31% of time in the building. We're currently using that 31%. But we're not using it exactly as we had originally thought we would use it when we did the original business plan for this in 2013. So we're still using all the space. The space is still guaranteed for our use, and we can remain flexible in how we want to program it.
So before you said in this particular facility, it's fairly easy to adjust levels of service?
That's correct.
What about in your budget?
Well, in the budget, in this particular case, the fees are, you know, as I said, there are fees in these programs, they're cost recovery. If we think that there's a demand or wait lists that we need to expand these programs or open additional programs for, we have some flexibility within my own delegated authority to grow these programs if we need to, and then do budget adjustments, you know, within the quarterly budget updates as needed. And that's the approach that we would take. Currently, though, based on our analysis, I think we have the appropriate budget in place for this particular year.
But have you've, again, because it hasn't been my experience that it's easy to do an in-year adjustment to service levels at a community center, despite the level of usage.
We've left ourselves some flexibility within the existing service level here. So it's not, there's still some room within the service level that we have to grow if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, number 14, we're now on to Shelter Support and Housing Administration. This briefing note is a request to report back on a plan and the associated cost to achieve the 90% occupancy target in shelters for each demographic served in 18, with options to make progress towards that target in 17. This briefing note on page 2 shows that 2 out of the 6 sectors, the single women's and the single men's, are expected to be over the 90% occupancy threshold. However, it also notes with the opening of a 60-bed women's shelter in December at 702 Kennedy Road, that is anticipated to bring the occupancy back down to 90% for the women's sector. As well, there is funding in the preliminary operating budget for 2 shelters, a total of 90 more beds that would help address the occupancy in the men's sector, and the capital budget has funding for 731 Runnymede that will also help with this.
Questions? Councillor Carroll.
Just one quick one, because Seton House, George Street, is it now in the front 5-year capital plan? It's still not in?
No, it's, I believe this morning that issue came up, and we've added $3.3 billion of debt funding, but it is not in the base scenario of the capital budget. It would require either road tolling or additional capital levy, and it's in that scenario 2 that we laid out.
Okay, so in terms of, we're making some reductions right now, and these are very troubling capacity numbers, but I don't have to sweat the relocation of all those people yet. The fact that wouldn't be, given these numbers, that wouldn't be doable in the next year or 2, but that is not a concern just yet.
So I think, if you recall, the report that went to council last July basically separated out the transition plan for Seton House in terms of opening new facilities. We could start decanting Seton House versus the overall capital project. So this does include the transition plan of the seeking of opening shelters so that we can eventually decant See, so for example, the 731 Runnymede shelter was the first, and it is
Right.
in this list, is the first that would be identified as transitional for Seton House. However, those shelters to deal with Seton House do not deal with the 90% occupancy because they do in the short term, but not in the long term. So our infrastructure plan includes both, reaching the 90% occupancy, but also finding four sites to allow us to decant Seton House.
So you're keeping this, the transitioning out on schedule, hoping the funds will come?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it, thanks.
Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What provincial support do we get for shelter and support and housing?
Through the chair to the councillor, we get what's called the CHIPPY Fund. It's a provincial money that it can be used for homelessness initiatives.
Sorry, could you say that? And what's the value of that relative to the overall budget?
Our share of that envelope is about $100 million.
And what is that relative to the overall department budget?
The shelter cost of that, it's roughly about half that.
Okay, all right. So half of the funding for this department comes from the province, is that right?
For shelters, yes.
For shelters?
So
For
that's,
shelters.
I just want to clarify
Yep, for
that that's for
shelters.
the shelter component?
Right.
It's not for the full division.
Okay. And do we draw comparators between other municipalities in terms of the shelter space that we provide relative to the overall population?
I do believe the OMBI measures do include some indicators on shelter usage.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The Ontario Municipal Benchmarking Initiative does include shelters in those measures. I can't recall exactly which ones they are, but they are included in those measures of comparison with other provincial municipalities.
Because, I mean, would it not be a safe assumption that the poor are drawn to Toronto because of the shelter supports that they get here rather than other jurisdictions? Is that a safe?
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're drawn here, but certainly we have the largest shelter system in Ontario and certainly in the GTA.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. Will we be meeting our shelter occupancy target in 2017 for men's shelters?
So according to the numbers we have here, we would be at approximately 92%. 2% of the men's system is about 36 beds. We also have, it's been pointing out in the note, we also have our Hostels to Homes program. We're trying to get men out of the shelter system through a program that we initiated last year. I can't tell you for sure at this point whether it would be 36 or more sort of men in the system. The other thing I would say, that's the only part of the whole system where we're slightly above the 90% based on the numbers we have before us. So I think with the shelter, we have a number of shelters opening that have just opened or opening this year that should get us very close to 90%.
So that's, the opening of those shelters weren't incorporated into 2017 numbers that are here, the budgeted numbers?
Yes, those numbers are. So the 92% targets are
Inclusive of the other beds?
includes the beds that are scheduled to open in 2000.
And I certainly don't mean this to be any attack on your ability, and I've seen firsthand what you guys are able to pull off and how difficult it is to get new shelters open. But that would be a no on are we going to meet our occupancy target? Are we budgeting to meet? Maybe that's a better way of yes or no. Are we budgeting to meet our occupancy targets for men's shelters, emergency men's shelters?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would echo what the general manager has just said. There are other initiatives that would impact those capacity numbers.
Sure, but we're budgeting for 92%.
Yep. Based on the shelter capacity, the budget for that, no, we would be 2% over.
Thank you. Are we budgeting, I'm trying to ask this, get my yes or no answer, but are we budgeting to meet our occupancy target for the category of women's shelters?
Yes, we are.
then how is it that we're budgeting for 99% occupancy?
So there's a little nuance that wasn't captured in that table, which
Okay.
is the second base shelter in Scarborough was actually misidentified, if you will, because we actually switched it over from youth to women relatively late in the year. And so those 60 beds are actually already open at the end of 2016, and they're actually in the women's category. In this chart, they show up in the youth category, which is why youth is at 84% and they're 89%. So women's shelters will be at 90% because of 702 Kennedy.
Can you just let me know what the two percentages are now for those two categories, just so I can change them here and maybe address some questions you'll get later on? You will get asked that about that 99% later on.
I'll give it to you right now. The youth would be at 90 and the women would come down to 90. That's with the additional 60 beds from the former second base.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Burnside?
We could provide an updated, we could revise that if it helps the committee.
That's fine. Councilor Burnside.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm unclear as to how we're actually funded for our shelter. You said we get about $100 million per year, is that correct?
From the province, yes.
Yeah, sorry, from the province.
And the city,
Yeah, I don't care about the city funding, how we fund it. I just want to know how the province funds it. So it's $100 million a year. And how do they base that funding?
So because I used to work at the province on this particular program. It used to be on the basis of per diems. So if you basically had a head in the bed, you would get a certain per diem for each bed. A couple years ago, they changed it to a funding envelope approach. So the City of Toronto gets $100 million, and there's a formula for that. There's an allocation formula. It's a combination of what they call core need, which is it comes from the census as a CMHC indicator of the need affordability in a particular community. Plus, they included a factor related to the size of your previous shelter system. But that was meant to be a transitional thing, and then in the next few years, they're going to move strictly to something that's based on need. So right now, it's a combination of what you used to provide in terms of shelter, but the core need. But it's a funding envelope now, and it's not based on heads and beds anymore. It's based on, it's a certain amount, and you can use it to prevent homelessness, or you can use it to run shelters.
Would you say the new system is better or worse?
I would say it's a bit of both. It gives us flexibility, but on the other hand, if the need increases during the, in the year, and we don't have the capacity, we don't get additional funding from the province. So because it's a fixed amount, that's negative for us, but the flexibility to be able to switch, for example, if we close a shelter bed, we could now hire caseworkers to help people get housed instead, and it would still qualify for that funding.
So we can allocate it how we...
Yes, as long as it's within the category of homelessness, yes, we can.
And the province reviews that every year?
We report to them, yes, on a regular basis on the activities that we carry out.
Okay, and then my last question, the beds that we provide, proportionate to our population, how does that compare to other municipalities? I know that you didn't have the exact number.
We're much, we're higher on a per capita basis than most other municipalities because we have a large shelter system that's been developed over many years. We're probably fairly not too far off when it comes to an Ottawa or Hamilton, but most other municipalities in Ontario, we would have more, I think, per capita. But we also have a large population, so I'd have to look at the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McConnell.
So if I could just go over this so I really understand it entirely. So the women's shelter, 60 beds in Scarborough at Kennedy has opened, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's on the list for this year improvement. And I understand that it's a switch out, but never mind at the moment. I'm just trying to get the clarity around this. The men's shelters that are under capacity or over capacity by 2%. But in addition to that, we have opened already Christie, is that right? Christie Ossington has opened?
Correct.
Right. Hope is opened or about to open. Where's that at?
We'll open in a couple of months.
In a couple of months. And Runnymede, will that open in 17?
I couldn't tell you at this moment.
Okay.
Exactly.
So of the 3 for men, perhaps only 2 will be open this year, or 1 in time perhaps for next winter.
Quite probably, yes.
All right. In the youth, we still haven't replaced and are looking for a place for second base. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay, and that's 60 beds.
yes.
Right. And are you anticipating that we would be able to do that this year?
It'll be close.
Okay.
We are working on it, and we plan to come to council with some options, but knowing how long it takes to identify a site and to work through the process, it would be close to be able to try to do it this year.
Right. And then for the youth beds that are probably going to open, we would have one for LGB Q2S kids. Is that correct?
Correct, the second one, yes.
And that one will be opened soon? Or how's that? Where's that at?
It should be in Q4. It'll be later in the year.
Okay, so in time for next year's winter?
That's what we anticipate, yes.
Okay. So we have a number of these that are going to come on stream over the year, and at least 2 that'll be tight for figuring out whether they can get door open in 17.
Correct.
Okay, and then I wanted to just ask one last question, and that is about children. So in the women's shelters, of the 60-bed shelter for women that is opening, are those shelter beds open for women with their children or just women on their own?
It's single women.
Okay, and so what is it that we were doing to increase capacity for women with children?
So
Or
one of-
for children with parents?
So one of the things we did before Christmas is got a contract to open up 150 additional, is it hotel or motel? Motel rooms.
Yes?
Not an ideal long-term situation, but
No.
it certainly has eased the pressure considerably.
So not in this briefing note, that's what I was trying to figure out. Not in this briefing note is an additional 150 beds in a motel for women or men with their children.
Yes.
Children, if I could put it that way.
Yes.
Not ideal, but certainly available.
Eases the pressure, yes.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know. And are all of these pieces in the poverty reduction briefing note, do you know? Can you just work with that briefing note, make sure they are? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Josie.
Okay, page 38. We've already dealt with the briefing note number 24. It was regarding the CPIP grants information that was before us as part of the broader question on grants. But so you had essentially 2 sets of questions that we had rolled up into one briefing note. Back on page 26, it was around the various granting programs and what increases and decreases they got. And this part of the briefing note, that same briefing note addresses these 3 questions around CPIP specifically and around the FTEs that are created with community agencies and what might be a potential reduction in that program should there be one. So we've already considered.
We've already kind of dealt with this, but do you have any other?
24.
Councillor Carroll?
Can I just ask briefly that the Director explain what he means by the grants? When we talk about the investment that we make buying FTEs, is that to be taken literally, or did you want to unpack that? Because this is a new way of reflecting it for us.
The FTE number indicated in the briefing note relates to the number of full-time equivalent positions,
Right.
either fully funded or partially funded through city grant funding. In some cases, those FTEs are leveraged positions as well as fully funded positions.
Right, and just to be clear, because within the various divisions and their various grants, some of these are grants that are going to projects with beginnings, middles, and ends, and then there are some that are because it's an organization we rely on to do certain services, they're getting something that they're allowed to use as their core admin funding. So the FTEs that you're talking about in the briefing note, do they refer just to core admin types of functions?
No, they would include both, but through the chair, on page 3 of the briefing note, first bullet under B.
Here it is, yes.
Refers to 12,056 FTEs supported through community services grants. Of that number, 70 are related to project funding. The vast majority are related to core funding. So of that figure of 1256, approximately 1,200 would be ongoing employment jobs.
So 70 out of the 1,256. So for instance, later on in the briefing note, when it talks about should you take the not recommended, if you were to pull out 2.6%, you wouldn't just be causing a little project not to happen. You might be taking core admin out of an organization that does settlement work or whatever.
The equivalent impact in FTEs would be in the neighborhood of the 70.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. It's on the inflationary increases. Can you tell me which years we did in the last 10, that we did inflationary or greater inflation or greater as an increase?
Through the chair, it's different for different programs. The chart on page 5 of the briefing note provides a summary for the last 5 years or 6 years in terms of inflationary increases.
So on that, the 2011 to 2013 are grouped together. Can we get an idea of, are you talking about table 1? Sorry,
I am.
Yeah, the 2011 to 2013 are all grouped together. The previous term of council is grouped as one, and then this term of council is broken out. Can we get an idea what was it for those 3 years?
We can break out 11 to 13 for you, yes.
And what is that?
I don't have that in front of me, Councillor, but we'll get that.
Oh, you know that. You could just run that off the top of your head. It looks like about 3% over that term.
I believe there was a couple of years where there was no cost of living increase, and then a catch-up allocation that would have impacted in 13.
Okay, if you could give me that offline, that would be useful.
The other comment, just to clarify, arts and culture is not in the chart because the pressures within the arts and culture funding sector were being addressed through the goal of getting to the $25 per capita. So that's why they don't appear in this chart. They were under a separate regime, if you will, in terms of addressing increases.
Just out of curiosity, if you overlay the increase in the arts over the same time frame from 2011 to 2017, what type of year-over-year increase?
So that information is in Appendix A on the next page. Page 6 of the briefing note. So you can look at the summary columns between 2012 and 2017, and you get a sense of the relative change between different grants programs. I think this was part of the issue that Councillor Carroll was addressing in the first round of questions.
Okay, thank you. If we could get the breakdown of just over those 3 years, what was the average increase? Over the last term of council, what was the average increase? Yep. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next. I just want to recognize with councillors, I'm hearing a lot of questions that have been asked many times in the past on a lot of these items. So if you've asked questions on these items, I mean, the repetitiveness sometimes is really delaying a lot of the work we're trying to get done here. Josie, next.
Yes, so we're on page 39, briefing note number 25 regarding poverty reduction. Request is for us to outline what are the requirements for the 17 work plan. What the briefing note highlights that over and above what's been approved and funded in the base, that what's before us in the preliminary operating budget and capital plan include the following. So there's a total of 1.2 gross and 300,000 net that's in the base to reflect the annualized costs of the 2016 added investments. 3.8, 3.7 net in new investments that form part of the new requests that are before committee for consideration. And then in the preliminary capital budget, there's another $67.9 million in new capital investments.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. On table 4, page 4, table 4, I guess this is for the CFO. The Mayor's Task Force on Community Housing Tenants First program, it has 0 net, and that's because the comment is it's using the Social Housing Stabilization Fund. We have a briefing note on reserve funds and how they should be used and how they shouldn't. Would this qualify as how it should be used or how it shouldn't?
This qualifies for the use of the fund. Is it being used in a sustainable manner? No, because the funding will run out at some time.
Yeah. But in that first briefing note, you quite clearly outlined five good ways of using reserve funds. Is this one of the 5 good ways?
So just to clarify, this is for the office that we've created to help us do the analysis, like develop the implementation plan and then roll that out. So these are temporary resources, so I would think that this is an appropriate use of a reserve fund because.
So they're to set up an office, and how do we assume that this office will be funded as of the end of this fund?
So there's this temporary funding for, I think, 2 to 3 years.
2 years.
And there's enough funds in the reserve to cover those 2 years.
So what was the purpose of the reserve when it was established?
The overall purpose of the Social Housing Stabilization Reserve is to help cover one-time unexpected costs in relation to social housing.
Was it
Where GCHC is our largest social housing provider.
And typically, though, what is this fund used for?
So my understanding, it has been used in prior years to help with some of the operating shortfalls. If we needed additional monies to continue operating over and above what was budgeted, we would access this fund.
Okay, thank you. On the student nutrition program, the first line, TPH, halfway down the page, it has 1.6 million gross, 1.5 net, and 109 reserve funded. What does that mean? And same question as the previous one.
I don't know what that is.
I can explain that. That was, we used reserve funds last year to cover the inflationary cost of $109,000. So it was an administrative thing to show it this year.
That's council's decision.
Just as a reminder, last year when council, they added some additional new and enhanced, and they used the reserve fund to fund it. This was one of the sources.
Okay.
This is one of
So this particular amount of money is the 109. The difference between the two, the 109,000, that's now going to be funded as the under tax support. Just to clarify. Yeah. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor McConnell. Councillor Campbell. Sorry, Councillor Campbell.
Right, sorry, I was distracted. Just getting back to student nutrition. So that, there's 1.1 million, that's in addition to what we already provide. It's about 10 million that we provide through student nutrition, correct? So we're bumping that up by 1.1 million. How many schools does this serve, the program?
The program currently serves 565 schools. Some of them have more than one program, so there are 764 programs.
So 565 schools.
Yeah.
Now, when I was at the TDSB, we had something called the Learning Opportunity Index, which was an index of need. Do all school boards have that, or was that unique to the TDSB?
All the public and Catholic school boards have something like that. The private schools do not.
So in regard to the Learning Opportunity Index for the schools within the city of Toronto, are all I mean, how do we measure need?
Well, that is actually.
How do we measure, which schools warrant it and which schools don't?
Well, actually, we do go by that index of need, but schools have to apply for it. If they don't apply, I mean, they are told about it. We have outreach workers through the food program, but they apply and then they go through a ranking process based on need.
All right, and then how do we determine? How is it determined what the cutoff is?
Well, the cutoff is based on how much money is available.
Okay, so what is the cutoff?
I don't know off the top of my head the exact cutoff, but it's a program that serves the most needy areas, the most needy schools, but in those schools, the food is available to all the children.
Right, okay, so how many, we're looking to expand it. We're looking to expand it to another 10 schools, is that right?
Not sure exactly how many, but I know
Well, the line item is for 958.
we're adding another 48 schools,
Another 48 schools.
or 48 programs, which is most likely 48 schools.
Is it 48 elementary schools, 48 secondary? What do we know
Well,
what the mix
again,
is?
it would be by criteria. It's mostly elementary, I believe.
So how do I, as a counselor, know that those schools warrant the program? And how do I know that, as a counselor, that we're not already serving the schools most in need?
Well, we do go through a process every year of going through the applications and looking at their need by the learning index and the socioeconomic status of the neighborhood and lots of other data.
Is that information readily available if we were to ask for it?
I believe it is available, could be made available, yes.
So we're expanding the program to, you think, another 40 schools?
48.
48 schools now, okay. So what if I were to tell you that I know that one of the schools that I think is in the 48 is probably in one of the highest socioeconomic areas in all of the city?
I don't think we've determined which 48 schools will be getting the money. This is part of a originally 5-year strategy, which has been expanded to 6 years, that was approved by the Board of Health back in 2012-13 to expand the program to all schools that had need. And so I don't think we've said ahead of time which schools would get that money. They would have to apply.
So you to say to all schools that have need, how is need defined?
It's defined by the socioeconomic status of the children who attend and their learning index.
Okay, but there must be a set criteria, is there not? There must be some sort of cutoff where you say, okay, this school has the need, these schools do not have the need. I'm wondering, what are those criteria?
Counselor, I'd have to get back to you with more detail, but I know that for each of the school boards, we get a list of all the schools in order
Right,
by need.
I'm familiar
So
with that.
depending on the amount of money, we go up so far. Right now, we are looking at a methodology for private schools as well.
For private schools, so we're
Yes.
thinking of providing, food to schools where people already pay a fee. They could opt for the public system.
This has been requested by
Councillor Pasternak.
Right.
That's right.
And there are, I mean, we are going to be reporting back to the board on this, but there are some schools that have a lot of subsidized students.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell.
Let me just ask one last follow-up, just very quickly. It's a quick answer. What percentage of the program is funded by the province?
I think it's close to 20%. We're aiming to get to that 20% for the city as well. Right now, the city funds about 16%.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McConnell, do you have a question? Yeah.
And by the way, this is the first time that we've got as comprehensive, and I want to thank people for that work. But of the $128 million that is being placed in the poverty reduction, if we approve the $5.0 million in addition to the capital 68 million and the operating 55 million, will we have been able to entirely fund the work plan of 2017?
Through the chair, yes. Funding to implement the council-approved 2017 work plan would be covered through those three.
Right. And am I correct that of this, in addition to this amount of money, by the way, a lot of which has been reallocated within, which was the whole point of going into the $11 billion budget and reallocating. There are 56 initiatives that do not require new resources as a result of the creativity, I would say, of the departments. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So in a sense, that's additional money, investment, but it isn't needed for actual dollars.
Correct, and it's difficult to put a financial number to that.
Absolutely,
that.
absolutely. And I have two very specific questions. One of which is, were you able to, I noted that there was the new priority center in Councillor Nunciata's area. That is not on the list. It should have been on the list. Have we been able to clarify whether it is or it isn't on the list? And if it should be, perhaps we should just do an addendum to this or a revision of this?
So through the budget chief, yes, this briefing note is very much a work in progress.
Yes.
There are a couple of omissions that we will revise the note.
Great.
You've identified one in terms of the foregone revenue associated with the priority center in former City of York. The other amount that isn't in here that is contained in the preliminary budget is an increase to the operating subsidy for Toronto Community Housing.
Yes.
That value is 31.5 million. So we will be adding that to table 1 of this chart.
Great.
This report.
And then in addition to that, I wasn't sure with shelter housing and support whether all of the, I see that the capital costs for the shelter expansion are here at 3 million, but I didn't see the operating costs. So you might want to look and see if we're revising it, whether or not that has to go in as well.
We will confirm the numbers. I do believe that George Street revitalization transition is included, but we will confirm those numbers.
Yes, what I meant was those new shelters that have come on, like...
And the operating numbers.
Yes, that's right. So we might want to do this because I don't think we want to have to go through another year of we only got 7 million. Isn't that right?
We will ensure that we have every number that should be in the
Yes.
briefing note contained in it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On to the next, Josie.
Okay, that concludes the number of briefing notes that had been requested under Cluster A. We're now on page 40, and starting with briefing note number 16 for the City Planning Division. The request of the planner was a breakdown of management consulting costs that will support anticipated 2017 service requirements in the base budget. That's been provided and identified a total of $402,670 that's in there to help them support the review, data collection, and placemaking activities.
Questions? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I see a couple specific reports out in the key points section under page 2. One of them being the Bathurst Key Neighborhood Plan and the Billy Bishop City Airport. Was that, did the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport have to do with the expansion? Was that the cost driver? I don't know who I'm looking for. I'm sort of looking around the room going,
So, Mr. Chair, I'll answer on behalf of...
Great, thank you.
Two things. So that this management consulting group are technical experts. They're not the planning input. They're the technical experts.
Okay.
And the one that you remember is we've hired AirBiz, for example, previously when we were reviewing the Porter proposal for the runway extensions. We're aware of Air Canada or Transport Canada regulation changes that are pending. The safety zones at the end of the runways have always been suspected to be ones where they'll want to put additional length. So we haven't seen the regs yet. Billy Bishop Airport enjoys certain exemption provisions under their the Transport Canada regs. And so we want to make sure we've got a ability to intervene and review the work, and we would engage somebody like AirBiz to do that work.
And do we have any way of recouping that money?
Sorry?
Of capturing that money, of getting someone else to pay for it?
Possibly, but it will depend on the nature of the proposal that comes out of this. It's just, this is something that we expect we're going to need to do some work on, but we really don't know the scale or scope of it yet.
Because what would the regulatory, would the regulatory changes be new changes they would have to conform to, or would they be, would they be grandfathered?
Well, there are various classes of airports, and you know that Billy Bishop is very constrained in terms of its flight paths with the Hearn Stack and with the buildings in downtown Toronto. The obstacle obstruction planes are tight, and there are actually exemptions for that. And so the approach angles, the takeoff angles also have some exemptions. Typically, Transport Canada's been trying to increase the safety margins, so they would like to have larger margins both on the lateral and on the ends. Whether that results in an additional lake filling or not, we don't know, but we want to make sure that we have the ability to peer review and have our views vis-a-vis what either Transport Canada or Ports Toronto would say is an appropriate response.
So this is to ensure that we can comment on the proposed regulations?
Right, effectively, yes.
Okay, there's presumably consultants being hired to help us formulate an opinion around the Scarborough subway extension, right? To help us plan that work?
We have got in capital other dollars for help on the Scarborough subway and other transit initiatives.
So this is only operating dollars? None of this is capital?
Operating dollars.
So I'm not sure if it was categorized as only operating in the briefing note request. I could be incorrect.
Yeah, it's the operating budget, Mr. Chair.
But when the request was made
Oh, I see.
to staff, I'm just wondering if it included both or
Well,
not.
it looks like you're asking for the management consulting costs. That is the ones that we have categorized in the operating budget.
So to
So there are other consulting costs, though.
Right, to be clear, the capital budget for city planning has many studies built into it. That's the nature of the work.
Right.
So that would be a whole series of other expenses outside of what's in the operating budget.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, the transit data collection that's being done, what's that for?
So that's for our transit modeling and all the origin to destination work that we do and our gravity models. It's a very economical way of getting sophisticated modeling to assist in our evaluation of transit networks and their performance.
Okay, thank you.
Carol?
Can I just clarify, we have this briefing note, and it was to management consultant, and that's a term you've used in operating. But is it not also the case that in terms of all external consultants, there's still the annual report going to government management?
That's correct.
So if you wanted the whole whack, you could simply search government management's agenda?
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next one?
Yep, bottom of page 40, number 17 was a request from the chief planner to provide a line-by-line list of discretionary spending items and areas of potential savings. That's before you. It's the sum of about $441,000. That's in the 17 budget. It notes that as part of last year's round of discretionary spending cuts, adjustments had been made, and so they have not been made, and no further opportunities exist in 17.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Carroll?
Can I just say, I'm glad, the councillor who moved that we should get this, I kind of see their point. I did not know after all these years until then. This seems an odd place to put that total honoraria for Committee of Adjustment members. It's half of the amount. 400,000 seemed scandalous for discretionary items. And so I think people expected to see, $250,000 in travel or something here. In fact, an ongoing expense that is an honoraria to ongoing committed people is in here to the tune of 200,000, and that's why the number looked like that. It didn't reflect well on the chief planner, and in fact, there's a perfectly good explanation. Has there been any discussion about, because it raised the hair on the back of someone's neck, perhaps we should put that somewhere else?
Well, we've not had any discussion at the cluster B level, but we'll take the direction.
Well, I would just submit then, wouldn't you agree, so that I'm still asking a question, that is probably the reason this motion was moved in the first place, so we probably want to highlight that in analyst notes going forward, that's why this number is so big.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah, then you won't see this motion again every 2 years or so, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one.
Okay, number 18.
Wait, hold on, sorry, Councillor Davis had a question.
So the 11 million net from last year has been annualized in this line of discretionary reductions?
all of those were carried on in this budget? Okay, and then there's an additional 68,000 for this year. Well, I think what the briefing note is saying is those adjustments that were made last year were made, and there were no additional opportunities for 17.
And sorry?
And there were no, it's been essentially flatlined based on the adjustments made in 16 to continue in 17. So there's no further cuts to these lines in 17 because the cuts were made in 16. And you can see in some accounts, they've actually spent a higher level than what was budgeted. So there was really no opportunity to cut more.
Okay, I see. So these additional stationary furnishings, et cetera, you're just identifying those carrying on for 2017? Okay. And this is one of the issues that I raised for many years before we got some money for furnishings and other equipment to ensure that we have funds to accommodate workplace ergonomic investments. We're not reducing in any way the funds
No, in fact, what
assigned
we've
to
done here,
accommodate.
through you, Mr. Chair, is to identify that we have those kinds of needs, and we've actually included a specific line item here to accommodate ergonomic and other health and safety impacts of staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, number 18, I believe.
Yes, number 18 on page 41, there's a request of the Executive Director of MLS to provide information on assessment of the staffing complement necessary to provide overnight and weekend enforcement of noise bylaws, whether through additional FTEs, shift changes. So that briefing note is here, and it details the results of two initiatives that have helped support noise complaint issues.
Questions? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Given the staff complement for overnight and weekend enforcement of the noise bylaw, how much time or what is the response time to a noise complaint if it's issued over a weekend or a weeknight? Is it measured in minutes, hours, days, or weeks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our responses are measured in days. Depending on the group we're in, the licensing enforcement group, we attempt within 2 days, 48 hours, with the IS group within 5 days, 5 business days. So it does vary. We are not structured to be an immediate response to complaints or service request service.
So if there is an ongoing, or if there is an immediate problem with a noise complaint, who deals with that?
Right, so through you, Mr. Chair, it depends on the nature of the noise, and I will add, just because we get the initial complaint, the initial investigation is done. We have a slate of officers, in particular the after-hours nightclub noise complaints, where we've got ongoing blitzes and ongoing enforcement. So we have a list of problematic properties that we will attend on a regular basis, so it doesn't require a one-for-one complaint response. We know where the problems are, and we will return. So in that case, we're checking to see when they're happening at the time. Ideally, we're going when we believe it might be happening.
But again, if there's an isolated incident at either a licensed venue or an unlicensed venue, pop-up EDM, whose job is it to respond to the noise complaint?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is still a response by the Toronto Police Service in some of these cases. Certainly if it's in a large venue, a large event, you're mentioning an EDM, electronic dance music venue, that would absolutely be in the purview of the Toronto Police Service. As we mentioned before, I do know that the police service through the Transformational Task Force is looking at their responses to noise complaints, but the caveat to that is there will be a risk-based approach, is my understanding. I am certainly not resourced, equipped, or the appropriate body to be attending a large venue EDM without police support.
Fair enough. Then let's choose a smaller licensed venue. In your experience, do the police respond to noise requests from a small restaurant or bar?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly this has been one of the challenges. A noise complaint in the police world is a significantly lower priority. What we did talk about, we've been working towards and continue to, is the ability for them to make these referrals to us for us to follow up. Typically, a problem property or where we have a one-off, we're going to have more. I think there's definitely a lot more work we can do in that regard in following up on premises that are becoming noise issues. We're not all the way where we need to be yet. As well, I'll note the noise bylaw review, which we are intending to bring some more subjective measurements to. And through the course of that, we'll certainly be responding to what the enforcement needs are. Right now, things are not measured. It's very subjective, and that causes an enforcement issue for us as well. So seeing how we end up with the regulations in the noise bylaw will certainly impact the nature of our responses going forward.
And I know I ask this every year, and there's a reticence to answer in the affirmative, but would you be able to better enforce the noise bylaw if we were to assign additional resources?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly try not to be reticent, sir. My perspective on this is until such time as I can say to you the number of people I would need to do a certain type of work, I am reticent to say what that number is. We have changes to the bylaw that I believe will make an impact on the nature of our responses. We have process issues that we can do better with on our responses. So until I can say to you that I have done those things and I am comfortable that we are deploying as we should be, then I can give you the answer to yes, more resources here, please, and this is how many.
And
we're not there.
how long have we been reviewing the noise bylaw in order to give you an idea of how many resources or the level of resources that you'd need?
Sure. So the noise bylaw review did come to LNS twice in 2016. We have a working group. We have quite a body of work ongoing. This is a challenging file on many fronts. We're dealing with the construction industry, developers on the construction noise issue. We're dealing with the music industry, restaurateurs on the amplified music side. So it's an important, impactful body of work. We have planned to come forward by the end of this year with recommendations on regulatory change, and that will absolutely help inform to what extent we think we're going to need resourcing.
But how long has it been since council made the request to review the noise bylaw? I appreciate that.
Councillor, I'm going to stop you there. What's happening here is we have briefing notes that are on specific things, and this is about the weekend and overnight, and the questions are now starting to get into general questions about the whole area. And you're not the only one. I think others are doing that, where, again, they're starting very specific on a briefing note. And yes, the information, but the questions are actually getting into general questions on the division. And I've been pretty good, but you're starting out, you're getting into very general questions on that you've taken and extrapolated out of the purpose of a briefing note.
On a point of personal privilege, I appreciate that, but I've asked this exact same question every year about what resources do you need, and we have asked about 4 years ago.
And I understand that, but that would be a question you'd be asking when we get into the general questions.
Okay.
These are notes really on a briefing note, or questions on a briefing note on a specific subject. Some of them are a little more general than others, and I would really urge the councillors to really ask the general questions when we get them, and not use these as leading questions to get what you're trying to get at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll? Okay, sorry. Okay. Josie, next.
Okay, we're at the top of page 42, Transportation Services, briefing note number 19. Was a request for what is the revised schedule of service levels for road and sidewalk maintenance to reflect actual achieved service levels in past years. So that briefing note has provided and shows that generally service levels have generally been achieved, although in certain circumstances, like major snowfalls, there may be some non-compliance. So you can discuss this with staff.
Okay. So questions on clarification of this briefing note? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, and I'm trying to limit it to clarifications of the briefing note, but the briefing note gets into what is documented as the service standards. My questions are around, and you're unfortunately sitting ducks because it snowed this week. And so recent feedback is stuck in our brains. We have experienced, while we have service standards here, they're quite precise in the link, the findings in your research, we're experiencing anecdotally that the quality is going down. It has in here de-icing measures and specific service standards, but we're getting back into the area of they missed the pregnant bulge in the street. They didn't go into the dead-end street. There's a lot of that happening. And I'm wondering if those are contract issues that isn't mentioned in the briefing notes. Sometimes as you get towards the end of the contract, we see a lessening of quality. Is that what's happening?
Beginning of the contract.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's exactly what's happening. This is the second year of a 7-year contract, so we have a...
Second year?
Yes,
And
7-year.
I should see good service, should I not?
Except last year, because of the general mildness of the winter, we didn't have a lot of plowing operations. And this year, we're starting with the accumulation of snow. Some of the contractors not performing to our expectations, and we've sat down with them and just reminded them of the contract, of the specifications, and we've seen some improvement already, but there was some growing pains with some of the new contractors for winter maintenance.
Right, so it's second year, but really this is their first real test.
Yes, that's correct.
So I went through the standards, because we have had a lot of feedback, and that may be specific to my area. And the standards seem okay, but that's not what's happening on the ground. So that's something we should do offline. We don't need to adjust the budget. We have commitments such that I just need to sit down with my deliverer. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. I believe this briefing note was in response to the briefing note that I requested as a revised schedule of service levels for the road and sidewalk maintenance. That's because the transportation service levels are very different than the way I believe most other divisions prepare their analyst notes, in that it shows the previous year of what their actual was and what they achieved. And that's what isn't in the transportation notes, is the actuals. It says this is what we'd like to do, but it doesn't track the actuals. So are we actually achieving what we said we were going to achieve? And that's, I thought very specifically when I said to reflect actual achieved service levels in the past, and I'm not sure, like I don't know if I'm missing something, but attachment 1 only seems to have a bit of this. So there's service requests.
So through you, Mr. Chair, as we become more mature in the service levels that are being provided, there are many divisions who are actually able to provide what's the approved service level and track the actual, and we're showing those in the notes.
Yeah.
There's some divisions who are working on developing the information and tracking mechanisms to actually provide that, but that ultimately that is what we expect from everyone, to show the approved versus the actual.
So I think that's something we somehow, like, it's a lot of measurables that transportation has. I appreciate that. And other divisions too put not available where it's not measurable. And I think we can all appreciate that some data is kind of unattainable. But I think the core of my question is, are we achieving the service levels that are stated year by year in each of the various categories? If it's filling potholes to clearing the streets, are we getting there?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we did a hand count. We did a assessment of, I believe, 179 service levels, of which, of those that we can get good data on, to your point that some of them are not easily measured, 79% we are at meet or better, and in some cases far exceed. And then 32 or 21% have been not met.
Can you give us the list of that 20?
Well, I think that this particular list requires a little bit of context, and so we were hoping we could sit down with you and kind of go through them.
Okay, thank you. It would be interesting, and maybe with our analysts there in the in finance, we could figure out a way of presenting it that helps provide some of that context, but puts it into councillors' hands, because I imagine it'll be difficult for you to sit down with 44 of us.
Correct.
And in the next 3 weeks and try to actually educate us on why we might not be meeting some standards. I think at the core of the question is, are we not assigning enough resources to some things in order to achieve that service level that we would like to achieve, that our residents expect us to achieve? And when you talk about roads, that's, I think, one area that most councillors can agree that a certain service level is expected. If you're a pedestrian, a cyclist, a driver, a transit rider, you're on those roads some way and you're hitting those speed bumps some way. So I would just ask that we work on presenting it in an effective way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Davis?
Thank you very much. So the road and sidewalk repairs and cleaning, how are they affected in the budget? Both in terms of what is included in terms of service changes. Let me start there. So cleaning. Street sweeping is being reduced. How much in terms of quantify it in a way that we can understand?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the proposal for reduction of street sweeping is on the local roads only, so it does not impact arterial roadways. And the reduction, and one of the reasons we looked at this standard is because there's no provincially minimum maintenance standard identified. So it would be reducing street sweeping from 5 to 7 times per year to 3 times per year. So once in the spring, once in the summer, and once in the fall at critical times. So when snow is over, when the leaves have fallen, et cetera.
Sorry, that's still a wide, from 5 to 7.
About a 50% reduction.
It's a 50% reduction in sweeping.
Correct. And the annual reduction is $315,000 annually.
Okay, and that's included in the reductions that are before us.
Yep.
On the patrols and investigations, what is changing there? Are we reducing the number of traffic studies being done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we are not proposing that.
Okay. Anything else on cycling and infrastructure? No? No, this is in the briefing note, Mr. Colleague Campbell. Okay, so none of these, it's winter operations and road sweeping are the services that are being reduced.
Through you, Mr. Chair, winter operations is not proposed to be reduced. It's street sweeping.
Yes.
And leaf collection, harmonizing leaf collection.
And leaf collection in where?
Which wards do you know? Etobicoke, York, and Scarborough.
Okay, so the leaf collection is in there.
It's the mechanical leaf collections.
Yes, yes.
Campbell, listen.
Just going after your leaf collection.
Mechanical leaf collections?
Doesn't sound very general, it sounds very specific.
No, however, what I did want to understand, on the list of potential reductions, the 73 million of potential cuts, there are also on your list the reversal of all of the improvements in the winter snow removal changes that we adopted in this contract. Is that true? I read that.
You can take that.
On the not included list.
Oh, on the not included list. Correct, yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, that is on the not included, not recommended list.
Yes. So what other things are on that not recommend? So just to be clear, what was included in this new 7-year contract was improved sidewalk snow removal in certain areas. There was also some new windrow clearing and some additional sidewalk clearing, and additional improvements at subway stops and in bike lanes on certain arterial roads. So that was those are the improvements we got in this contract, and on the list potentially is to reverse those improvements.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on the list that is not recommended to move forward.
Right, but we still need to find 91 million, and
Correct.
this is your extra set of potential reductions.
This is the most recently added.
Yes, and what else is there, just to remind us?
Again, Councillor, I'm going to remind councillors.
It is
a lot
here.
I understand, Councillor, trust me, I understand that these are
Chance to ask general questions.
pretty simple. Yes, they're there, but these are pretty simple briefing notes. that are in front of us. And
Mr. Chair, sometimes it's useful for the public who may be following this to hear some of what's in the budget.
well, anyway, I highly doubt that the public are following.
Highly
most of
doubt
these
that the public's paying much attention, that's
A
really,
lot of these questions are very repetitive, Councillor.
that was not repetitive at all, Mr. Chair.
Continue. You got 15 seconds.
Through you, Mr. Chair, here are the items that are not included in our proposal. Further reduction of grass cutting from 6 to 5 cuts per season, reduction of refreshing pavement markings from once a year to every other year, every 2 years, reduction in street sweeping on arterial roads now, so not local ones, eliminating driveway windrow clearing, and reducing enhanced winter maintenance as you described for the elements that we've added
Right.
recently.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, next.
Okay, 3, Mr. Chair, page 42, we're now moving on to Toronto Police Service, briefing note number 20. Request of the Board and Chief was that the police service provide information on the impact of cap and trade on the service's budget. That briefing note has been provided, and it states that cap and trade expenses over and above their current volume expenses, about $340,000 for both diesel and gasoline due to the 4.3% liter increase.
Perhaps we can hold this one for Councillor Burnside. I know that he was very interested in it.
Well, again, Councillor, this
gone? All right.
is an example of a briefing note that is pretty self-explanatory, and to have questions on this would be, it's there in front of you.
Okay.
We're going to continue.
Yep, that's fine.
You want questions, you need to be in the room.
I agreed.
Okay, next one, number 21, also for the Toronto Police Service. Request on providing a note discussing and identifying the reasons for the decline in provincial offense tickets and what were the absolute changes over a period of time. That's been provided, and it has identified sort of some key reasons for the decline, including lower uniform staffing levels, a new approach to traffic enforcement, which I believe we heard in prior budget processes around moving towards a warning system, as well as the caution. Sorry, that's the warning system there. So there are
Questions?
staff here if you need to answer questions.
Councillor, any committee members? No. Councillor Davison?
Hear from police, but I wanted to understand. Oh. So it says lower uniform staffing levels. So what is the reduction in uniform staffing levels?
So, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair, from 2010 to 2013, we went down about 300 officers. And then in 14, we implemented the warning systems, which has basically taken about 90,000 tags out of the system. But the real reason, the main reason for the decline is a reduction in staff. And in fact, from 2013 to today, we've gone down another probably 250 to 300 officers. So we're down about 600 officers since 2010. And so the ability to do proactive, which is what enforcement is, we're spending more time responding to calls and don't have enough time to actually enforce. What will help in this case is what we have proposed and what's gone through our board is automated enforcement. And the city's already taken some steps in terms of additional red light cameras. We'd like also to move to prohibited turns and other infractions.
So in the second bullet point that says you've moved from an enforcement-focused approach to traffic safety to a more balanced crime prevention and community mobilization strategy. What does that mean?
Education in terms of working in the communities to try and educate around school crossing, school zones, that sort of thing, in terms of trying to change behavior without enforcement. And that applies to cautions as well.
In 54 divisions, I've been told that we only have one traffic enforcement officer now. Is that true?
Traffic enforcement, actually, we've centralized our traffic and we'll maybe moving to a new model with the transformation. Officers enforce, especially frontline PRU officers, enforce all the time. We don't have a lot of dedicated officers because of the number of calls that we have to respond to. So it wouldn't surprise me that we would only have one. Some probably don't have any and just are enforcing as they patrol the particular area.
So in light of the increased concern about pedestrian safety on our roads and our new safety plan, would we not be trying to convert some officers to enforcement of, traffic safety issues?
Certainly, we're at the table with the city in terms of the strategy to try to, eliminate and certainly reduce the number of fatalities and other injuries from traffic-related things. So, yeah, we're going to be looking at that as part of that overall city strategy. The city can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. This has to be a partnership that moves towards that end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll go on to the next.
Next one, number 22 on page 44, is a request for briefing note on the impact of presumptive illness, if any. That's been provided. It's here for your information. The police service does say that it is tracking and reporting records of injured on-duty instances resulting from traumatic mental stress. It also has recorded 456 total incidents in 2016, which represent a 43% increase since 2013.
Questions? Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Probably the first
Number
briefing note we
23.
haven't had a question on. There we are. Perfect. It's what we like to see.
Okay, page 45 is a request from for the medical officer of health to provide some information on any interim urgent actions and corresponding resources required to combat the growing opioid overdose. You may have heard about this earlier this week. This briefing note does identify the need for 2 urgent actions, one around training in overdose prevention and response and policy development support. It also identifies that should these 2 urgent actions be implemented for 17, it would also require funding of $297,000 gross, $74,000 net for 4 positions to support these 2 actions in 17 until such time as the full strategy comes out. These are not included in the preliminary budget.
It's not in.
They are not included.
Just very quickly, the bullet point 5 is that the plans are underway to develop a Toronto Overdose Action Plan that will be provided to the Board of Health on January 23rd. Is the expectation that we'll be able to bring recommendations before, or at what point in time are we going to see recommendations that might impact the budget?
We're going to be reporting on the overdose plan at the March board. I think that's after the budget's gone through. These positions are what we consider urgent and the minimum. Actually, we've looked at what we think we might need, and it was actually about double this, 8 position. But we felt that given that the timing around the budget and the overdose plan hasn't been fully put together, this is the minimum we need. If we need more, we'll have to come forward for the 2018 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next.
Okay, we're at our last briefing note. Page 46, number 27, request from the TTC to outline the impact of provincial decisions on annual operating costs for the Commission from 1990 to 2017, including any changes in subsidy received by the city from the provincial government and any costs associated with new legislative requirements. So this briefing note has been provided with a summary that outlines both the provincial decisions and its impact on TTC's operating costs, as well as provincial funding that's been provided either on an ongoing or periodic one-time basis since 1990.
Questions?
This is briefing note 27, right?
Yes.
This is the TTC operating
Impact of provincial decisions on TTC operating, annual operating.
Sorry, 46.
It's in the package from this morning.
Councilor Layton, you have questions, or?
Yes, just looking at the changes in subsidy from 1990 until now, I was under the impression, could you just talk us through the chart? Looks like the same, what's the difference between these two charts? Approved city net budget, budgeted provincial subsidy.
Yeah.
One is Wheel-Trans.
Page 2 shows the conventional system, and page 3 shows Wheel-Trans.
Okay, thank you. And so the budgeted provincial subsidy, when did it begin to be removed from the budget?
So if you go back to the early 1970s, basically for the TTC operating budget and the Wheel-Trans budget, the province and then Metro Toronto split equally the subsidy. So it was a 50-50 split. On the TTC operating budget, that was about 16% from Metro and 16% from the province. On Wheel-Trans, Wheel-Trans has always had a 3 to 4 to 5% cost recovery ratio. So on that basis, the Wheel-Trans budget, the bulk of it was paid for by the municipality and the province, but split equally. In the, I'm going to say, the early 90s, from time to time, one level of government or another would say we're freezing this or we're freezing that. But in large measure, those 50-50 splits continued. They all completely ended with amalgamation. So 1997 was the last year the TTC got direct subsidies from the province for either TTC or Wheel-Trans. But you will see two things that did happen is starting in 2004, when the provincial gas tax came into place, city councils taken roughly 1 cent of that, or $91 million, and applied it to the TTC operating budget. And then there were years, sporadic years, where on an ad hoc basis, the province would provide funding to the city, and those dollars are shown on the pages as they're there.
So who determines what who determined that the 91.6 million was static?
So it was just way back in 2004, the very first time there was a gas tax, council approved putting, 1 cent of it towards here, and that same number's been there ever since. So every time we bring our budget, it includes the 91.6 million from the gas tax. If you wanted to increase that, you'd have to go and take it, because the balance of the gas tax is provided to the TTC capital budget. So if you said we want to take more money for the operating budget from the gas tax, then you'd be going and reducing one of the funding sources on the capital budget.
The capital budget.
Right.
Is that a policy of the city, or that's just we sort of stuck it out on that number since 2006?
Well, I guess since we've done it ever since 2006, it's certainly a practice if it's not a policy.
And it's not a percentage of the gas tax money coming in, it's 91 million. It's 91,
My recollection is when we
91.
first did it, it was 1 cent of the 2 cents. And we've just pretty much kept it at that dollar amount ever since.
We've kept it at that dollar amount, but not the 1 cent.
Interestingly enough, if you went back to 2004 to now, and you look at the amount of gas tax that we do get, it has not changed very much over that whole time.
Professor Perks, do you have a theory around this? I look forward to your theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Professor Perks?
I'm on sabbatical.
Councillor Campbell.
So, I mean, one could argue that practice has forced annual fare increases.
Don't you agree?
So because of a refusal or a denial of increasing this amount, it's put operating pressure on the TTC, increased operating pressure every year, albeit small, because you're not increasing it by 1 or 2%, it's going into capital, so, but you are putting more pressure on the ridership, are you not?
Well, certainly I think it's fair to say if you freeze a funding source and there's escalating cost increases, that at least that funding source is funding a smaller proportion. But I would say if you went back and you looked at the column immediately to the left of it, that while the city has not added more gas tax money to it from their allotment from the province, the city has increased the direct operating subsidy to TTC.
Well, I recognize that, but the portion that's going toward operating from the province has gone down in real terms. And whereas if it hadn't, if both had gone up at the same rate, if the city had put in its portion as it's done, and if we'd taken that, you know, that gas tax and incrementally raised the amount that was going into operating, the impact on the ridership would be less. Now, it hasn't been asked for here, but in terms of a percentage of operating costs that are covered by the ridership, it's now 68% or close to 70%. Roughly what was it in 2004?
Yeah, I don't have the, I'd have to go back and look.
In
2004, I'm sure it was much higher than that.
It was higher than that was borne by the rider?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
Because if you look at, you go back to 2004, I think we're probably in the order of about 80%. This operating subsidy from the city and the province, this all combined was about 300 million. This year it's about 545. But even when you go back and you look at that 70 and all those numbers that were added as one-time funding, they came to the city to help solve the city's overall budget, but those things had no impact on the balancing of the TTC budget.
Okay, because I am sticking to the briefing note here, because we are talking about the amount that's provided by the province in terms of subsidy. Has there been any different treatment of operating supports from the province with other municipalities, or do they?
So the province provides gas tax to municipalities. To my knowledge, the only municipality that takes any share of that gas tax and puts it against operating at all is the City of Toronto. I think every other municipality takes it, and it just goes into fund capital. So the only municipality that funds operating is the City of Toronto.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I wanted to ask about the AODA capital. Do you have all of your AODA requirements? It says you've put in the 2018 to 25 capital plan, $500 million, 514 million. Is that, so you have all your predicted AODA requirements in the capital plan?
So with that money there, and with the new streetcars when they get delivered, that would make the entire system accessible, and those dollars are within the budget that was put forward by council, and the plans are to get all that work done by then, with 2 exceptions. We have Islington Subway Station, and we have Warden Subway Station, and those 2 stations have bus bay, in separate bus bays, and so when buses come in, they come in a separate bus bay here, next one next there, and there's no way that you can make those accessible unless you tear down that station. So you would need an elevator at every bus bay. So if you've got 14 bus bays, you'd need 14 elevators. There's no physical way to do it. So for both of those stations, the plan and the hope is that there will be some way to develop those stations where, in connection with the development, we will tear down those stations and put in an island-type platform which allows for buses to line up around the outside of it, and one elevator to service that. But we don't have those developments now. We did, about a decade ago, come within a hair's breadth of getting exactly the type of development at Islington. But when the credit crunch happened in 2008, that development fell through. But those 2 stations, that's our plan, our only plan.
And the AODA changes that will broaden the eligibility for Wheel-Trans. This says you predict there will be additional operating costs
About $6 million.
of $6 million. Are all of the funds in the budget for all of those changes that are required for the new model of Wheel-Trans delivery, the new families of service or whatever it's called?
So the family of
What
service.
do you call that?
We're calling it a family of services. Basically, what it means is instead of being
Yep.
picked up at
No,
the
I
door and
understand.
dropped off, we will pick you up at your door.
I understand what
And
it is.
take you to where it's successful. All those dollars are
Yes.
either in the 2017 budget,
Yes.
operating budget, or the capital money is in the capital, 10-year capital plan you have before you.
Okay, so we have the money to implement.
You have those things are in those budgets, provided the full capital budget's funded for the next decade, all those monies are in there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councilor Nunzita, you just tell me a point of order?
Chairman, I'm going to suggest that we recess at 5, and that whatever we haven't completed today, we can defer to the January 24th meeting.
Okay, well, listen, it's the will of the committee, and we can do that. I've just talked to the clerks. We have to sort a few things out, but we could do that. We're just finishing the briefing notes now. We're now getting into a few reports that we have. After that, we still have overall questions of the clusters. I'm hoping, there's been so many questions from the briefing notes, I'm hoping everyone's questioned out on the clusters, but we'll have to wait and see. Well, listen, it's up to the committee at 5 o'clock. If we want to end it, we can end it.
So, Mr. Chairman, whatever we haven't completed, we just carry it over to January.
Let's hope that we can get through as much as we can in the next, it's
Okay.
4 o'clock. Now, we do have to we do have briefing note requests that we have to move, and we have to pass them because we got to get the work done.
Okay, that's
Other than
fine.
that,
But I just wanted to move
technically,
that.
things can come the next meeting.
So do we all agree? Do we
Well,
have to take a vote?
here's my suggestion. Let's see where we are in 45 minutes, and if we're maybe disciplined enough, maybe we can get done by 5, but let's have a look to see. Okay. Now, do we need like a 5-minute? If we take 5 minutes, it's going to end up being like 12 to 15. So we just want to continue? Okay, let's continue. Josie, we're going to continue and push on.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair and committee members, that concludes the briefing notes that are before you. They should all be received for information. And now we can go through the list of the reports that are on the agenda. Reports, not briefing notes, that are on the agenda. That's before you. I can go at them.
Why don't we do a motion to receive all of the briefing note requests? Council Layton moves. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
So once again, we can go through probably one by one and see where we land, and that way.
Let's go through one by one.
Okay. So the first one on page 47 is actually a transmittal letter from the Toronto Music Industry Advisory Councils asking the Budget Committee for support of a $200,000 investment to implement the Toronto Music Strategy. That's something that falls in the Economic Development and Culture budget. It's a new request that's not in the preliminary budget, but is in the list for council for committee to consider. So this is really just a transmittal of the support from that advisory council. And it's 29.1M.
So this is primarily a new and enhanced $200,000 request coming in.
In all these reports, again, we'll defer them. We'll defer them to final wrap-up for consideration. Okay,
Yes.
the next
So
report.
First of all, are there any questions on, we can do questions on this? It seems, okay, we'll move to the next one then.
Okay. The next one is BU 29.1U. It's a report from the General Manager, Economic Development Culture. It outlines the funding request of $1.4 million gross, zero net. And this is to allow the city to undertake work in terms of global marketing. It's identified here on page 48 in more detail. Again, this is not in the preliminary budget. This is a subsequent report. The funds of $1.4 million are to come from non-program budgeted revenues that arise from the Toronto Port Lands Company dividends. No. We do not have this funding in place. by virtue of the divestiture of Invest Toronto, that frees up funds in part that have already been allocated to Toronto Global. And this is residual amount of money that could potentially be used for this strategy.
Any
The general
questions?
manager is here for questions.
Council. Okay. Councilor DiCiano has questions?
Yeah, just brief. I didn't realize it was so easy to generate 20,000 new jobs with a $1.4 million investment. So how does that happen with 1.4 million? I mean, let's spend 10 million. If we get 100,000 new jobs, we can raise taxes for every homeowner, because
So that number comes from the, through the chair, that number comes from some provincial work that ascertained that an increase in exports by Ontario-based companies of $100,000 would increase one job in the Ontario economy. So we use that from the point of view of how much export increases we could do based upon a lot of opportunity, not nearly enough Toronto-based and Ontario-based companies export, and this is focused on trying to be able to significantly increase this. Obviously, it's not our money alone. It's a leveraging of a lot of effort by the federal and provincial governments as well, and working through our partner that we're proposing, namely the Toronto Region Board of Trade's World Trade Center in Toronto.
so the 1.4 million is a portion of what all three levels of government would invest?
Well, we'd be tapping into the provincial and federal programs
At Portlands.
better than we have been doing to date.
So that money, you said, is going to help exporters?
Correct. Help people to export, help companies to export.
Help them understand how to export efficiently and whatnot?
And give them coaching in terms of how they should approach it, professional assistance on putting plans together, and putting them in touch with the right countries and the right sectors in the right manner.
And how much are we spending right now? We're doing that right now, are we not?
Very minor amount, maybe a half a person a year. We're not linked in with Toronto Region Board of Trade. It's a new program by them, the World Trade Center. Program has been in place for about a year, has lots of success stories, so we feel it's a good vehicle to partner with.
And isn't the province have programs, or the federal government through the BDC have export development training sessions for small business and medium-sized businesses here?
They have familiarization sessions, the FIT program being the one that most people know about. Without being negative to anybody, our experience is that those programs tend to be more proactive in parts of the province that are more harder hit economically than they feel Toronto is.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Carroll had a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, because in starting this new initiative, we're shifting a little money to clerks. So I'm assuming that's because when they gathered, city clerks is going to support those meetings? Is that what that's about?
So there's two elements to the clerk's involvement. First is when we do official missions overseas, what we've discovered is having some protocol assistance is very important to make sure that we don't mess up over there.
Yes.
And then more importantly is on the inbound missions, or not more importantly, as importantly, on the inbound delegations and missions, which I feel we do an abysmal job of hosting here. We need to do a much better job, and protocol is the best place to do that, to be the center, to be the quarterback of that operation, so that we respect these delegations appropriately, we plan for them appropriately, and that's what this fund helps them to do.
Okay, so now I really am on board, because I witnessed firsthand but will an adjustment be made on the ActDev side? If we're getting that support and we're now getting it from the right place, we don't need to take two people to do that job from your division then?
That's depending upon the size of the mission.
Yeah,
On the
yeah.
recent trip to Israel, initially, we only planned on one ActDev person plus one protocol person. it got to be 60 people. It was just too unwieldy with 3 sub people, so I went as well as,
60?
yeah.
But you had some private sector input into that
Yes,
mission
in
as well.
terms of the logistics planning, et cetera.
Yeah.
But to plan and shepherd and form the alliances, we had 3 separate delegations, so we were divvying up the workload.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Outside council, sorry, Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, through you. So you make some pretty, I'd say impressive, we have some pretty impressive hopes here in terms of creating jobs. Will we be looking back at it to verify all this?
Very much so. In the report, one of the recommendations we're recommending that you make to council is to report back immediately after any individual mission, and then every year to do an annual report out. One of the significant components of this funding is to create a database so that we can measure the statistics much more accurately. We have no mechanism right now to actually measure the actual impact of the export increases that individual companies have. This would provide us the capacity to do that.
And because my understanding is we haven't really been doing that in the past, is that correct?
We haven't done it all. We don't even have the mechanism to do it. We don't survey the companies.
There's been a lot of hopes and dreams, and whatever happens, happens.
The Metro Toronto, by the way, used to have a major export support program back in the day, and it went away. I was involved as an outsider in evaluating it at the time, and I felt that the program was too poorly resourced, so it was a waste of time, and I said, if you don't go big or go home.
Okay, thank you.
Outside councillors, Councillor Davis, did you have a question?
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So we have not provided any documentation on the impact on jobs of the trade missions we've done to date.
The word "any" is an over-exaggeration. We do report on the activities, we report on the deals that we're aware of, but we don't go back to the 30 companies that went on the trip 1 year later, 2 years later, and ask for statistics on how they've improved their trade relationship in those countries. We don't have the mechanism or the training to do it
I
properly.
don't recall seeing any reports, for instance, on the,
We've reported on more recently, on the mayor's trips. We reported on the LA trip, we reported on the China trip. But the data was more anecdotal than it was statistical.
so basically, this is another 1.4 million for more trade missions.
Right. Well, better managing, going overseas, better managing our sister city and partnership relationships and leveraging those for greater economic gain, a better identification of the local companies that would benefit from, and then train those companies. That's the majority of the work that's being focused here. And not a lot more missions, because the travel budget, as you'll see from the briefing note, is not going up that much compared to the expenditure on this program.
Can I just ask again, did this come in the form of a report to committee?
No, so the challenge on the timing for this one was the material was prepared 8-10 months ago with the hope that 2 things we needed. One was a source of funding, and that wasn't confirmed until December, when the federal government finally agreed to fund Toronto Global, so we knew the funding would be available. Secondly, we did not have, in my view, a significant partner that we could work with that had great ties with the business community. The World Trade Center has been up and running now for a year, and from our review of their program in the first year, we think it's a very strong partner for us to go with. So we felt that we could successfully implement this program, but we knew neither of those things until December.
But we need 1.4 million of city dollars.
Sorry?
So
Not of city dollar, well, city agency dollars. Toronto Portland's company reassigning some of the money that is no longer needed for Invest Toronto.
maybe I can just ask the finance, the CFO. So if an agency has surplus money, we can simply decide that surplus can go over here? Like, I don't understand.
So if
Could
you
I
recall-
say, let's take that 1.4 and put it into childcare?
So if you recall, funding was going to Invest Toronto. How did we fund Invest Toronto? We funded it through the TPLC with their net dividend. With the creation of Going Global, we didn't require the entire TPLC budget that was going to Invest to Toronto to go to the new Going Global. So there was some monies left over. There were some activities that Going Global, the Toronto Global, will not do. All this money was in the economic development sphere. There's a proposal now in front of council on how to use that money that was freed up from the switch of going to Invest Toronto to Going Global, and it's up to council to decide what to do with that funding.
It's within ECDEV, so could we say as well, maybe we should spend more on BIAs with this money, or?
The recommendation from staff is to apply the funding this way. Ultimately, as with any decision, it's up to council to decide.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors for questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Josie, we're on to the next report.
Okay, so top of page 49, BU 29.1T is a report here for your information from the General Manager of Children's Services. We have a report that, we actually have two reports, this one and the next one, in which we have a concurrent consideration of the same report, one to CDR in this case, that's coming up shortly, and through the budget process. And this was to provide information around the number of additional childcare fee subsidies that would be required to achieve the same ratio of subsidies to licensed spaces as in 2010 prior to the implementation of full-day kindergarten. So this is here before you for your information.
Questions? Committee members? Okay, I'm going to do just a quick question. Joe, you mentioned this, so has this come before CDR yet?
No, CDR's next week.
It's on Monday.
It's Monday, right. So in this particular case, this
I'm a little confused, I guess, with timing and how all this, here we have a budget item that's before us, hasn't even come to CDR yet, and where and how this is going to play out. If I can ask that question.
So the direction that was given actually from the previous CDR meeting as a recommendation to council last time around was that there be concurrent reporting. That's what council approved at its last meeting in December, to have this report move through two processes, not quite aligned.
Okay, thank you. Outside councilors. Either or? Okay, you can do that. Councillor Davis, questions?
So this report looks at the proportion of subsidies to the number of licensed childcare spaces in the system. In other words, subsidies to capacity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And historically, the percentage of subsidies to capacity has been what? In 2016, before the introduction of all-day kindergarten, what was it?
In 2010, it was 44.8%.
So it was 45% of all of the licensed spaces, we were able to have subsidized families access 45% of those spaces.
That's correct.
And what is it now?
It's 37.6%.
So that, in that chart that Councillor Campbell is pointing out to me, so it shows that proportionally we are losing ground in terms of the percentage of spaces. If we were to achieve the same 45% level of subsidies to capacity, how many new spaces would we require?
It would be 4,918.
So almost 5,000 spaces would be required to get us to the same level of access of subsidies within the system as in 2010.
6?
10, that's correct.
10, sorry, 2010. Okay. And the other thing that's concerning about this from the childcare community is that this pot of subsidies we have now is how many? 26,000?
26,059.
And 59. That number of subsidies is now getting spread across how many spaces now?
69,146.
So 70,000 spaces, these 26 spaces, 26,000 subsidies are now being spread wider and thinner. Would that be fair to describe?
That's correct. The spaces have grown by 29%, and the subsidies have only grown by 8.6%.
So that leaves childcare centers having to fill their vacancies to achieve their optimal enrollment, which is what we ask of them. They have to find full-fee parents to fill those spaces.
That's correct, or adjust their staff. It is possible to reduce staff and close rooms, et cetera, as long as you maintain your ratios.
And that is certainly the experience of many centers in my ward. They have now had to reduce the licensed capacity because they can't fill those spaces. Do you have information overall of centers that have done that? I know that the directly operated centers have done that.
I don't have information overall. I can tell you that the number of vacancies in the system right now is over 4,000. We are placing, as I said earlier, younger children, so that is starting to come down. But it's a symptom of the affordability issue overall, not just the lack of subsidies.
Right, so parents can't afford it, and that's why the vacancies are there. So if I have a group of toddlers of 15, maybe I should do preschool, whatever. The enrollment comes down, you've got three staff, 15 kids. What happens when I get down to 12 children?
You still require 3 staff. That's the challenge. You require 3 staff, but instead of revenue from 15 children, you only have it for 12 children.
So those vacancies instantly create operating deficits for all of our childcare centers.
That's correct, unless they have, with the multi-site operations like our own, we have a large pool of part-time staff, so we are able to adjust.
Yesterday, saying they lost $100,000 on their operation because of vacancies last year. Could you identify how much the losses were last year amongst the childcare centers because of vacancies?
We could do that based on the financial statement submissions. It wouldn't be a quick answer, but we could try to pull it out. We're getting financial statements incrementally as the new year moves on.
And the level of vacancies is a serious concern for us, isn't it?
It is a serious concern because we do have a large wait list. We know that demand significantly exceeds what is currently in the system, but because of affordability, families aren't able to access the system.
If we were to increase subsidies, we would restore the financial viability of many of these centers that are in high-needs neighborhoods, would we not?
The centers that are reliant on subsidized children, we certainly would. For centers in other areas where there are less subsidized families, but there are affordability issues with the middle class, it will continue to be a challenge.
Are we moving to increase equity according to our equity targets that were in our service levels in 2017?
We have improved that marginally this year. We're feeling that our equity really is not reflective of the population any longer, so we're waiting for the new census data from Stats Canada later this year. We've heard spring to fall, and we suspect that there's been a massive kind of growth in the child population, especially in some downtown areas. So we will have to be reporting back to Council later in the year as the impact of that and reevaluating our equity targets.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the briefing note on page 3, and I see here that the report that spawned this note coming to us states that for 75% of Toronto's families, childcare costs would be more than 10% of income, and that's the threshold for affordability that international standards suggest. I read that right?
You've read it right, it's just the international standard piece. The consultants, we retained the U of T to assist us with the study, and they did a variety of research with families in Toronto and then looked at data. They looked at national data also to try to gauge what affordability was, and found that most families, that for family income, that 10% was the threshold, or 30% of the primary caregiver's salary. At that point, the primary caregiver would often opt not to work.
So from the answers you were providing, Councillor Davis, before, part of the crisis we're having in childcare is because as many as 3/4 of Toronto families can't afford full fee, we're winding up with vacancies in daycare centres.
That's true. We're finding that if families can access a subsidy, they will have access to childcare. If families can afford the space, they'll have access. It's that middle-income family that is challenged. They may not be eligible for subsidies under the current rules and regulations, and they're finding the cost of care unaffordable.
So putting the pieces together, we're falling behind on the number of subsidized spaces that we have proportionately. That's correct?
That's correct.
The middle class can't afford the cost of childcare that we're having now, broadly speaking, from this data. So we're in a circumstance where the only way we can keep childcare centres open is if wealthy people are putting their kids in the childcare centres in order to keep the numbers up.
Well, our full fee paying
Wealthier.
paying families. We continue to work on affordability. We'll be reporting back on a growth strategy, and we are awaiting announcements from our federal and provincial partners in terms of their proposed investment in childcare going forward.
But going back to the conversation we had on the earlier briefing note, the municipal share, the percentage share from the municipality has been falling.
It has been, dollars have gone up modestly, but the percentage of the overall budget has dropped.
Right. So to solve the affordability crisis, more money has to go in, and the City of Toronto has been putting in proportionately less.
Modestly less, yes.
Proportionately less.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Seeing none, okay, we'll go on to the next report.
Okay. Okay, we're at the bottom of page 49. So this is the second of the two reports that had a request from council for concurrent reporting to PGM in this case and to the budget process. PGM did meet yesterday and did consider this report. So we'll talk a little bit about what they did in a second. But this report has 4 recommendations as a result of the direction to have staff look and do an analysis on the division-by-division basis of what additional staffing resources would be required to meet each division's key performance indicators, Planning Act timelines, and current anticipated application volumes. So as a result of that work, there's a recommendation here from staff that the 17 budget be increased by $1.8 million to be funded from the Development Application Review Reserve Fund for 17 temporary positions. They're outlined on page 50. So that would include 8 new planners and 1 support assistant position for city planning, 5 new solicitor positions for legal services, and 2 new parks planners and 1 new senior landscape architect position for parks. Okay. As well, there are 3 other recommendations. 1, that City Council direct an end-to-end development process review be conducted. The 3rd recommendation is to have staff, the chief planner in particular, to implement a time tracking system which will allow for the formal documentation of staff time spent on development review matters and to report back. And the 4th, that Planning and Growth Committee forward this report and its recommendations to the process. So yesterday, what the committee did was recommend that recommendation 1 be referred to the budget process, and that recommendations 2, 3, and 4 move on to City Council at its meeting of January 30th. So in the staff response, you can see the outline of what's been requested, and that this is essentially temporary positions that takes us to the first quarter of 2019 to help deal with the volumes that have been identified. And then I guess the final point is this would be in addition to the resources that are already included in the preliminary budget to help augment the efforts of these groups in particular. With city planning having one new permanent director of Committee of Adjustment position, Toronto Building that is having an additional 12 positions as a result of taking over the Committee of Adjustment intake function, which also frees up 4 positions in city planning to do more of that review work, and legal services that has 4 positions built into the budget as well.
Thank you. Questions? We'll go with committee members first. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'll just allow the chief planner an opportunity to take a seat with the microphone.
Yeah.
Unanimously approved this.
You gotta get it put in the budget.
It's all from the reserve. No, I know, but what are we talking about it for? Let's go. Yes.
Talk about it a little bit. I didn't get to talk about it yesterday. I want to talk to Jennifer a little bit about this. Okay.
Let's go.
So on the city planning position, I've heard that there's a 5-month wait list for the Committee of Adjustment. Is that true?
Through the chair, there is a wait list. It varies. For example, we have less applications in December, so we were able to get through some of the backlog in December. But there is a wait list, in particular in North York and in Toronto East York.
Will the addition of these planners help us at all in the Committee of Adjustment side of things, or does the Development Application Review Reserve not allow us to increase the allotment of planners' time to the committee?
It's important to note through the chair that we brought forward at the December meeting a report that included our KPIs and a recommendation for a fee increase. However, because we are not meeting service levels, there was a recommendation from the consultant that the fee be reduced for the Committee of Adjustment, because unless we had more staff, we cannot meet those service levels. This was a third-party analysis. As a result, there was a motion that was adopted at City Council in December that requires, rather than reducing the fee for Committee of Adjustment, to ensure that the planning staff effort on Committee of Adjustment application reviews match the current fee levels. As a result, we will be increasing the staff as a result of that earlier motion for Committee of Adjustment. The report that you have before you today is specifically for development review.
Will you need to bring a similar report forward around the Committee of Adjustment? How can we facilitate that moving in the same direction that this is?
Through the chair, we have direction now through the motion that was approved by City Council in December to use the existing fees that we have in order to hire the staff that are required.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Are there councillors' questions? Councillor Carroll.
So just quickly, there's the director that's coordinating where the needs are and getting the resources to Committee of Adjustment stuff. In the regular planners, is it all C of A stuff, or is any of it going to be used for some of the service level issues that we have for full-on long-form applications, like large site development and such?
Through the chair, the report before you today is specific to development applications. It is not.
But not
pertaining
just
to
C of A minor
studies.
variance applications?
No, broader development review, so official plan amendments and rezonings.
And it's all going to be needs-based, so those that need to end up in downtown, those that need to end up in North York, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. It's being driven by volume and based on fees that we have already collected for this purpose. So it's net
Right.
zero. The fees already exist.
Right. Last question, sorry to take the indulgence, Mr. Chair. This gets us to backlog, but simply serving the way we serve now. So in large site applications where we know we're going to have a lot of community angst and we really should be using a working group process, this does not enhance our capacity to do community working groups in evening meetings.
Through the chair, technically, it does not enhance that capacity. However, there is something else that we've done, which has been done through the DCM's authority, which is to hire temporary staff in relation to specific large applications using the fee that was submitted for that application. So I'm speaking here now about large sites like Celestica or the Unilever site, where we have millions of dollars of fees, and a staff team is required for that site. The fee is submitted.
40 acres of Victoria Park and Shepherd.
Another excellent
Yes,
example.
thank you.
We're using that fee to hire a team specific to that site.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
So
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to stay within committee first. Councillor Nunziata.
So Parks has been allocated 3 new staff in this report. So will these, hiring these additional staff, what impact would have on the speed of development review?
Through the chair, the staff that have been identified here are specific only to development review. So these are additional staff in parks for reviewing applications. Part of the driver behind identifying where the staff were required are the areas where there are not enough staff to respond to current volumes. So this is based on the volumes and the fee that's being received today. The objective is to bring us up to the service delivery that's already been standard, that's already been established by City Council. It's in direct response to the volume.
Okay, so I've asked this question before about the delays and the complaints I'm getting from developers and how long it takes to process an application, and you've answered that question numerous times. Well, most of the time is the application is incomplete, and that's why the delays. But what I'm hearing, though, is that's not the case. The case is that our staff are not responding to requests and to questions from developers that submit in their application. They've sent emails, and we're not responding in a timely manner. So hiring new staff, how is that going to correct any delays in the staff, their practice, their working practice on not responding on a timely manner and just ignoring emails? That's where the problem is. It's not that we don't have enough staff, it's because we're not processing the applications where we should be.
Two responses to that. The first one is that we presented our KPIs in December precisely to demonstrate the volume of approvals that are going through. So there is data that demonstrates that we, in fact, are approving, and what you're seeing being built in the city right now demonstrates that we are approving more units than we have ever approved in the history of the city. So there's data that demonstrates that, in fact, we have a significant volume of applications that are making it through the approvals process in a timely manner. And we were able to demonstrate a third-party analysis that compared us to other jurisdictions in the region and demonstrated that on a regional basis, we are in fact a leader, that we have a development review process that is expedited. However, we always want to be improving our process, and part of the motion here is a recommendation to be looking at tracking within the development review process more specifically. In addition, if there's any specific application you would like to draw to my attention, I would be more than happy to speak to you about that specific application, because that's typically the best way to figure out why something is stuck.
I can bring them forward, and you're absolutely correct. We have a lot of skyscrapers downtown. But have you gone out to the suburbs where we've had applications in sitting there for a year, 6 months, where the staff are not responding? We don't see skyscrapers in the suburbs. They're all happening downtown. So maybe downtown, yes, but why are we not reviewing what's happening in Etobicoke or any of the suburbs where it really matters that we need development and it's not happening?
Through the chair, we have an enabling process. We, in fact, in development review, we respond to the market. We don't, in fact, facilitate the market. We put the processes in place to allow development to take place. It's more the realm of economic development around figuring out how to stimulate where there is a lack of development. That being said, if you look at the major studies being undertaken in the city, they are primarily in the suburbs precisely for that reason. We're looking to put the policy parameters in place such as Consumers Next, or whether it's the Golden Mile, or the work that we've done in the Weston Cultural Hub. That master planning work has all been about stimulating growth in a way that is in keeping with the longer-term vision of the city. So the approach is very different in the downtown, where the market is leading, versus in the suburbs, where there is absolutely a need for a much more proactive approach.
We don't have that proactive approach. I would like to invite you to the suburbs to see exactly what's going on.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are with respect to the report that we approved yesterday of bringing in a chunk of, I guess, part-time, not part-time, short-term planners for the next 24 months. And my concern is that it's going to be very difficult to bring in experienced planners, because most experienced planners probably already have positions across the GTA. I remember 4 or 5 months ago talking about it in Planning and Growth. You advised us that we continue to lose our senior planners to higher paying jurisdictions, and then we're stuck training again. So we're in this perpetual training mode, and then once we polish up these planners, they go to areas that pay them more. Instead of trying to temporarily plug a hole, why isn't the planning department asking council to perhaps take additional money and maybe pay better salaries to retain the experienced planners, so we don't have to deal with continuously training a crop and maybe having planners that are more experienced work for the city?
Through the chair, that is an initiative that I would be very happy to advance. It's long overdue. However, just a reminder that we were asked to reduce our budget by 2.6%, so it would be a bit strange to then come forward and ask for an increase in salaries when we're struggling to actually reduce our overall budget. But it's an initiative that I would be happy to advance because it is long overdue.
But we're not reducing the budget. We're taking a bunch of money that was allocated for development review, and we're hiring more planners. Why aren't we taking that money and focusing on retaining the best experienced planners so we don't continue to lose them? Like, I don't know how hiring beginner planners is going to help much, especially through the review process, where a lot of this stuff in Toronto is complex development review. So isn't it possible to take the money in the development review funds that we have and use that to retain our experienced planners? Can we do that?
Through the chair, there's a variety of different approaches to retaining, and one of them is, of course, mentoring, which is an important part of our program as well. One of the things that other municipalities are doing is they're investing significantly in training. And investing in training is a key way to upskill staff that you already have, to fast track them to more advanced positions. Given the complexity of the council regime and the planning regime here in the city, the best way to train people for senior positions is in fact internally. So we do in fact take in great qualified staff at the assistant planner level. Investing in staff training and upskilling staff would be the best way to bridge what we see as an important gap in that senior planner level in the organization.
Let me try and ask it in a different way. For the senior planners that we do have, for the best of the City of Toronto, when they reach their salary cap and there's an offer from York Region or Barrie or wherever it is, what are we doing to keep them?
Through the chair, this is a challenge that we have. In response to your first question, I'm more than happy to advance a review of the salary structure, and I think it's long overdue. At this point in time, we really don't have much to offer because we are in fact stuck into a series of categories with respect to the pay scale that currently exists. But I do believe it's something that's overdue and would be a good way of continuing to retain talent. I will also say that there's an exceptional amount of senior talent in this organization that does not follow that lure, but in fact stays because they care passionately about the work they're doing in the City of Toronto.
Okay, so will you be coming back to planning and growth or budget to address that issue? And the reason why I bring it up is because we spoke about this 5-6 months ago, where you said it is a challenge that we continue to lose our most experienced planners. So will you bring forward a plan that gives us the bare goods and says, listen, to retain people, you need to pay them market rates. And these are the market rates, and other, like, you know, just be flat out straight with the counselors who maybe don't want to listen to reality and say, if we want to keep our best, they're going to this region because they're getting paid this, and it's 10,000 or 20,000 over our pay scale. Will there be a report or some kind of a strategy coming forward in the future so that we may help address that or better understand it?
Through the chair, I would be happy to bring that report forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How will the 8 planners be allocated or distributed across the four regions, divisions?
Through the chair, first I'll just explain the way we determined the staff recommendations that you see in here. We looked at where the work pressures are the greatest across the division. We looked at the direction of council's priorities, things like affordable housing and increasing the rental stock. We looked at where overtime was spent, as well as hours that were spent at the Ontario Municipal Board. That's the high-level scoping that we did in the 2 weeks that we had over Christmas to give this report that you have here. We are recommending that if this is in fact something we're directed to do by City Council, that we will then pull together further data, looking at council priorities, workload, and application volumes to determine where the resources should be placed.
So if you've
in
done
order
all
to
that,
improve
if
the
you've
service.
done all, if all that background work has already been done, is it not already clear where the need is the greatest?
Through the chair, we have a sense of where the need is greatest. There's a little bit of additional work that we will do. Quite frankly, if you speak to my directors, they will all say that they all require the 8 planners that have been identified, so there'll be a little bit of a negotiation around the workloads and the volumes. But we do know that the primary pressure is in North York as well as in Toronto East York. Those are the primary pressure points with volumes.
Councillor Fillion would agree with you.
He would.
And how was it determined that we need 5 additional solicitors? How was that number arrived at, 5 rather than 4 rather than 6? How was that?
We looked at a number of initiatives, Councillor, with the goal in mind to actually decrease the amount of time that's currently spent at the Ontario Municipal Board. And right now, planning law spends approximately 1/3 of its time at the board, and we feel that time could be better spent at the front end of the development process. So there were 5 specific areas that we looked at in terms of increasing customer service. The first was earlier consultation, and that means attending with our colleagues in city planning and some of the other operational divisions to meet with applicants early in order to resolve issues. Number 2 was to participate possibly in a staff triage group, which would be for the purpose of assisting applicants at an early stage with respect to issues. Number 3 was to spend greater time on standardization of precedents, agreements, and conditions, as well as to train staff on those conditions. Number 4 was further involvement of a city real estate lawyer with respect to components of city-owned lands that might impact with respect to a particular development application. And 5 is perhaps further training or perhaps retention of a solicitor to specifically deal with condominium issues, which we are somewhat short on at the present time. So by the time you look at all of those initiatives, it really does add up to 5 full-time solicitor positions. We also looked at the volume of the applications as well as the increased complexity, and I think that 5 is a conservative number. I would also point out that really over the last decade, the planning law section has been essentially static, whereas applications have increased substantially, both in terms of number and complexity.
Yeah, that's good. So I asked this question yesterday, I don't know if you've had a chance to look into it, but in terms of the OMB hearings, the number of OMB hearings, what, do you know the split between development applications and Committee of Adjustment?
In terms of,
This council, every council meeting gives many directions to legal to represent the interests of, homeowners or what have you at this Committee of Adjustment. And so I'm wondering if you have, what is the split? How much of your time is spent on C of A appeals?
I don't have those numbers. I can tell you, though, that certainly the C of A instructions have increased substantially over the last 5 years, so that currently we're attending on approximately 120 to 130 Ontario Municipal Board hearings a year, and those typically are anywhere between 1 and 2 days.
So,
and I should say that for every day of hearing, we typically spend about 3.5 days of preparation.
right, and is there, I use the term frivolous of some of these. I mean, do you make a determination at any point in time as to whether or not some of these C of As are frivolous, or do you?
Question.
We take the instructions of council, Councillor, so.
I figured as a lawyer you would have an opinion, though, right?
The client is always correct.
Right.
Councillor Burnside?
I can articulate that question in a little different way. How many of the C of A, the OMB appeals, do we go without a city planner?
About 50% is my recollection. About a third, and that was 2016. The 2016 figures show that roughly a third we had planning support on. It varies from year to year.
So 2/3 we didn't have planning support.
Correct. Right.
So one could make certain inferences from that. And of that 1/3, how many, do we actually track how many we win?
Yes, we do.
So of that 1/3,
well, I can
actually, of the 2/3.
I can say that
2/3 of the 2/3, actually. Sorry.
I can say that generally the trend is that on all of the hearings we attend through that rise out of Committee of Adjustment, that if you track them based on win-loss, settlement, withdrawal, generally speaking, the settlement win withdrawal normally are above 50%. So there is some value to going in the sense that typically you've got a 50-50 chance of adding some benefit to the process.
But is that 50-50 ratio, does that apply whether we send our own planner or not? I mean, I think
don't
that's
have,
the key, right?
I don't have those stats in front of me, but certainly it is advantageous to go with the city planner.
Theoretically, when we send our own planner, there's some, I'll say, some basis for these appeals, at least in our planning department's mind, who are paid professionals. I would have to assume that the ratio of wins to losses would be better than when we don't send somebody.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. And then just to go back to Councillor DeChannels, just to pick up on that, what's the differential in the pay?
Through the chair, I don't have that information before me, but it's important to note that in city planning, there's a whole variety of different positions. There's transportation planners, urban designers, heritage planners, and then you have assistant planners, senior planners that are all in a different salary categories. For example, in transportation planning right now, there's an incredible shortage across the country.
Let's use that. Let's use the one where we find we really need them.
I wouldn't know the percentage off the top of my head, although I do know we've lost transportation planners to Metrolinx for this reason over the course of the past 24 months.
Okay, yeah. We love Metrolinx.
more.
Okay, and then the other question, just to follow up on that, is has there been an analysis done as to why employees are leaving? Because, I mean, anything I've ever read in my own experience of other organizations I've worked in, it doesn't always come down to salary. For instance, if I lived in Newmarket, I might prefer to work in York, right?
Absolutely. Through the chair, yes, we conduct regular exit interviews and tabulate the information from those exit interviews, and there are a variety of variables, but some of the common themes include people who are moving to the private sector where they are paid more and in fact will work less. Sometimes the driver is geographical, people who want to work in a jurisdiction that's closer to where they live or because they are in fact moving. And sometimes it's opportunity within the organization that in particular, city planning loses quite a few staff to other divisions within the city of Toronto. Our planners are in real estate, they're in municipal licensing and servicing, they're in a variety of different areas of the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to do a quick point of order. Councillor Nunziata was going to do it. Apparently, she's not here. There has been a request to finish. There was initial request to finish at 5 o'clock a little while ago. We're 5 to 5. My suggestion is if we can, and Councillor Nunziata, you can speak to your point of order, but my suggestion is to see if we can get to 5:30. It'd be really good if we could get through the reports that are before us with the questions, again, which is pretty much the green sheets. I know there's still a couple of reports coming. I would really request if, again, kind of the questions as I've done all day that are pertinent to what's in front of us. And if I'd entertain a motion to end at 5:30, if that's the will of committee. But again, I'm going to suggest to see if we could get at least through the reports. We're going to have to do the overall questions back on the January 24th. Understanding that we finish early here, it just means the next meeting is going to be longer. That's all it's going to mean. So, but I'm at the will of the committee on what we do. I'm again, I'm at the will of committee. We're gonna. I mean, at this point, I don't mind just keep pushing through. But if we want to move a motion, it's up to committee.
I'll move that we recess at 5:30.
We'll actually have to defer everything till the next meeting. If we do that, we do have to move a few motions, which are the motions for briefing notes. That has to get done before 5:30. But if that's the will of the committee, that's. Okay, motion to defer everything, to work till 5:30 and defer everything. Yeah, briefing notes have to get done because we got to get the work done. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so I'm going to watch the timing. At some point, we're just going to have to end questions, and I'm going to have to do the briefing notes before 5:30. Okay. Next, again, outside, again, trying to get through as many questions as possible. I mean, questions you may not have asked yesterday at Planning and Growth, and it's really up to you, but we're now outside councillors. Councillor Davis.
I just want to understand, this comprehensive review is going to take 4 years, or you're doing it in 4 years? 4 years from now, or it's going to take you 4 years? It's an ambiguous.
Through the chair, the review of fees is required every 4 years, and we've just completed that review as of December 2016.
So it'll be 2020 before you review again?
We would begin in 2019. We would begin in 2019 for completion in 2020.
In 2020, okay. So there's no opportunity to increase fees beyond now before 2020? Beyond what's before us?
Through the chair, there is an opportunity if it is accompanied by a change in service level. This is a review that is undertaken to ensure that there's a match between the fee and the level of effort.
So,
but there is no planned additional review.
Okay, so 17 new positions, permanent, are in the budget, and these additional 17 are temporary from a reserve. So if these 17, and I'm sure you will find, and we will see a report from you saying we need to keep these 17 next year, there will be an opportunity to increase fees again next year to cover these one-time funded positions.
Through the chair, that's partly correct. A couple of comments. One is that the fee review happens every 4 years, but at any time, we can come forward with a request for additional staffing, and in particular, it's currently very clear that we continue to have excess fees. So we're collecting fees right now for positions. Those
That we're
fees are
not.
sitting in a reserve. So from my perspective, anytime there's fees in that reserve that are intended for development review, we should be bringing forward to council that recommendation.
And these additional fees are specifically for development review. And what is the status of our planning studies and heritage studies in this budget, and do we have sufficient staff to meet the demand there?
Through the chair, in keeping with the corporate mandate, we have kept the studies, capital monies at the same level that they were previously, so we've not changed them in any way. We have in fact been able to address the 2.6% in our budget through the fee increase. So
Right.
our service level has stayed the same.
So we have a list of how many studies outstanding?
We have a list of approximately 115 studies that are
how
on the
much is-
priority list.
And how many are in the budget?
Well, there's a larger process through the chair that we undergo to identify which studies will be allocated capital on any given year, and we have a prioritization process. So we have probably over 30 or 40 studies that are underway over the course of multiple years at any given time.
And that, I remember that report that's got the lists. Is that a public process for setting the priorities, or is that something you do internally, and how do we influence that?
Through the chair, it's a process that we go through internally. We are constantly adjusting our priorities as a result of decisions made at city council meetings. So our priorities are constantly bumping around. We have identified in a report that we bring forward to PGM the criteria that we use in order to evaluate the requests, and we bring the studies that we are pursuing to PGM for discussion at Planning and Growth Management.
When is that? For 2017? I just want to know what, can we get the list of studies for 2017? I don't need them right now. I just would like to know what they are at some point, both heritage.
Okay, Councilor, these, I don't even know if these items are before us right now.
This is all about funding additional development reviews. I agree.
And Heritage is not part of that. Okay, Councilor Perks.
Sorry.
Sorry, do you want to,
answer
yeah, you
that?
can answer.
I had my questions answered yesterday at committee. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, we're done that item. Again, I'm
Okay.
trying to push through to 5:30, folks.
Great,
Get
let's
as much
go.
done as we can.
Okay, the last sort of substantive report that's kind of new to the committee, page 51, BU 29.1V. It's the operating component of the Transform TO Short-Term Strategies Financial Estimates Report. Again, this report is here for information. It does say that the expectation is that this would be coming back in 2018. However, if there were some acceleration for some of these short-term strategies, it would require $1.6 million for part year for 24 positions to begin that work. That has an annualized impact of another 1.6 in 2018, so it's half-year funding. There is no funding in the preliminary budget for this, nor does it sit on the list of new requests that have been circulated for consideration. As well, there would be additional costs in future years to continue with that work. That is an additional $15.8 million.
Questions, Councilor Carroll.
Yes, okay, so on Transform TO, there is some misunderstanding here. We had deputations again in spades on this one from the public, and there's a misunderstanding about the funding or not funding of it. So we just had demonstrated for us what happens if you bring forward something right in the budget process. There's the in-year, but can we have at Parks and the Environment Committee, where there is scads of time for the kinds of questions we just heard in advance of the 2018 process, so that what is going to actually reduce GHGs that requires funding, Council has lots of time to look at before the 2018 budget process?
The next report is scheduled to be at Parks and Environment in early May, which is before the time within which we have to have our operating and capital budget submitted.
Okay, and the ones that can be done in 2017, why can't we just move a motion that puts them into the budget right now so that the community will feel like we're serious about this?
Again, as I said earlier, I think that's a decision that should be made by this committee and by council.
And if that's the case, are they sufficiently baked that we could do so? If rather than waiting for you to come back and say a miracle has occurred, some money has been found in year, if we wanted to put them in the budget, the earlier ones that you were going to bring us in the middle of 2017, we would not be bringing forward something half-baked, it would be three-quarters baked, and we could just put it in the budget?
The report that's coming in May of this year basically looks at the long-term strategies to get us to 2050. What we've got before you now is the short-term strategies to get us to our 2020 goals. So it's our belief that, well, it's not our belief, what we're presenting basically are extensions of initiatives that we already have in our base budget. So in terms of can we do these, I think, given direction, I think that's what we're saying.
So if we were to ask for a menu that said which ones are ready to go and make the most sense to do right now, because it's not broken down in a way that's crystal clear to me here. Maybe I just haven't found the right attachment.
Okay, it's in the Transform TO short-term strategies financial estimates report. So what we've done is we took out from 2017 the initiatives for which we either have major work underway now.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, we are having separate conversations with TCHC about how we can help them. For example, that's a separate conversation. We also took out things that we don't have a lot of control over, like road tolls. So then we focused on what we could do in 2017, and we prioritized them in this list.
So in the business case, are they in the order of implementability, if that's a word?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we strove
If I
to do.
started with business case 1, I'd be looking at them in priority.
If you look at the order that's presented in this briefing note,
Yeah,
then that's the order that we're presenting to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. When I look at Table 1, the transforming TO short-term operating strategies, you have a low emissions reduction scenario and a high emissions reduction scenario. And these are from 2017 to 2020. Is that an annual savings or an accumulative saving for 3 years?
It's cumulative at the end of the 2020 period.
Can we assume that some of these, the savings will continue either in perpetuity or for a given amount of time?
Absolutely. That is the major assumption that we're making.
For instance, improving fleet fuel efficiency has an upfront cost of roughly, it looks like $1 million over the term of 2017-2020, but the payoff is somewhere between $650,000 and $900,000 for those 3 years. And we could see some of that cost continue, although there may be some operating costs that continue as a result as well, correct?
Correct.
So that's one measure that has a revenue source that can offset some of the costs. Has the recent changes, the recent provincial changes to the cost of carbon been implemented and reflected in your note?
Right, the cap and trade program that was implemented on January 1 have been included in the 2017 data.
Okay. The enhancing the Better Building Partnership. This has a significant potential community-wide capital requirement and emissions reduction scenario. What does that look like? Talk us through what the better, there may be some people on this committee that don't know what the Better Building Partnership is.
The Better Buildings Partnership was started in the 1990s, and basically it was an initiative to increase the energy efficiency of buildings within Toronto, and it targeted the MASH sector, so municipal buildings, administrative buildings, social housing, and hospitals. It was funded largely from the electricity industry. And what the BBP did was basically take that initiative out to that market. And there have been significant savings in terms of kilowatt-hour reduction, electrical peak demand reduction, and CO2 savings associated with that. So what we're looking at with this initiative is it's the same idea, but it would be a different pool of financing. And what we're targeting is the cap and trade dollars.
And that, can you talk us through the scenario of the cost and the payoff?
For the Better Buildings Partnership?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Sorry, thank you.
Right. Okay, so from our experience in the past, when it was in full swing 5 or 10 years ago, we had about 12 people engaged in that program. We also have the remnant of that is the high efficiency new construction program, which is very specific, and we have 3 individuals currently working full-time on that. So basically what we need are staff to go out to the marketplace and work with potential users of the program to implement the measures that we're promoting. And in this case, you know, we would be looking to extend that beyond just the target audience that we had for the old program, because we're targeting greenhouse gas reductions and not electricity reductions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. The original direction to devise this short and long-term climate plan was passed by Council in 2014. Is that correct?
It was, yes, after the 2014.
June of 2014.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've been doing the work over the last 2 years of consulting with experts, bringing in consultants, and talking to tens of thousands of Torontonians. Is that correct?
I think the number was 2,000 community or individuals within the community that we talked to.
The measures that are listed here, these are all measures for which you have business cases. These aren't the things that you're dreaming of down the road for the 2050. These are things you can do, and you've thought about how to do them.
Absolutely.
The things that haven't been done yet, and as Councillor Carroll was talking about, aren't fully baked, you haven't reported on yet. They're not on this list.
They'll be presented in May of this year.
Thank you. Am I correct that the consensus in the scientific community is that early action to reduce CO2 emissions has the greatest impact?
Yeah, I think that would go with most things, yes.
Yes, and further that the consensus of economists who look at climate investments in climate reduction say that the cost of inaction, the cost to society and the cost to governments, is always greater than the cost of action. Is that correct?
Yep.
Pardon me?
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, you were told to do this work 2.5 years ago. You've consulted with thousands of Torontonians. These are business cases that are prepared and ready to go now. The cost of not doing these things will be greater than the cost of doing these things, and the earlier we act, the more effective the action.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Seeing no other questions, we're done that item. Let's go on to done that, so we'll go on to the next. Josie, keep pushing
Okay,
through.
so-
We have about 10 minutes or so, then we got to do the motions for.
And I'm going to get you through this in 5.
Let's. Okay.
Yeah, sounded like that.
Okay, we're on page 53. What What I'm going to recommend for the next, right to the end of this document, is that most of these are transmittals from our board's consideration of budget, so I'm just going to highlight what they've asked for, what's in the budget, so that you have that, and then we'll come back to that as part of the final wrap-up. So let me just go from beginning to end. So page 53, we have transmittals, reports submitted from our 4 accountability officers. The Auditor General's request is consistent with what's within the 2017 preliminary budget. The Office of the Integrity Commissioner has also submitted her report. So what we have in our preliminary budget is $70,000 lower in the base. The request, her request also included noon enhanced. That sits on the list of those items that you are considering for any potential new investments. 29.1D at the bottom there, Office of the Registrar, is the request of that office, and that is what's been included in the 2017 preliminary budget. Finally, Office of the Ombudsman, once again, same situation. The request has been included in the preliminary operating budget. Moving on to Toronto Police Service, we have a transmittal from the Police Board on the 17 operating budget for the Toronto Police Service. The board's recommendation on their budget is $1.002 billion, which is $2 million less than the approved budget last year. The budget that we have for 2017 from the city is actually higher at $1.006 billion. That is because there was a subsequent motion at that board that's not been reflected in the police services budget yet. There was initially, as I mentioned earlier, the transfer of the 2 programs, the lifeguard and crossing guard funding for half a year to the city in 17, which the $1.002 billion includes. This motion here that was moved delayed it for till 2018, so we've moved the money back, 3.8, so that's why. So consistently, essentially, the intent is the same, and so the budget will be $1.006 billion for 2017. Moving on to page 55. Both the Police Service Parking Enforcement and the Police Service Board is consistent with what the board has recommended. So those values are included in our 17 preliminary budget. Toronto Public Health, it is the transmittal at 29.1K, bottom page 55. So the Board of Health recommended budget and the 2017 preliminary base budget that the city has funding included for is the same. The difference being, of course, that the requests for the noon enhanced have not been included in those numbers and form part of the list for your consideration. So that takes us all the way through to page 58. There's a second report from the Board of Health called Housing and Health Unlocking Opportunity. Not a budget report per se, but has recommendations that do not have immediate financial implications, but it is some recommended actions on how to address high cost of housing and increasing poverty in Toronto. You can read it at your leisure, and we'll discuss it at our next meeting. Moving on to page 61. TTC, so this comes from the Commission. Their recommended 17 budget for the Toronto Transit Conventional as well as the Wheel-Trans operating budgets are before you. So the TTC Commission budget, which I think you've heard, is different than what's included in our budget for 2 reasons. So the 2017 preliminary budget that the city has is in fact a $31.7 million difference, and that's primarily because the board had approved reducing the TTC operating funding of $8.5 million for hybrid battery expenses to be transferred to the capital budget, as well as another $29 million for depreciation expenses to be transferred to the capital budget, neither of which are eligible capital expenses, so we have not reflected those in the preliminary budget. And finally, there was $5.8 million in new enhanced priority funding requests that are part of the list for your consideration. The Wheel-Trans budget, though, is consistent with what's in our numbers. Finally, on page 64, there is a transmittal from Executive Committee entitled Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee on the impact of 2.6% budget reduction on people and families living with disabilities, asking the Budget Committee during its deliberations to consider the impact of all service improvements and changes to individuals and families living with disabilities. And that's for your general consideration. And then finally is a report that's before you entitled Revenue Options, which recommends the following revenue options for consideration by the Budget Committee as part of the 17 process. And those 6 are identified there and formed part of the presentation that the City Manager, CFO, and I did at budget launch time. And you can read that, and that's also for your consideration. But it includes introducing a dedicated property tax levy of 0.5% for the City Building Fund, as was directed by Council, and forms part of the basis of the $3.3 billion we added to the capital program in 17. Allowing the commercial property tax rates to rise at the maximum allowed 50% of the residential property tax rate increase. Harmonizing the MLTT rates with the Ontario Land Transfer tax rates, including the new graduated rate. Harmonizing or increasing the MLTT first-time homebuyers rebates with the Ontario Land Transfer Tax first-time homebuyers rebates, including the new Canadian citizenship and permanent residency tax. Changing the MLTT first-time homebuyer rate eligibility criteria to include a maximum value of consideration, and introducing an above inflationary increase to third-party sign tax. BU 29.2 is our obligatory report that we have to do annually. Because we are on a modified cash basis in terms of our budgeting, the provincial government requires that at the time that Council considers this budget, that it understands that we have not used an accrued-based approach and what are the differences, and those are reported here. Done.
Wow. Wonderful. Now,
Fast.
just, I don't know if there are questions, I'm hoping they're not a lot. The majority of this has already come before us when all the divisions came to us. We've had the opportunity to do questions. This is just any last final questions. I'm hoping there's not a lot, but I got to put it out there. I'm putting it out there, seeing no questions.
This is the open and last opportunity to ask staff questions on the budget?
No. These are, no. Don't you worry, no, that, we will.
How many more chances do you want?
This is just on these.
Got it.
This is just on these transmittals that we've all, again, we're aware of all these, there's nothing new here, but no, there'll still be an opportunity in the next, so there'll be, that we're going to be doing the next time, Councillor. Okay, seeing none, no questions on those. I guess, do we need a motion to?
All we need to do is.
Okay. Hold on, just one second.
They deferred to the 26th, but the questions can be asked on the 24th.
So the decision of this committee is to conclude at 5:30 today, so those discussions will happen on the 24th.
Right.
We'll be deferring this item to the
So
24th.
all of those things that say deferred, like the TTC, all the agency budgets, questions will be able to be asked on those on the 26th.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ones we did.
Okay, so I have some briefing note requests, if we can begin those. The first one is one by myself that I'm moving. This one has, I'm not going to read it all, but this has to do with getting some more information on the recommendations for the 3 pools. This came from Councillor McMahon. I'm moving it on her behalf. It's really to get, again, more information on the 3 pools that were recommended to reprogram. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Carroll has one.
Yes, a second one I'm going to draft and bring to the 24th. I mentioned earlier the idea of a CPIP analysis, but it's complex, so I'll draft it for the next meeting and move it then for final wrap-up. The one I'm moving today is this one, provide a budget briefing note on the funding and timelines for Transform TO for the purpose of making the information more accessible on the Toronto Budget Portal. It's a complex report, business cases and all, but there's no highlight to it on the page that the residents are using to monitor our budget. This briefing note is just, by creating the briefing note, there will be a link on the budget page that gets you to Transform TO. That's all I'm looking for, not a lot of extra work.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next is Councillor DiCiano. Councillor, it's yours.
Yep, that the city manager provide a budget briefing note on total breakdown of all personnel from every city division and agency with a job description which includes policy development and analysis.
And you've talked this over with staff, and it's achievable?
It's very achievable, according to our CFO.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Okay, we'll need, I need a recorded vote on that, has been requested. Okay.
It's all there.
Recorded vote.
All those in favor?
Are you kidding?
All those in favor, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Nunziata. All those opposed?
Oh, you're opposed? This is DiCiano's.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're doing opposed.
All those opposed? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Layton. Motion carries.
Okay. Next, we have Councillor Campbell. We have a couple.
Councillor Campbell has
Or from Councillor Campbell.
That's a big one, Justin.
This was, yeah.
Yeah. This division has.
Guys, we have 5 minutes left. Councillor Campbell.
All right, this just asks for some information on the Health Talk Shop and Jane Street Sexual Health Clinic to talk about, provide information on what services are provided, can they be provided elsewhere in the area, and the number of clients served.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next one, Councillor Campbell. You have 4.
Yeah, this is just, was as part of the 2.6% that the Toronto Fire was asked to come up with. They came up with the number of 7 trucks. This is just to ask the implications of the removal of 1 truck.
Okay.
No, not over and above. No. This is what would 1 truck. what
One
would be
instead
the-
of 7.
Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next.
And this is to address the issue of the Toronto, the swimming pools that are in the Toronto District School Board sites, to provide us with information on the number of public hours, the annual public usage numbers, and the net cost of the city of operating those pools. It should be readily available.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I think you have one more, I believe.
And the last one just asked for the same information as we did on the Jane facility as with Downsview Dells, just about the services that are provided, whether or not it can be provided elsewhere in the neighborhood, and the number of clients served.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Layton, you have 3.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Councillor Davis, I'm happy to move that a briefing note be provided on an increasing cost from inflation contained in the contracts in both the operating capital budgets and transportation and facility services and other divisions with significant contracted services. B, that the General Manager, Long-Term Care and Home Services provide a briefing note that explains the cost reduction, $686,000 equated to in-shift hours reduced in long-term care. C, that the Chief Corporate Officer provide a briefing note on the impacts of harmonization of cleaning services at police stations. And if I could, I'd add a D, that the Chief Financial Officer provide a briefing note on how much it costs to complete Councillor DiCiano's briefing note.
Just a point of order, that if that isn't a simple task, then we've got serious problems in this city.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll do the 3 of those. Take them as a group, if that's okay?
Oh, no, they're separate.
Okay, we're going to do them separately.
This one apparently is quite arduous.
Okay, the first one is up there. This is A. All in favor?
The inflation costs on,
This is going to be a lot.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Can I see some hands here? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, I need some, all in favor? Okay, opposed? That loses.
Did it carry or not?
No, that didn't carry. Next?
Carried.
No, that didn't, that didn't carry. That did not carry from the votes. No, that did not carry from the votes. Next item.
Oh, so we're going to reproduce the sunshine list, but you don't know what it comes.
Okay, the next item,
Want to know.
long-term care homes and services. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next item. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
What about his motion?
I need a motion to defer BU 29.1 to January 21st. Councillor DeChannel, move that. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. I need a motion to defer 29.2 to January 21st. Councillor Layton will move that. Oh, 24th, sorry.
Okay,
All in
buddy.
favor? Opposed? That's carried, and we got done by 5:30.
Listen to me.
Oh,
To move the motions out. There isn't, no, you don't.
yes, that's fine. So I just want to remind everybody,
Yes.
the next meeting is going to be a very compacted meeting. If you have motions that you want to move, again, through committee members, can you at least get them to the clerks? Because they have a lot of work that they're going to have to pull together. And to get motions at the last minute, it's going to be a challenge for them to organize.
Mr. Chair, what would be helpful with that is if perhaps you could share your motions in advance so that we could make sure we understood what the context was going to be.
Okay, I will, yes, I will look at doing, yeah. It's, I'll send out an email on how the day's going to be looking then.
Neither of them you'll vote for.
Which one? Which was the second?
I'm going to make sure that nobody ever identifies which motions are mine, ever.
Which was the second?